Hey, what's up, everybody? Sorry. Um, they made a bunch of changes to StreamYard, and I don't know what the fuck they did. Honestly, it's aggravating as shit. They, I could not get StreamYard to activate Instagram. That's what I was doing. That's what took so long, trying to get Instagram to recognize the stream. And I don't know, they changed something in StreamYard where they made it go for portrait view or something. Um, and I don't know if that's why it wouldn't work or what's going on, but it's just put it this way, it's all jacked up. Bella, what you do? Great show, great show, top quality pro show. Motherfucker. Anyway, oh well, whatever it is, what it is. Hey, how's everybody doing tonight? Uh, SB Farmers here. What's up, man? How you doing? Colorado Mountain Girl, great to see you. Terry, what's up? Dawn, hey, how you doing over there? Rachel Boone's here. Hello, how you doing? Catherine K, what's up? Jim and the Insomniacs, everybody's here. Diamond G, what's up, man? The other guy, what's up, Dan? How you doing? Steve Hilliard, the greatest chat ever. Yes, you guys are awesome. You guys put up with a lot of my crap. I hate to, have to say it. Pat Hacker's here too. What's up, Pat? How you doing? Mother of Papillon. Bella is feeling better. Oh yeah, Bella's feeling better. Look, see, she's digging a hole in her bed right now. Like, I, I don't know. I don't know what to do about this dog. I really don't. I mean, she's digging the bed all over the place. I guess I got to get a shock collar. I don't know. Anyway, so let's see who else is here. Sharon Tyler, what's up? Yes, yes, yes. None of your business is here too. Hey, Lynn, how you doing? Woodtick Mike's here too. What's up, Woodtick Mike? And Choosy's here. What's up, Choosy? Oh well, thank you. Good, good, good. What's up, Tim? Oh, you know what else I probably didn't do? I probably didn't shut the damn ads off, did I? No, I didn't. So I might want to do that too. Let me do that. All right. Okay. Sorry about all that. Good, good. Brian Oggins here too. Hey, Brian, how you doing? Hey, what the F's here too? Hey, how's it going, man? So everybody's here, man. That's great. Everybody's here. That's great. So yeah, we got some news tonight, but let's just do this. I'm here watching on TV evening. Oh yeah. Who's handsome says, Jim, stop apologizing. Shift that is out of your control happens. Oh, I know, man. Just stuff that it's crazy. I don't know. Just I was trying to get it all to work, and when it doesn't work, it bothers me. It's upsetting. It really is. It's upsetting that you can't get stuff to work right, and you're trying and you're trying and you're trying, and it just doesn't work. And then, you know, I don't know. It could be the solar flares, maybe. I don't know. There's lots of solar activity going on and stuff like that. So it could be that, maybe. I don't know. Could be. Mm. So it's the day of terror. Yes, it is. Hey, Fran VT, what's up? How you doing, Queen? What's going on? Yes, Cesium Cat's here too. Everybody's here. Everybody's here. So let's do this. So this video I was going to start with, but I'll just do this. We'll just play it and watch it together. Some of these videos, some crazy stuff going on the whole interwebs.
The idea that you can't get kicked out of healthcare because of a pre-existing condition, the idea that there's no caps, all of these things are things that we've all benefited from, particularly the neediest amongst us. Look, I think this issue is not going to go away. And we're going to be talking about this because we're going to hear
Wait.
horrible stories. People are not going to be able to afford
My camera is
their
mirrored.
insurance. I don't think
What the
even with
fuck?
subsidies, they're going to be able to afford the premiums that are hiking up 100, 200, 300%.
Wasn't Obamacare supposed to fix
When
that?
people, no, well, not without the universal. I mean, there's
Affordable Care Act.
yeah, but
Affordable was the first
listen,
word.
The Republicans have been chipping away at the ACA, and I think this is going to be the death of the ACA, but it's also going to be the death of some Americans who don't go get screenings, who don't get diagnosed early enough in order to get treatment, who go in and instead of being stage 1 cancer are going to be stage 4 cancer, and we're going to hear horrible stories because Americans are going to choose to drop health insurance that they cannot afford. And we as a country have got to figure this issue out.
All right, so I don't know what happened. Why my camera was mirrored there for a minute. Why it was mirrored. What's going on? Why it keeps doing that? I can't figure it out. I can't sort it. Yeah, he says it's like I feel like I lose brain cells every time I hear Anna Navarro talk. Jonathan Marcos, good evening. Yes, Gunner's here too. What's up, man? Where's he at? Oh, Seagull Gunner, what's up, man? Nice to see you. Yes, I'll be. So yes, so she says that, and then there's this one. We got the, basically Anna Navarro claiming that.
I know a lot of Republicans. I know a lot of Democrats. They're cut from different cloths. Democrats simply don't have the cold-heartedness necessary to see people suffering and just say, let them eat cake.
Yeah, but then
they are not the types that
They
they're
voted
not
repeatedly to do it. I mean, you just heard Democrats
And what
on
was
our
Donald
air.
Trump doing in the meantime?
He doesn't have a vote in the
Trump is-
legislature.
No,
Hey,
he's the
you
president
just-
of the United States,
you just-
the most
Anna,
powerful president
Anna,
with Republicans
we just
in my
played-
lifetime,
we just
Scott.
played-
He never once even told them, come back to Washington.
we just played
You guys
Democrat-
have been out of Washington for a month and a half.
Correct.
A month and a half.
Anna,
I'm
we
gonna
just
let
played
Brianna
Democrat after
get a
Democrat
word in.
admit that the Democratic plan to prolong the shutdown was causing, quote, suffering. That was their words, not mine. Democrats themselves realized the tactic of suffering was no longer something they could personally stomach. That was their party, not Republicans.
Only 7 Democrats voted for this.
8.
Not Democrat after Democrat. No.
He caucuses with the
There were
Democrats.
7.
He
and
made
then there
caucus
were-
with it.
Don't split
He's
hairs.
an
He
independent.
caucuses with the
And you're
Oh,
absolutely
I-
right. You're
I
right.
know.
Oh, okay. Yeah, James Clyburn, the guy who single-handedly caused Biden to be president, and they still invite him on TV. That's crazy. Hey, Julio's here. What's up, Julio? How you doing? What's going on, man? Great to see you. Great to see you. And then Lady Bomb is here too. She says, "I hope Bella's feeling better tonight." Oh, she's feeling great. She's over here digging holes in her bed and turning everything and screwing up my whole plan. I saw that guy in a bag of rice a few years ago. Yeah, but the Democrats took that job away from him too. They wouldn't even let him be on the bag of rice guy anymore, So, and then this was interesting. I wanted to show this. We're going to talk about this video real quick here. Okay. Oh, what's going on here? Chinese security police harassed Hassan Piker while he was live streaming in Tiananmen Square. Hassan's live stream went down for 10 minutes after the Chinese security officials saw Hassan hold up a Chairman Mao meme on his phone. They immediately pulled his entire crew aside and forced them to go through their phones. You can hear Hassan's friend translate, "They want to see your phones." Hassan is literally pro-CCP. He defended the Chinese Communist Party in his live streams dozens of times. Hilarious.
Roger, you seen this? Oh yeah. Look good. Yeah. 这是什么呀？他录个视频。你是个导游？没有。这是什么？抱抱。OK。这是导游啊。过来，稍等一下。
I don't hear Hassan saying anything like "get away from me, you pigs," and "fuck the police," "a cab," or none of that stuff he always says. That's weird. Yeah, the Chi Coms don't play around. No, they
Oh, let him
don't.
take a photo.
We lost our favorite aunt, Aunt Jemima, and Uncle Ben. Yes.
No, 我都看见了。
Back. Okay. Good on there, but my internet is not so good. Okay, we'll
On your
flip it back. Okay,
the internet on your phone, I think.
We're back.
We're just waiting for Will to get out of the bathroom now.
Yeah.
Which I wonder if there's a
Oh, so that's weird, right? Yeah. So so that's hilarious. They did that, and then being the good commie that he is, he has zero self-reflection. Uh, Aunt Jemima's is called Pearl Milling Company now, and Uncle Ben's, and I think it's still called Uncle Ben's. I think they just took the guy off. I think so, unless they changed the name of that too. But zero reflection. After being harassed by CCP security police, Hassan Piker proceeded to Tiananmen Square to wave a little Chinese flag at the daily flag raising ceremony. Then went to a gift shop filled with Mao and CCP souvenirs. Wow, look at him. Good little commie. Wow. Wow. That's crazy, ain't it? That's just some crazy stuff there. Crazy stuff. Yes, he would have disappeared. One could only have hoped. We could pray that they would have kept him. He's even got a little commie hat. Yeah, he does. You seen that? Got a little commie hat, and it's all ready to go. And so, anyway. Oh, I forgot. You guys know the routine. There's a $75 goal for an additional hour of the show. For every $75, we add an extra hour to the show. Once we hit the first 50, we activate Belavision. Unless we get a single individual donation of $25 or greater, then that automatically activates Belavision. And those donations can come in across PayPal or Cash App. The link is pinned in the chat for PayPal and Cash App. There's also QR codes on the screen you can take a picture of, and it'll send you there. Or you could do YouTube Super Chats or Rumble Rants. But also, since this is Member November, all right, this is Member November, we would like to push the memberships and gifted memberships this month for Member November. So if anyone wants to go, participate in Member November, I'm going to keep repeating that. Member November. Gifted Member November, Member November, or something. I don't know. Check those out too on Rumble and YouTube. And also Twitch has gifted memberships too. And Locals has coins and stuff. So anyway, here we go. So first news story of the evening is Paxton sues a radical activist organization for registering illegal immigrants to vote in Texas. And Julio Cesar says hello. Here's the and happy Veterans Day, Jim. Well, thank you very much, Julio. Thank you very much. And with that, I'm going to activate Belavision. But first, I'm going to have to add her to the stage. Mm-hmm. Still looks crooked. What's going on? Thank you, Julio. Mm-hmm. Didn't need Jim's feet, but okay. Whatever. Somebody paid extra for those. Somebody paid extra for the feet pics. What do you want me to say? Only feets. Why is it crooked? Huh. What is going on? Why is it still crooked? No, it's still off. Oh, I know why. My camera got moved. I didn't. That's what it is. It's the camera got all jacked up. Oh, what the fuck? That's better. Oh, this is terrible. What is going on? Why is it not supposed to be like that? I know what part of the problem is. That's what part of the problem is. The image was mirrored. It got me all screwed up. There we go. That's better. Okay, now I can get back to what I'm doing. Thanks, Julio. Thank you. Happy Veterans Day to everybody. Thank you. Yes, up the puppy's there. Lil Puppy. Mr. MC Rican CEO, what's up, buddy? Nice to see you tonight. Bella, much more relaxed tonight. Yeah, she's feeling better. Florida, you don't wear shoes. No, because you know what? If I wear shoes, I end up just flipping them off while I'm sitting here, and then they end up hitting the button and shutting everything off, and we don't want that to happen. Bella didn't even budge. Now she don't move. Oh, hey, what's up? JB Sharkman's here too. What's up? So yeah, so first story of the evening. Let's go. Oh, check something real quick. That's good. All right. Oh, I have to fix the banner. Oh, that's right. Here we go. So we're currently 50 away from the first additional hour. Man, this is a bad. I don't know why I'm having so much trouble tonight. Getting everything where I want it. Nothing seems adjusted right. Wait till he gets a lapdog and we find out he's not wearing pants. Uh-oh. No, I'm wearing pants. I'm wearing shorts. I'm not wearing pants. So anyway, so yeah, breaking news. Paxton sues a radical activist organization for registering illegals. In Texas. Attorney General Ken Paxton filed a lawsuit on Monday against the JOLT initiative. Yes. Yeah, you'll pay not to see that. There you go. Hey, we'll call Magic. Nice to see you, buddy. Thanks for stopping by. Doc's here too. What's up, Doc? The left is constantly trying to cheat. And that's why this JOLT initiative, they handed out instructions on how to register to vote to non-citizens outside the Texas Department of Motor Vehicles. And any organization that's attempting to register illegals who are all criminals must be completely crushed and shut down, Paxton wrote. Paxton is running for Senate in Texas. Senator Paxton. According to JOLT is a radical partisan operation that has and continues to knowingly attempt to corrupt our voter rolls and weaken the voice of lawful Texas voters. I will make sure they face the full force of the law. According to Paxton, the instructions provided by the organization directly violate the provisions of the Texas. Why does it seem so dark in here? The provisions of the Texas Election Code, which states that voter registration agencies should only provide voter registration applications to United States citizens. That's right. Paxton's going to be your new senator. Yeah, he's going to be. And come on, peeps, smash that like button. That's right. Smash it up. Now, don't smash it so hard that you break your computer. We don't want anyone to break their computer or anything like that or phone, because that would be bad. As reflected in the investigation's findings, the organization spearheaded the illegal immigration voter registration effort with the volunteer deputy registrar to solicit illegal immigrants to submit fraudulent voter registration applications, which it could later use to register illegal immigrants to vote, despite them lacking the proper documentation. AOC said MTG is acting out because she wanted to run for Congress, and Trump said no. But I think she wanted to run for Senate. She wanted to run for Senate in Georgia, and Trump said no. I think that Trump wouldn't back her for Georgia because she's in Georgia, and there is a Senate seat coming up in Georgia. I don't know who's going to run for that, though. Maybe Kemp? Maybe the governor, Kemp, I think his name is, or... Oh, my God. What the fuck's going on? Ah. Hold on, I gotta go grab something. I'll be right back. Oh, I am so sorry. Sorry about that, people. I have like really bad acid reflux coming up for some reason. I don't know what the hell I had like to dinner that caused that, but it was bad. Oof. It's a bunny. I thought it was a little mini Bella. It's like a pig bunny thingy. It's like a combination, almost like a, I don't know. Someone found it on eBay. What it is? It's some kind of like, I don't know. It's some kind of pig bunny-ish thing. And that was the last the world ever saw. He told you. You love Bella's little plushie. Read the tag. Yeah, COVID. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, so I need to take something to solve this problem here. A little after dinner thing called brioche. It's a fizzy lemon thing that's supposed to help with indigestion. AOC has a pro streamer would just stream his chair. Well, I thought Bella was a better view than my chair. Jim, you see or play the Trump H-1B clip every time I think he's hit the basement. He proves me wrong. What a piece of shit. What did he? Hey, what's up, Black Angus? Long time no see. What is it? A clip where he's talking about how we need the H-1Bs and all that? And I don't know what he's doing, man. I really don't. The stuff he said about the 600,000 students that we need. So Paxton's lawsuit aims to dismantle the organization's chapter and confiscates its corporate privileges as well as back pay the state's legal costs. The move from the Texas Attorney General comes after a September 2024 consolidated brief request he filed against the organization, which demanded it to provide documentation of its operations. The organization then filed a complaint and a lawsuit against Paxton's office, alleging that the consolidated brief request violated the Voting Rights Act and the First and 14th Amendment. Paxton's legal suit against the radical activist organization is the first lawsuit in the nation aimed at stopping illegal immigrants from voting in U.S. elections. You would think there'd be more. I mean, don't we want to stop illegal immigrants from voting? At least 14 million illegal immigrants have made their way into the U.S. in recent years. That's a lot more than that. 1.7 million reside in Texas. I have 40 Indians reporting to me. They're all in India. Not sure why they need to come here. They don't. And this says Texas Latino Civic Group sues to block AG Ken Paxton from shutting it down. They should report to a wood chipper. That's what I say. A nonprofit that aims to increase civic participation among Latinos is suing Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton. Wow. The JOLT Initiative, a nonprofit that aims to increase civic participation among Latinos, is suing the Attorney General to block his efforts to shut him down. Paxton announced on Monday that he was going to revoke their charter. It's not the first legal back and forth between them. Last year, the organization successfully sued to stop Paxton's investigation into their voter registration efforts. In the new suit, their lawyers argue his effort to shut them down are retaliation. Well, if they're registering illegal aliens. Civic group, nonprofit, yep. Hey, what's up, Vanilla Gorilla? Nice to see you. Jolt is simply the latest target of this unlawful campaign to undermine and silence civil rights in Texas. Well, in August 2024, a Fox News host said on X that a friend had seen organizations registering migrants to vote outside driver's license facilities in Fort Worth and Weatherford. But Parker County Republican Chair Rhino said there is no evidence to back up the post. Jolt then sued to get a temporary restraining order. Attorney General's office now said its recent filing that it's agreed not to issue another subpoena, instead opting to launch a new lawsuit. Paxton announced earlier this year his office is investigating cases of potential illegal aliens casting votes in 2020 and 2022. I mean, first they say it's not happening, and now they're just saying, well, it's not that big of a deal. And next it'll be it's a good thing. I didn't realize that ICE was in my small rural town until 6 illegals were deported this month. Well, they're everywhere. Meanwhile, Texas counties are looking into more than 2,700 registered voters who were flagged as non-citizens. Voters recently approved a constitutional amendment adding language to the state constitution saying that a person who is not a citizen cannot vote in Texas. Non-citizen voting was already illegal prior to this update. The Attorney General's office sent an undercover to the DMV in San Antonio to investigate by attempting to register a fake daughter who wasn't physically with them. It said a Jolt volunteer deputy registrar still instructed the agent how to register his daughter despite her absence. Although the agent asked for a form to take his daughter, the Jolt volunteer said he could not let the agent have one. The agent said the volunteer then inferred that he could register his daughter to vote. Well, then he should have did it. ICE cleared out an entire construction site near me. Texas doesn't give illegals licenses. I think it depends on the county. I don't know. Seems weird. I stated in a question format that I couldn't have one, and the VDR replied that since I have her information, I could register to vote, alluding to being apparent that I had that right. This was inferring that I could sign her voter registration card. While the VDR made the statement, he overtly looked away. It's not only incorrect, but illegal per election code. Paxton's filing didn't provide evidence. He should have, I don't know how that works, because if he registers to vote to assist the daughter, doesn't that he's the one committing the crime? I mean, I don't know how it works. This is because U.S. citizens can already register to vote at any DMV with proof of citizenship. Thus, there's no need for a VDR at such locations. Paxton brought the lawsuit in Tarrant County saying a substantial part of the events underlying its claims took place there. Yeah, if you can automatically vote, register to vote, because we have motor voter. It's the law, and all DMVs register to vote. So why would they need a separate group telling people how to vote? Because these are obviously not people that can legally register to vote. I mean, it just makes sense. Jolt's a radical partisan operation that has and continues to knowingly attempt to corrupt our voter rolls. Yeah, and the court filing said it's volunteer, didn't do anything wrong, because Texas code does allow for a person to appoint their parent as an agent to complete and sign a registration application. Jolt said it will fight to defend its mission. I guess its mission is to get illegals to vote. When will ICE raid the Jewish homes in Brooklyn? Is there a bunch of illegal Jewish aliens? Is there? I don't know. Is there? Mike Collins will be the Republican nominee against John Ossoff. You think so? You don't think it'll be the governor? I mean, why are they outside Texas DMVs? It doesn't make sense. This is a systemic effort to dismantle the infrastructure of Latino civic engagement. No, it's not, because they can engage. They're acting like there's some kind of discrimination against Latinos in Texas. Isn't Texas like over 50% Latino? I'm pretty sure it is. Mm. Oh yeah, they're talking because we have a story about this. It says how Aurora's formed, solar winds, all this stuff. There's a serious solar happenings happening. 3 X-class solar flares went off coming towards the Earth. So if you're in the continental U.S., there's a good chance you can see some good auroras either tonight or tomorrow. Severe geomagnetic storm watch ahead for Wednesday. The only Jolt I ever knew about was Jolt Cola. You guys remember Jolt Cola? It had like double caffeine. You're waiting for 3i Atlas to fix things. Well, that would work.
Ever changed a tire before? Don't panic. I just wanted to help people by sharing dad advice on TikTok.
Oh,
Throw the big fish.
Good for you. Texas Attorney General Paxton is suing a nonprofit group dedicated to increasing Latino participation in civic engagement. But, like,
as the DOJ opens a nationwide investigation into voter rolls, the department is calling on local officials to identify felons, dead voters, and also non-citizens who might have cast a ballot. David Spunt is live from Washington with more on this one. Hi, David.
Hi, Aisha. Good morning. Today, next week, the week after, and so on, DOJ officials will continue to work on what they call the department a serious problem with our voter rolls. This all stems from a March executive order signed by President Trump, which states in part, the Attorney General shall, consistent with applicable laws, coordinate with state attorneys general to assist with state-level review and prosecution of aliens unlawfully registered to vote or casting votes. Attorney General Pam Bondi has directed her team to check counties across the United States. But California is a big focus, as is Texas and Minnesota. The DOJ plans to prosecute any foreign nationals that get caught voting. A DOJ source tells Fox News election integrity starts with clean voter rolls. That's the foundation for secure elections. There's been a culture of noncompliance from several states that don't keep their rolls updated. This DOJ is cracking down. Now, the Justice Department wants local officials to identify and remove felons, dead voters, non-residents, and non-citizens from voter rolls. Recently, the department charged an Iraqi man for illegal voting in 2020 in the state of New York. Took several years to catch that one. Last year, a 19-year-old Chinese national was charged in Michigan with perjury and attempting to vote illegally in the 2024 election. Now, Aisha, the Department of Government Efficiency, DOGE, took a big hand in stopping illegal voting. Even though Elon Musk no longer with that agency, DOGE itself still has a hand in this movement. Finding illegal voters will take time, but the Justice Department is in regular contact with the White House about the latest progress fulfilling this executive order. Aisha.
Okay, David Spont, live for us. Thanks, Dave.
Wow. So they're not screwing around. They're going to find them. They're going to get the illegals. So the court documents, Paxton's office said that
you should switch from Google to Duck.
Stop it. Stop it. The left constantly tries to cheat and rig elections because they know they can't win honestly. Any organization attempting to register illegals who are criminals must be completely crushed and shut down. I agree with that. So let's see. I missed a couple things. Always trying to play the race card. Yes, I do love Joe Cole. And Phil Coggin says that he thinks Texas is 45, 40, 14. 45 Hispanic? Because I'm pretty sure it's more Hispanic than it is white. If I'm not mistaken. Like South Texas is like almost all Hispanic. Like it's like a lot. Like Texas is like 40 white, 40 Latino, 10 black, 6 Asian. Maybe. And then what, 4% Native American? Hey, so just saw Solus Ginger's here. Hey Jim. Hey all, how you doing? Nice to see you. You love Joe Cola. It was Red Bull before Red Bull. Drank it on the night shift. Yes, Joe Cola was the stuff back in the 80s and 90s. It was the Cheesenitz. And HJ Remy's here. Hello, everyone. Nice to see you. Trump was on Pat McAfee's show today complaining about the new NFL kickoff rule on the Redskins name change. It was good times. Oh, that's good. Yeah. Kemp has already declined to run, even though he criticized Ossoff publicly to this day. What's is that the governor? Is Kemp the governor, or is that a different guy? Yeah, Kemp is the governor, isn't he? I don't know. Pax has always got that one eye shut, like he's got, like I'm spying. I'm checking you out. So John Paxson has sued. Jolt has sued Paxson and filed a motion for preliminary injunction. Okay. Oh. You think that Wesley Hunt will beat Ken Paxton in the primary? You know what? I wouldn't care if Wesley Hunt was. I like Wesley Hunt too. I don't know. I don't know who will win in the primary. I mean, Paxton has won the Attorney General statewide numerous times, even when other people try to get rid of him. So Paxton said the investigation by his office found Jolt members were stationed outside the DMV, and they were providing instructions that directly violated provisions of the state election code. Jolt and its volunteer deputy registrars allegedly coordinated a scheme to recruit and solicit individuals to submit unlawful voter registration applications, which could be designed to register illegal aliens who lack proper identification. KPT says, I'm late, still 20 minutes behind, but I wiped my feet and smashed the like button. Well, thank you very much, KPT. Trump and Corner will make a deal to retire in place with Hunt. You think so? Maybe. I don't know. I mean, we'll see. I mean, I don't know who you'd rather have. I mean, Wesley Hunt is a former soldier, so he's got that going for him. And Paxton's the AG, and he's got that going for him. I don't know. Paxton has a lot of baggage, though. That's the thing. He does have a lot of baggage. I like Paxton, but I like Wesley Hunt too. I hate having to make decisions. That's rough, isn't it? Juice, thank you, but I'm proud to be born a woman. Good man, I hit it twice. Okay, now I get it. And they say, we refuse to be bullied. Well, you're not being bullied. Telling you to abide by the law isn't being bullying. Texas election review identified thousands of illegal aliens on the state voter rolls. Texas Secretary of State Jane Nelson, a cross-check of state voter records, found more than 2,700 illegal immigrants were registered to vote. You think Leslie Hump will form better in the general? Who do you have winning the Michigan governorship? Who do I have winning the Michigan governorship? I believe, isn't Whitmer running again? Is Whitmer not running again? I don't think that Mike Rogers can win. Is that who it is? Mike Rogers? I don't think he can. Yeah. There's I don't know. Too much shenanigans. I think what's the guy's name? I can't think of his name now. The black guy that ran for Senate in Whitmer is term limited. Okay. Who's the guy? Oh, no, she can't. So who's the guy who ran Jay something or other? No, he ran for Senate. I can't think of his name now. John James. Yeah, John James. Is he running for governor? Is he running for governor of Michigan? Because I really liked him. I thought he was great. It was sad what happened. That he didn't win the Senate seat. Then we got this. Look at this. We got non-citizens registered to vote. John James. He is running for governor. Good. I hope he wins. J. Jonah Jameson. He's going to get that Spider-Man and your pretty little dog too. DMVs in North Carolina have been registering at least 6 illegal aliens to vote. You got it on tape. You're getting a lot of mail from him. Okay. Snarf. What's up, Snarf? Snarf, that package still didn't arrive. I went and checked and it wasn't there. And it's saying it's being held up somewhere. So I don't know. You serious? Am I serious about what? Let's see here.
Prosecutors are accusing the Department of Motor Vehicles of illegally registering to vote. He is 22. With the help of Jorge's fluent Spanish,
Buenas tardes.
we made contact with 2 of them who had similar things to say.
She made it clear that she did not register incorrectly. She was not fraudulent on anything. She had no idea until they reached out to her.
No idea they were registered to vote. That echoes U.S. Attorney Russ Ferguson's words in this letter to the DMV in July, urging them to investigate how 6 non-citizens were registered to vote without the person understanding or knowing what had happened. Records we obtained of lengthy letters between the U.S. Attorney's Office and the DMV show the DMV investigated and claimed that it found no evidence of systemic issues. Ferguson disagreed and said the DMV hadn't fully answered his questions. In some of the cases, the DMV said it was a matter of a staffer checking the wrong box on the registration application. A box that same form warns filling out falsely could lead to felony prosecution. Although Ferguson did say in a statement he would not be prosecuting the individuals.
I was not an American citizen until recently.
A wrong box that Andres, who has been through the expensive and decades-long process to become a naturalized U.S. citizen, says could have far-reaching consequences.
It could be a speeding ticket that you have. Any sort of blemish you have on your record when you're going through this process is zoomed in with a magnifying glass. And it could be a speeding ticket, and they're like, nope, denied. It's that important. There's that much pressure on it.
The U.S. Attorney's urge for DMV to investigate led to the North Carolina State Board of Elections, where Executive Director Sam Hayes is now pressing the DMV to share full Social Security numbers with his agency so they can cross-check voter rolls for non-citizens registered to vote.
We don't have those here. To the extent we've collected any, we have only collected the last 4.
Would there not be privacy concerns, though, with an agency that doesn't collect Social Security numbers being given access to, these massive list of Social Security numbers?
Well, first of all, any number of state agencies collect Social Security numbers for various purposes. I'm not about the business of just giving out my PII either, but they should understand that government agencies use this data all the time for things like voter list maintenance.
The DMV declined to interview for this story, but they did send me a statement saying, and I quote, "We take our role in the voter registration process seriously and will continue to assist the State Board of Elections in meeting their mission."
So it's really weird that they don't want to give up the only information that you could actually use to see if they're illegal aliens registering to vote. You know, Social Security numbers. But does that really matter? Because we know that Biden gave out 5 million Social Security cards to illegal aliens while he was president. 5 million. Jacob says Mike Rogers is a clear Republican nominee for Senate, and the Democrats are picking between a pro-Palestinian, a pro-Israel, and an establishment option. So there's 3, or is it 2? Who's crinkling? That's me. I have some heartburn. And so, sorry. I'd rather have illegals running my DMV than the people that are running it now. You might actually not wait in line for 7 hours or whatever to get a driver's license. They'd let actual aliens vote. Yeah. Yeah, actual aliens, like from outer space. 3 options. Trump has already endorsed Rogers. Klingon's going to decide the next election, yeah. There's actually a story. CNN came out and did like an expose on the pro-Palestinian guy. I've got it, but it's really far down in the stack because, basically CNN did a hatchet job on the Palestinian dude, the terrorist dude, whatever you want to call him. Yes, and there's this story. The Trump administration. Trump has declared war on the fats. Yes, he has. It started with him saying that he's going to get the Wegovy and Ozempic, the price reduced by up to 90%, so that he could declare war on all the no fat chicks. That's Trump, not me. I didn't say it. Trump said it. So Trump administration is directing visa officers to deny entry to fat people. No fatties in the country. And others with costly healthcare issues argue they could burden the U.S. healthcare and taxpayers. Trump, I'm fat, and I agree with Trump on this. This doesn't happen until 2026. No abuelas. Yes, Trump did this. The new Trump directive could deny more visas based on applicants' health and finances. A new directive by Donald Trump, President of the United States, said it can make it more difficult for foreigners to visit or live in the United States if they have certain medical conditions such as diabetes or obesity, or lack the economic resources and assets to support themselves, which is the way it's supposed to be. That's the way it was for the longest time. You couldn't even come here unless you could prove that you could support yourself, because we didn't want people coming here and then going, oh, we need your help, and we're, whatever you want to call it, asylum. You know, help me, help me, help me. Help me, sir, help me, help me, help me. The guidance issued last week in a cable from the State Department and obtained by the Associated Press directs embassy and consular officials to comprehensively and thoroughly vet visa applicants to demonstrate that they will not need to rely on public benefits from the government at any time after their admission into the U.S. The way it's supposed to be. Experts say it could further limit who gets to enter the country at a time when the Republican administration is already tightening those rules. Yes. We don't want people coming here just to suck on our welfare. Yes. Similarly, Wegovy, approved for chronic weight management, is now available for $4.90 a month for cash payments. Yeah, but they're going to lower it to it's going to get dropped down to like $100, like 120 or something like that. They said. And they're setting it up so you can buy it directly from the manufacturer. Yeah. It should always have been based on health and finance. It always was. $350 and $150. I thought he did a whole press conference about it, talking about it was going to be like $125 or something. You can buy it directly from the manufacturer. Mm. 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 From Trump RX. Okay. Mm. Yeah. New directive could deny more visas. Yeah. You can't come here if you have diabetes or obesity. Can't, unless you got money. The guidance issued last week. Yep. The directive reveals how the Trump administration interprets public charge, the concept in immigration law that foreigners can be refused entry or permanent residency if they're likely to rely on U.S. government resources, such as certain types of cash and food aid. Yes. We used to make people, if somebody was sponsoring somebody to come, they used to have to sign a paper that if they went on any type of, like, if they went on any type of food support or any type of public aid, that the person that sponsored them would be responsible financially. While federal law already requires those seeking permanent residency or legal status to prove they wouldn't be a public charge, Trump in his first term widened the range of benefit programs that could disqualify an applicant. So see, any benefit program would make you a public charge. Any benefit program. Section 8 housing, doesn't matter. Anything, SNAP benefits, anything. Any of that stuff would make you a public charge. Yeah. In his first term, he widened the range of benefits that could disqualify. Yeah, any benefits disqualifies them as far as I'm concerned. Any benefits. This could lead to a substantial narrowing of immigration, said Julia Galat, Associate Director of the U.S. Immigration Policy Program at the Migration Policy Institute. Yeah, it sounds like a great organization. They're all about migration. The Trump administration is trying to go back to the policies that it worked to implement in the first term. Yes, exactly. KPT says, I'm behind. Paxson is as crooked as they come. Well, he never was found guilty of anything, so. New directive goes further on health. Since returning to office, Trump has pursued a government-wide immigration crackdown that has involved tightening rules on foreigners being let into the country and those already here. Immigration policy experts say the latest guidance could reduce the number of immigrant and non-immigrant visas granted and could disproportionately affect some groups of foreigners seeking access to the U.S., such as older adults and people with low incomes. Yes. We want people to come to add. We don't want people coming here to take from the system. We want people to add to the system. The cable was sent from the State Department headquarters to every U.S. embassy and consulate around the world. The Trump administration is putting the interests of the American people first. That's right. America first. America first. Mm-hmm. This includes enforcing policies that ensure our immigration system is not a burden on the American taxpayer. Yeah. Only the very best. Creme de la creme. That's right, nerdy scuba diver. Only the best can come. That's right. Julio says, I don't want people coming here at all. Austin. Hey, Trumpinator, what's up, buddy? Nice to see Austin is Commieland. Austin used to be like weird. It used to be like keep Austin weird and all this stuff. Now it's getting really weird. The Hart-Celler Act was the worst of the amnesty to come. Trump agreed, thankfully, we're still a blue state. Since 1965, national became 30% less white. Oh, yeah, the Immigration and Nationalization Act of 1965 or whatever kind of fucked a lot of stuff up. Because we went from, instead of being like, we went to like familial ties instead of like merit, like, who can help the country. It changed to like, if you had, once one person got in, they could bring a whole bunch of people, like chain migration. That's when chain migration started. Hey, Rodney says, fattest. I'm not a fatist. I'm just like, we have enough here. We have enough fat people already in the United States that we don't need to import any more fat people. I mean, I've been to Walmart. Have you been to Walmart? We don't need to import any more fat people. You believe Ted Kennedy introduced the bill? Oh yeah, of course, Ted Kennedy. He did that to cover his tracks after he murdered Mary Jo Kopechne. You got to have a certain amount of income or invested money to get into many other countries. Oh, definitely. Hey. Gypsy says, oh, look, I came back. Here's my like. Thanks, Gypsy. So nice to see you. It's great for you to be here. I was missing you. I was wondering where you were. I was writing people asking, where's Gypsy? Will Gypsy ever come back? Yes. Enough fat people in the chat, to be honest. Okay. I don't know about that. I don't know. As far as I'm concerned, everybody in the chat is just perfectly fine. They're the greatest chat in the world. All right. There couldn't be a better chat. No better chat in the world than this chat. Note to self, stay out of. I don't know. Oh, Walmart. Yeah. Walmart. Lol. Renee Collins says, I was there today. Not a lot of fat people here. Well, it depends on what part of the country you're in, I think. I don't know. I don't know. Just saying. It's a thing that they say, Walmarts. Especially if you go in the Midwest, a Walmart in the Midwest of the country. Whoa. Trumpinator says, Jim, I weigh on 385 pounds. Well, that's pure muscle, though, Trumpinator. That's pure muscle. It's because you're carrying all of us. That's why you're going to get that much weight. Mostly Indians here. Uh-oh. I'm a biscuit short of $4 bills. What? Immigrants seeking entry to the U.S. already undergo a medical exam by a physician who's been approved by a U.S. embassy. They are screened for communicable diseases like tuberculosis and asked to disclose any history of drug or alcohol use, mental health conditions, or violence. They're also required to have a number of vaccinations. Well, I don't think, are they going to lie and just say like, nah, I never killed anybody before? The new directive goes further with more specific requirements. The cable says consular officials must consider a range of specific detail about people seeking visas, including their age, health, family status, finances, education, skills, and any past use of public assistance, regardless of the country. It also says they should assess the applicant's English proficiency and can do so by conducting interviews in English. Oh, that's brutal. Conducting interviews in English. Another note, never go to Park or Walmart in Anchorage, Alaska. All homeless natives. Oh, wow. Really? Mandate Given says, I'm a $1.80 soaking wet. Oh, God, I remember when I was a $1.80. I need to get back to a $1.80. I really do. I went to my local Costco last week, and I felt like I was in a Moroccan bazaar. Were they doing like the snake charming and stuff? Like, and get them to come out of the baskets and everything? Just say no. That's right. Just say no. Experts say the directive could broaden who gets AAP. Broaden who gets denied a visa. Well, hopefully it broadens it to like all of them. Among the medical conditions that could disqualify an applicant are chronic conditions, obesity, high blood pressure, cardiovascular, metabolic, and neurological diseases, depression, anxiety, mental health conditions that can require hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of care, the cable says. Dick Parker's here. Left my like, be back after the cult meeting. Oh, is Joe streaming tonight? Okay. I didn't know Joe was streaming tonight. I didn't get any alerts or nothing. Oh, man. I feel bad. He doesn't even tell me anymore when he's going to stream. He just streams. He doesn't even say, hey, Jim, you want to stream? You want to come by and talk to me? Just streams on his own. Just streams on his own. It also tells consular officials that whenever an applicant is seeking to use finances to satisfy a public charge requirement, they should request a review the applicant's bank and financial documents, evidence of their assets, checking, savings, brokerage, and trust funds, and retirement accounts. Who's Joe? Well, Joe is a good friend. I don't think they should be screened until they pass a TB test. Definitely. Joe Norman. Yeah, he doesn't tell us either. Joe Norman. Yeah, he's a great golfer, Mr. Greg Norman's brother. He's the guy who taught Greg Norman everything he knows about that beautiful swing. He's had so many sound problems. It's StreamYard. And I think it's whatever StreamYard did, they did some changes, and that's why I had problems today going to Instagram. It wouldn't go to Instagram. So Instagram's not going tonight. So if people were on Instagram, yes, we all know who Good Logic Joe Esquire is, the Blue Genie. Yeah. I know who it is. Just saw he's live now. Might have reached out because of the audio problems he's been having. No, he's fine. He's fine. I talk to him all the time. Fun fact, obese people are more likely to have a cancer at some point in their life. Mm-hmm. Updates are terrible. Yeah. Yeah, the updates. StreamYards did some weird stuff where like you could stream like in horror, like this landscape and also portrait at the same time. And they keep trying to tell people to do it to YouTube in both forms. So 2 videos to YouTube at the same time, which that doesn't make any sense to me. But so Instagram is better in portrait because that's how Instagram's set up. But it would not do anything to, like, it wouldn't go tonight. So I just had to get rid of it. It would not pick it up. He's had 2 cancers in my life. They cost me a fortune. Oof. But those were ex-wives, Julio. You could have cut those out a lot earlier. Just saying. Wow, you noticed you went up 0.01 in subscriptions. You are growing. Oh. Did I? Hey, what's up? What's up, Castro? How you doing, Jacob? Nice to see you. Yes, I went up last night, actually. I went all the way up to... it was all the way up yesterday to, let's see where we're at now. We were all the way at 1637 last night, and then we dropped back to 1633. So 4 people, four different people unsubscribed because unsubscribed because I redirected to Racket's show, which I was like, what? Really? Someone actually said they were gonna, and I was like, and I had already did it. I was like, oh, well, I'm sorry. I mean, I'm just trying to send people to go watch a show that I find entertaining. Have I ever seen the Anomaly YouTube channel always criticizing Trump, saying he's in bed with Pfizer and Bill Gates and blames him for the vaccine, but is right wing? No, I've never seen that YouTube channel. Doesn't sound very right wing to me. But then again, there's a whole bunch of people who claim to be right wing who were never Trumpers, and they're still never Trumpers. And those people are right now trying to cause a problem, accusing Tucker Carlson of all types of shit and trying to excise Tucker Carlson. And you might, whatever you might want to say about Candace Owens. I mean, she's a little loony and a wackadoo, but she's got like the most popular show in the podcast right now. Like she's like going neck and neck with Rogan for show wise. So saying you're going to excise her out of, like, how do you kick, like, how could you kick Joe Rogan out of something? You can't. Oh, because Anomaly isn't right wing. Okay, that's what I figured. No snap, Walmart is empty. I went to the store today and I was shocked at how empty the store was. I didn't go to Walmart. I went to the Publix, but it was like, there was no lines or nothing. Yeah. Nuttier than a fruitcake. Yeah. She is, but you're not going to get rid of her. You're not going to make her go away. There's no way you're getting rid of somebody who's pulling, 5 million views on videos. You're just not. It's not happening. There's no way, especially when she's getting more views than any of the people that are trying to cancel her. So it's almost impossible. He supported Trump, but then became critical of him for the anti-Semitism hate speech laws, saying they violate free speech. He supported DeSantis in the 2024 primary. Okay, here's the simple fact, though. Anybody who supported DeSantis those were all the Never Trump, anti-Trump people from 2016. That's who all those people were. You can look at them all. Every one of them. And they're all right back to their same shit. That's all I'm going to say. DeSantis picked the wrong crowd to run with. I love him as my governor. But he made a big mistake siding with the rhinos. Yet I watch her. Yeah. Well, she's very entertaining. It's like, what's Candace going to say next? Although the guidelines primarily impact people outside the United States or those seeking to renew their visas, some experts warn it could also affect family members of people already living in the U.S. who would like to come to visit or live with them. Well, yes, it could. Because we're not going to allow people to come live with their family in the U.S. and then they're going to all collect welfare from us. That's just stupid. It says, Adriana Cadena, executive director of Protecting Immigrant Families, said the policy is dangerous, and impacts immigrant families living legally in the U.S. It says the difference between Rogan and Owens is Owens has only gained views because of controversy. Rogan is pure. Yeah. Well, no. I'm just saying though. The only way to cancel is not to watch. Well, that's the thing. You can cancel anybody by just not watching them. But these people that think they're going to cancel somebody when the people they're trying to cancel like way overshadow them. Like when Candace Owens left the Daily Wire, she only got bigger. Her show. Now, why? I don't know. I mean, I don't know. But it just has. He says, I watched Jay Witt reacting to Candace live streams. Always a good watch. She's profiting off of Charlie Kirk's death to pay for the Macron lawsuit if she loses. I don't understand that, Macron. Like, I don't understand why she would have went so hard on that Macron lawsuit thing. Like, I don't know. I mean, the chick does look weird. Macron's wife looks odd, like oddly, like almost not like I would say, like, is that a man? Is that a woman? I don't know, but I wouldn't say things, like go that hard on it. Jim had too many Bellatrix, more antacid. No, I had some of the best beef stroganoff I've ever had for dinner. But and I don't know why. I mean, it's just I don't know why it gave me heartburn. Maybe it was because I made it using au jus from a standing rib that I used to cut. Anyway, so basically the Jew, maybe that's what it did it, because it was like kind of I didn't degrease it. I should have degreased it, but I like it like that. I like it greasy. I like it extra greasy. It's reported breadth and secrecy drive confusion and concern that deter lawful present immigrants and U.S. citizens, immigrant families from getting help and care for when they qualify under federal law. See, right there, this person is saying like, oh, we want these people to get help and care from the government, even though they're immigrants. Oh, Joe says, happy Veterans Day to my fellow vets. Special salute to the fallen. Yes, that's right. To the lost. Why Brigitte and not Big Mike? That's interesting. Yes. Happy Veterans Day. You don't drink enough water, Jim. You know what? That's probably it. I don't drink enough water. I really don't. What did she ever prove about Kamala's father? Nothing. Yes. Thoughts on Dave Smith? I had a masturbating cow. No, beef stroganoff. Dave Smith. I like his comedy. I've seen him live in comedy. It's pretty good. Back is like Libertas, I think it was, or Libertard or something. Libertard maybe or something. Liber retard was funny. He's got principles. He doesn't change his opinion just depending on who the person is or anything like that or what it is. I don't think. I think he buys into too much of the stuff about Israel. Like he believes everything that these people say, like no matter what, without a heart. Like, oh, well, this doctor said that they're targeting kids. It's like, what proof do you have that happened? I mean, like, I don't like to even get into this stuff because it's not my fight. It has nothing to do with me. But I just think he's like, anti-Israel Jew funny, but not smart on foreign policy and too much of a downer. Yeah. Like, he claims he's all into foreign policy, but then he just basically takes anybody who says anything bad about the U.S. or Israel or any of the allies and takes their word for everything and never questions like, hey, well, show me any proof. That's the only thing I'd say about him. Like he's right on some stuff, and some stuff I disagree with him on, you like him on Legion of Skanks, not his politics. I like my comedians and politics separate. Yeah. Well, he tried. I think a lot of like Legion of Skanks was great. Like, especially when it was on Compound Media, they were great. Like they would go, like when they first started Compound Media, they were doing Legion of Skanks from Anthony's house. That was wild to watch. U.S. officials familiar with the new guidelines say that the change applies to immigrant visas and to non-immigrant visas known as B2s, which allows for short-term stays that include personal visits and medical treatments. Watch Candace go overboard on Epstein soon? Probably. Yeah. Much discretion is left to consular officers to interpret the guidance as they seem fit. Immigration attorney Stephen Heller said, but he added that the guidance represents a messaging shift from approaching visa applications in a favorable light towards considering all circumstances to find a reason to deny them. Greg Gutfeld's a good example of political community. Yes. Well, and Greg Gutfeld, Greg Gutfeld has some of the best writers. Like the people that are writing for the Greg Gutfeld show, they're people that I'm sure you've heard of. Like Nick DiPaolo, now my mind is blanking. Oh, Jim Norton, Tom Shalhoub. What's the other guy's name? There's like 5 or 6 really, really good comedians that write for Gutfeld show. and write all the jokes. Like Gutfeld's not writing those jokes. Let's be honest. Gutfeld's a guy who came over from Men's Health magazine to Fox. He's got great ideas. He comes up with good shows. Red Eye was fantastic. Red Eye was an awesome show. And then what's it called? In the Five. Gutfeld owns the Five. That's his show. He owns that. It's not Fox's show. He has ownership of the Five. Why do anti-Israel grifters like Massey obsessed with Epstein so much? I don't know. You could be a writer of jokes. I don't know. The new guidance is about messaging. Hitler said, Heller, why did I say they are being given clearance to use the totality of circumstances as a sword rather than a shield. I loved it when he had his mom on Red Eye. Finished working on my teenager's schoolwork. Sorry, I'm so late. Jim, do me a favor, start the show over. Well, I'll do it, man. For you, Joe, anything. You wish Patrice O'Neill had lived long enough to be on Gutfeld. Oh, man. Was Patrice never on Red Eye? Because Patrice was still alive when Red Eye was on. I think he was on Red Eye, wasn't he? I'm pretty sure Patrice was on Red Eye at least once. Maybe not, but I could swear. Because Red Eye went off the air in like 2015, 2016, something like that. 2014, 2015. And when did Patrice die? Patrice died in like, what, 2014, 2015? Or am I wrong? Was it earlier than that? Was it 2012? Anyway. Might have been made it to a couple episodes, but not the same format or as popular as God. Oh yeah, Joe Mackey. That's right. Joe Mackey writes a lot of his jokes, and then there's another guy, the guy that's like he died 2011. Oh my God, that long ago? Holy shit! I didn't know it's been 14 years. Wow. Gundam says to my fellow peeps who raised their hand and slapped on a uniform. Well, I will say to those, to the lost. And then on to this story. MS-13 gang members from LA County convicted of 6 murders committed to advance their standing in the gang. Is it just me or is Gen Z too obsessed with Israel, asking Vance and Eric Trump Israel questions at turning point events? They are. I don't know why they're all like about Israel. I don't get it. I really don't. I mean, believe me, I don't. My son is like obsessed with Israel, and I'm like, dude, just let it go, man. Let it go. Patisse talked the truth about Hollywood in a great deal. No. You didn't hijack the show. You're fine, man. This is the show. This is the show. Is me talking to the chat and telling news stories. And I don't, I like it where I can talk to the chat and, do things. Yeah, that's right. He never took the easy way to get famous. No, he didn't, man. He basically told, like, I'm trying to think what show it was. He got a show picked up. And then he immediately, when he got the show picked up, he's like, I'm firing that guy. And so he's like, and then he didn't get basically said, fuck it. And blew the show up. Hey, Scorpio, what's up, man? Great to see ya. And then you are welcome to hijack. Yes, man. Everybody's welcome to hijack. Yes, appreciate it. No problem. Everybody's welcome to hijack the show, man. You got a good question? I'll answer it. We'll talk. That's the show. I love this show. I love this show. It's a great, great show. So yeah, 13 gang members, MS-13 gang members convicted for 6 murders. They were convicted in Los Angeles on federal racketeering and murder charges. Defendants were found guilty of carrying out 6 brutal murders involving stabbings, shootings, and beatings with a baseball bat or a machete. Or a machete? I mean, often disposing of the bodies in the Angeles National Forest. Sentencing is scheduled for July 2026, when each of the convicted gang members will face a mandatory sentence of life in prison. Well, if it's a mandatory sentence of life in prison, why don't they just tell them life? Or are they going to get death, maybe? A federal jury in Los Angeles found 5 MS-13 gang members guilty of racketeering and murder following a 9-week trial. The convictions stem from a string of brutal killings that occurred between 2017 and 2019 in the areas that included the Angeles National Forest, the San Fernando Valley, which prosecutors say were carried out in advance of the members standing in the gang. Oh, you love this chat? There you go. Yes. And he says, I'm not going to be upset giving Israel $11 of taxpayer money when we have USAID and government workers making $100,000 a year and they never show up. I mean, I always look at it like this. I think Israel, basically like the aid that we give to Israel, is more or less just like a discount on the stuff they buy. Like, they're not going to pay retail. They're just not going to pay retail when they buy weapons from us. They want to get wholesale prices. You know, that's how they operate. They want wholesale. They're not going to pay retail. So, you know, they get 30% off retail and they buy, you know, a couple billion, like 10 or $11 billion worth of weapons from us. And then they get a $3 billion, you know, rebate or whatever you want to call it. I don't know. You don't beat somebody with a machete. Yeah. No, you don't. Gen Z is obsessed with Israel because they think we're a puppet state. How could we be a puppet? I mean, need to go after the businesses employing the illegal, start sending owners to jail. Definitely. Got to start doing it. Got to start sending. Yeah, if you hire an illegal, you're just as guilty. So what happens if is the Mexicans move into Fed Park lands and they steal the water and they kill anyone who finds it? Oh yeah, that was a big thing in California. They were doing grows, you know, big industrial grows on the California land because it's a lot easier to just grow the pot there. And then especially because it was when they legalized all the pot stuff, what it did was it opened up the market where it was just really easy to. You can't remember the last execution in California. Well, this is federal court, so. It's not state court. This is federal court. So they could get executed at Leavenworth or at the Supermax in Colorado. The guilty verdicts. What we know is the 9-week trial concluded Monday with the convictions of the 5 gang members. The federal jury found the following individuals guilty of various racketeering and murder charges. Walter Chavez Loren, 26 of Panorama City, was found guilty of 1 count of conspiracy to violate the RICO Act and 2 counts of violent crimes in aid of racketeering, VCAR, murder. Edwin Martinez, 28 of Cypress Park, Cypress Hill, baby, was found guilty of 1 count of conspiracy to violate the RICO Act and 3 counts of VCAR murder. Roberto Alejandro Corrado Ortiz of Baldwin Park was found guilty of 1 count of conspiracy to violate the RICO Act and 2 counts of VCAR murder. Brian Alexander Rosales Arias of South Los Angeles was found guilty of 1 count of VCAR murder. Eric Eduardo Rosales Arias of South Los Angeles was found guilty of 1 count of VCAR murder. The charges related to the Los Angeles cliques focused on gang rules that required members to use murder and extreme violence to rise within the ranks. Not of Baldwin Park, like of Venezuela. Or we give them money and in return they pay our government officials to pass bills to give them more money and now everyone's corrupt and rich. That's why. Well, I mean, it kind of like happened with Ukraine, right? Ukraine, we sent all this money to Ukraine and then Ukraine gave a bunch of money to those FTX guys and those crypto people, and those crypto people gave the money back to all the Democrats. So look, George Carlin said it best. It's a big club and you ain't in it. It's a racket. It really is. The timeline. The charges relate to 6 murders in Los Angeles counties committed between 2017 and 2019, including killings in remote mountainous locations and the San Fernando Valley. The victims were either members of or perceived to be members of rival gangs. Oh yeah, well, Hunter Biden got a lot of the money too. Yeah. And don't forget the 10% for the big guy. The victims were either members of or perceived to be members of rival gangs. Prosecutors stated that some victims were strangled, shot, stabbed with knives or machete, beaten with a baseball bat. Their bodies were, in some cases, thrown off a cliff or down a hill in the Angeles National Forest. One victim who claimed he had a leadership role in the gang was taken to the Angeles National Forest and stabbed and hacked to death by his killers, including Chavez. Assailants unsuccessfully tried to decapitate him and left his body behind. Oof. A man rumored to be a rival gang member was lured to his death by 2 teenage girls. He was kidnapped, strangled, beaten with a baseball bat, then fatally stabbed with a large hunting-style knife before his body was thrown off a cliff. Corrado and Brian Rosales were among the assailants. Could you imagine? Could you see MTG running for president? Think at some point he tweet back at Trump should be talked about. The tweet back at Trump. She tweeted at Trump something? A third rumored rival gang member was lured to Malibu Hills, where the victim stood on a scenic overlook. Corrado shot him in the back of the head. Eric Rosales then shot the victim before the gun was passed to others who took turns shooting him. The body was thrown down a hill. In December 2018, Martinez murdered a victim who was shot to death after being mistaken for a rival. And January 13, 2019, Martinez and Chavez murdered a gang associate addicted to methamphetamine, a violation of gang rules, and he was shot to death. January 14, 2019, Martinez family fatally shot a homeless man for having a tattoo believed to be related to a rival gang. What they're saying, following the verdict, both the U.S. Attorney General Pam Bondi and Los Angeles County District Attorney Nathan Hochman issued statements. The horrific violence in this case underscores the urgency of destroying this gang and putting its depraved members behind bars. Under President Trump, the gang can no longer unleash terror on the American people with impunity. We will eradicate this foreign terrorist organization and secure justice for its victims. These convictions mark one of the most significant victories against MS-13's Los Angeles network in decades. I applaud the jury for their dedication and bravery in finding these individuals guilty of the brutal murders, extortion, and drug trafficking they have inflicted on our communities for years. This is a message to all. We will not tolerate or be intimidated by gangs. And if they try to hold our communities hostage with violence or corruption, we will strike fear into their hearts and put them in prison for the rest of their lives. What's next is that the U.S. District Judge Otis D. Wright II, he's going to come down with a sentencing on July 26. Aztecs bloodied people? Damn. Yeah, it's crazy, right? They never did catch corn pop. No. It was all the cocoa butter. He was too slick. They couldn't get their hands on him. Each of these defendants will face a mandatory sentence of life in federal prison. These convictions follow years of investigations by the Los Angeles Metropolitan Task Force on Violent Gangs, a joint effort between the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department and the Los Angeles Police Department and the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Well, that's that story. Hey, we've been going for an hour and a half, hour and 30 minutes. So I hate to do this, but I'm going to say, please hit the like button if you haven't already hit it, because it really helps with the algorithm and helps me out. You know, if you leave a comment on the video at some point in time after the video is over, that really helps too. And I try to respond to every comment, just so you know. I don't just let them sit there. I respond to them, like everyone. And also, if you haven't subscribed, please consider subscribing. I try to do these shows every night of the week. Granted, I didn't do a show Sunday, and that was because I was really tired and I overslept, but I usually take Wednesday off. It's usually the night I take off, but I don't know if I'll take tomorrow night off. I'll probably stream tomorrow night because, like I said, I took off Sunday, so I feel bad. But other than that, and I just want to remind everybody that we got about an hour left of show. 1 hour left. 1 hour. Unless we hit the goal. And we are $50 away from the goal. Just saying. So we had one donation tonight of $25. That's what gave us Bellavision. But other than that, it's been a slow night. So, you know, and I would remind everyone to remember that this is November and we're looking for more members in November. So if you want to gift memberships to somebody, do it now in November. We're very close. I think we only need to get like 15 or 20 more members and we'll be able to add another emoji to all the emojis. And I have another one all lined up ready to go for you guys. Boy, you're going to like it. Cornelius Ortiz Miguel Popuelo. Okay. Welcome back. That's right. And then Fox has the same story, but we're just going to look real quick. It says, MS-13 gang members found guilty of a string of gruesome killings, bodies dumped off cliffs. What is this? Oh, wait, we might want to watch this. It says, FBI and LAPD raid Mexican mafia-linked gang in California takedown? Really?
Here's why you should switch from Google.
I'm going to have to do something about this. So, yeah, 5. They were all found guilty. Tuesday, I participated in a string of gangland killings. Oh, I'm gonna do this story in a second. We're gonna wait for this to clear. Wait for this to clear out.
By downloading DuckDuckGo.
Yeah,
on
DuckDuckGo
all
is
your
great. I
devices
like
today.
DuckDuckGo. Don't you guys like DuckDuckGo? It's great. Where's the sound? No sound? I guess this is screwed up. No sound. Oh well. So great. Make me wait for the video and then you don't have any fucking sound. Awesome. If something went wrong, yeah, I'll say something went wrong. Man, my computer.
Here's why you should switch from Google to DuckDuckGo on all your devices. DuckDuckGo comes.
Shut up, DuckDuckGo. Let's see. Let's see if it actually plays this time.
With a built-in search engine like Google, but it's private and doesn't spy on your searches. And DuckDuckGo lets you browse like
Hola,
Chrome,
mi
but
amigos.
with
What's
lots
up,
of
man?
cookies and creepy ads
Donating
that
to
follow you
YouTube,
around
give
from
YouTube
Google
30%.
and other
PayPal
companies.
takes less than Uncle
And there's
Sam.
no catch.
Oh yeah,
It's
PayPal.
free.
Update the
You make
money.
from ads,
Oh,
but they don't follow you
Hold on.
around. Join the millions of
Oh.
people taking back their privacy by downloading DuckDuckGo on all your devices today.
another one with no sound. Okay. Oof. I'll update the money. I got $10 from KPT. Thank you. Okay, $10 on PayPal is $15 on YouTube. It should count for 3 targets. I don't know what you mean by 3 targets, but I can't. They have to do it in a way I can't do that. I keep doing this math like that, so they have to do it the way it's actually is. So it's $40. It's $40 until the next thing. I'm sorry, KPT. I have to do it the way it's where I can actually keep track of it. And federal law enforcement officers arrested 14 suspects and leaders of the Rancho San Pedro gang. Rancho San Pedro gang. Thank you very much, KPT. I almost forgot that. What do you know? I use Dog Pillar when I'm serious about a search. Dog pile. Mm-hmm. Oh, I know. I'm trying to educate the people. YouTube doesn't need 30%. Apple takes 30% if you use the app. Yeah, see, a lot of people don't realize that. If you use your phone to donate on YouTube and it's an Apple phone, the person's getting less than 50% of what you donate. Apple takes the first 30%, or Apple takes the first 30%, and then YouTube gets 30% of what's left. So it works out to about 50% that they take. Right about 50%. The era of cartels freely operating in America is over. Every day, the FBI and our partners are dismantling violent networks at the source, stripping their resources. The FBI's Los Angeles field office said agents executed 16 search warrants across San Pedro and nearby communities with the help of the LAPD. Oh, my soundboard is much louder than my volume and it scares you? Okay, I can try and fix that. I can try and fix it. Is that better? Is this better? Is that better, or is it still too loud? Suspects led into custody. The case began in Los Angeles and targeted the gang's leadership, seizing weapons and narcotics and records from homes and meeting spots. Way better. Okay. Investigators say the probe uncovered links between the Rancho San Pedro, the Sinaloa cartel, and 13th Street gang. What about the 2 1s, bro? Not about the 2 1s. 2 1s. 2 1s. Groups allegedly working together to distribute methamphetamine, fentanyl, and heroin through the Southern California. Officials say the takedowns hit the gang with roughly 500 members spread across 6 cliques who pay taxes to the Mexican mafia bosses in state prisons. Ooh la la, that's hot. The action will cause a significant setback to Rancho San Pedro and their Mexican mafia overlords and lead to safer streets for San Pedro residents, said the FBI's Los Angeles Assistant Director Akil Davis. Akil! Davis said the arrest dismantled the command structure of the gang. Anyone else notice we have not heard much about Andrew Bailey since everything in the FBI? Yeah, didn't Andrew Bailey leave Missouri and go to the FBI? What the hell is he doing? Or did that not happen? That was supposed to be later. It wasn't like an immediate thing, I thought. LAPD Chief Jim McDonnell praised Harbor Division detectives for building the case step by step, inch by inch. Slowly they turned. Is that treatment helping with my tummy? Oh, yeah, this is good. You guys, if you don't know, I'll show you what this is. Right, look. They sell this. It's called a Brioski. It's a lemon candy with the fizzy stuff. Like, it's basically like, you know what Alka-Seltzer is, obviously. Brioski is it's from Italy, and it's stuff you put in a drink. You add it to the drink, and it fizzles just like, it's lemon flavored. It fizzes just like Alka-Seltzer. But this is a candy, and it has the stuff inside of it. So as you're sucking it, it fizzles. And he was sworn in. So I wonder what he's doing. But check it out. They sell it on Amazon. You can buy it. You can buy like a 2-pound bag for like $15, I think. And it's like 100 of them. And they work, man. If you get heartburn, you eat one or two of those. And they taste really good. It's basically candy. It's like an after-dinner candy to help with digestion. The federal complaint alleges 13 defendants under the Racketeer Influence and Corruption RICO Act and a 14th as a felon in possession. Prosecutors say the crew trafficked in meth, fentanyl, heroin, cocaine, and PCP while stockpiling guns to enforce orders. They enforce the orders. We enforce the orders. That's what we do. We enforce the orders. Nice doggy. Yeah, nice doggy. Agents also served warrants at affiliated gang locations across the South Bay as they pursued cartel supply lines tied to Sinaloa. Acting U.S. Attorney Bill Acele said the case shows the power of partnerships, and the California Attorney General Rob Bonta said the raids took illegal weapons and dangerous drugs off the streets. He was sworn in August 18th by Pammy Poo. So what's he been up to? Maybe he's doing stuff behind the scenes. Yeah, they're Stroganoff suppressors. Yeah. If convicted, most defendants face life in prison. All 14 were due in court in the U.S. District Court in Los Angeles on Tuesday, officials said. More arrests could follow as the investigation continues. Related tuckets, draws, Mexican cartel violence. Okay. And we got this story. The Supreme Court has sided with President Trump. Don't put Alka-Seltzer in your mouth. It will make you go crazy. Well, that's what I'm saying. These are like an Alka-Seltzer in your mouth, but it's not as fizzy in your mouth. It just goes and you swallow it, and it has whatever the stuff, like basically what's in Alka-Seltzer, but not as strong, and it doesn't taste as bitter because there's no aspirin. That's the thing you got to watch out with Alka-Seltzer. There's aspirin in Alka-Seltzer. You got to be careful. You know, if you have ulcers, aspirin's not good. It could be a problem. And that's not medical advice. That's just advice, or opinion, whatever. So they sided with President Trump, extending its pause on the lower court order that demanded the administration pay out full SNAP benefits despite the ongoing government shutdown. The move keeps the aid freeze in place while legal challenges continue. I hope he's auditing cash. More a disappointment than I could have ever imagined. Yeah. I tried it once, didn't have water. Oof. My mom made the best beef stroganoff. It's been 20 years since I've had it. Let's see.
News in our Law and Justice lead, the United States Supreme Court just issued a new order when it comes to SNAP benefits or food stamps. Let's get right to CNN's chief Supreme Court analyst, Joan Biskupic. Joan, what do we know?
Good to see you, Jake. The Supreme Court's order just now essentially postpones the effect of lower court's decisions that said the Trump administration was required to restart the SNAP benefits. This is the nutritional supplements for what had been known as food stamps for some 40 million Americans nationwide. The court originally had an order that would have allowed the SNAP benefits to continue as of about midnight tonight. And because of what's going on the Hill, I'm sure that's the reason, even though they didn't give a justification, they've now extended their order, pausing the lower court decision that says the SNAP benefits have to come out. They've paused that till Thursday night, which obviously will allow for House consideration of this new bill for tomorrow on Wednesday that would possibly restart the government. I think the Supreme Court hopes that its involvement, the involvement of the federal judiciary in this issue, is soon going to be moot. But it does mean in reality that the possibility that the SNAP benefits would have picked up tonight, as the court had originally signaled, just isn't going to happen, and it's going to be either when the Congress reopens the government and allows these benefits.
This is supposed to be a fucking legal analyst. Did you hear her give any legal opinion at all? Any legal opinion? Like, well, you know, the Supreme Court did what's right because the lower court has no authority to order the executive branch to take money that it's not authorized to take from one thing and spend it on something else that's forbidden in the Constitution. And the executive doesn't have the power to do that. What's your caution with aspirin every now and again? No. Aspirin every now and again, like if you take like a baby aspirin for your heart or something like that, or for your blood pressure, stuff like that, that's fine. Or if you take aspirin for your headaches, it's just taking aspirin with, if you have like an ulcer, all right, or something like that in your stomach, and you take Alka-Seltzer and the aspirin in it, from what I was told when like growing up, if you have an ulcer and you take Alka-Seltzer, it can cause the bleed to get worse. So that's all. But anyway, what's this lady? She's not even saying like, yeah, no, legally this is what they're doing. And there's nothing absolutely wrong with aspirin, taking it like if you're taking it for a headache, or it works. It really does, and all that stuff. It's just you've got to be really careful with, because what aspirin does to your blood, if you have any type of bleed or anything like that, it can be a problem. That's all.
It's to start flowing out, or Thursday night when the court's order kicks in.
Joan, was the vote unanimous?
No, Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson, our most liberal member of the court, she dissented. She wanted those benefits to flow immediately. She had originally handled this case. She's what we call the circuit justice from the region that this had arisen in Rhode Island. And her original order, it was her order that said that that the postponement of the lower court judge's order that these benefits had to start being distributed, that should happen tonight. And she voted against any kind of postponement, but her voice was a lone one, Jake.
Joan Biskupic, thanks so much. My next guest says he lost a leadership role in the Kansas.
Yeah, her voice was a lone one because it's not the correct legal question. Yeah, Jackson is retarded. Well, I think she did it purposely because she got so much. She originally was the one who paused it on her own without it going to the rest of the court, because she knew it was the right legal thing to do. So why all of a sudden did she change her mind? Oh, it's because she got a bunch of shit from all her crazy leftist people saying, "What are you doing? Make Trump pay." Like, Trump's not a king, remember? He can't just take money from one thing and spend it on something else. He can only spend money where it's authorized by Congress. That's how the Constitution works. That's the government we have, checks and balances. And when you have a court, a judge that decides that they're going to be the boss of not only just the president but the Congress. I mean, what the judge ordered would have been the same if he would have ordered Congress to restart the government. Why didn't he order the Senate to pass the bill, to sign this continuing resolution? Same thing. KBT says, well, when did EBT start being accepted at fast food places? As a kid, we were on food stamps for a few months and we couldn't even get soda at the grocery store. There's a difference between like WIC is for the women and children stuff, is specific food items that you can get from the store. Like they give you a list of things that you can get. You get so many pounds of cheese, so many gallons of milk, so many cans of formula, so much, so many dollars worth of fruits and vegetables and stuff like that, and different grains. That's WIC, that's how it all should be, personally. If you got, honestly, the food SNAP, that's how SNAP should be too. It should be like, no, you get this food. You get food. Basically the way it is now is they give you EBT, and the EBT has, like, it's basically food or cash, and you can use it as cash, I believe, at fast food places, but you can use it at the grocery store for food. I think that's how it works. Yeah, those were food stamps in the 1977s. Yeah, in the 70s and the 80s even, you had stamps. You had to go with the stamps, and we had a $5 stamp, a $10 stamp. Nutrition. Yes, nutrition. Aspirin is also acidic. It's salicylic acid. Yes. Supreme Court sides with the president. SCOTUS has extended their pause of an activist judge order requiring Trump to pay out full benefits despite the government being shut down. The left lost again. You can't come up with money from nothing. The government will ideally be open Thursday, and then SNAP will be funded. So let's see what this is. Fox. Let's see if they're gonna give.
That's exactly right. We're waiting for some reaction. That's exactly right. We're waiting for some reaction from the White House. We're told that the Supreme Court extended its temporary pause on the Trump administration sending out those SNAP benefits to more than 40 million Americans, meaning that this is a temporary victory for the White House. They do not have to send out these SNAP benefits that many count on until at least 11:59 p.m. on Thursday. But it is.
All right, it's not a victory. Holy fuck. I mean, these people, I swear, they don't have the money. They don't have the money. There's no money there. All right. If there was money there, they'd have no problem with paying it. They weren't trying to cut the people off of SNAP. It's just they don't have the money. It's technically illegal for Trump to do what they wanted him to do. He would be breaking the law. Hey, Vince is here. What's up? Hello, fellow Jimsomniacs. Yes, right. We're all here for you. How many dies? He means 43 million. Yeah.
Possible the shutdown ends by then. It looks like it's moving that way. But of course, Brett, in Washington, D.C., in 2025, nothing is done until it's done. That's exactly right. We're waiting for some reaction.
Nothing is done until it's done. Bella is snoring. I don't know if you guys can hear her. I mean, I hear her. I don't know. She's snoring away. Supreme Court keeps full SNAP payments on hold with short-term order. Aspirin is sourced from willow bark. Is it? Oh. The Supreme Court on Tuesday extended a short-term order that allows the Trump administration to withhold paying the full SNAP benefits. They didn't have the money. Why is Jim against the God-given right of food stamps for the people? Are you a communist? Are you against the Constitution, Jim? Well, are you? No. I'm not against it at all. What I think should happen, though, is it shouldn't be the way it is. It should be like WIC, where, you get a list of the foods that you can get, and that's it. And here you go. You can get so much fruit and vegetables. You can get meats, cheeses, and stuff like that, because actually in WIC, there is no meat in WIC. No meat included in WIC. It's just... which is weird, why they would have, like, you get milk, you can get eggs too. WIC, you get eggs, milk, cheese, and then fruits and vegetables, and like formula and cereal and stuff like that. But SNAP is like whatever they spend the money on. And I mean, many times I've been offered by people to buy their, many people I've been offered to buy, like, oh, here, I have EBT, why don't you give me, or whatever, food stamps, go with me to the store and you can buy a bunch of steak and then just give me half the money. And I'm like, no, I won't participate in that. I tell the people, no, I won't do it. It says the natives chewed on willow things, made willow tea, and powdered willow bark poultices. Cool. The God-given right to government paid for food, that right doesn't exist. I appreciate when you play along for the chat. I know Jim is not for this dumbassery. I know. I'll play along, though. No fruit in WIC? No, there is now. There's fruits and vegetables in WIC now. There is. Mm-hmm. You've been asked to participate in that scam? Yes, I've been asked to participate in that scam. And I told, no. The fast-moving emergency appeal at the Supreme Court over a SNAP benefit program, benefits that help more than 40 million Americans, as well as several lawsuits playing out in lower courts, would almost certainly be dismissed as moot if the historic shutdown ends in the coming days. But until that happens, the administrative stay that Ketanji Brown Jackson 5 issued Friday will continue to block a lower court order that requires the administration to provide full food benefits. In a brief order on Tuesday, the court said it was extending the administrative stay through the end of the day Thursday. Justice Jackson 5 dissented from the extension. Along with the canceled flights and spiraling legal battle over food stamps, became a defining and tangible impact of the shutdown. The groups challenging the administration told the Supreme Court in a brief that SNAP beneficiaries had now gone 10 days without help they need to afford food. And that millions of Americans, including children, were going hungry. Well, WIC had their money. They got the WIC payments out. That's women, infants, and children. Nearly 42 million Americans, how many of them are not Americans, receive food stamps on a staggered basis through each month. Nearly 27 million should have gotten their allotments by Monday, according to estimates for Code for America. See, which I don't think that's true either, because I thought a bunch of the stuff is staggered. Like some people, depending on what your birthday is or name or something, last name's letter, it staggers like each day, like different days people get it. So that it doesn't all go out on one day. Households receive around $350 on average each month to help them buy food. Well, we already know several people in the chat have told us they only get like $20, $30. So if $350 is the average and those people get $20, $30, that means some people are getting thousands. Just saying, that's how averages work. And says mom would take her friend to the grocery store. Mom would pay half the bill in cash and they'd go to the bar. Some people just suck. Yeah. Yes. Going to snuggle the papillons with you on TV. Love and blessings to you all. Well, thank you. Thank you. Give them hugs and kisses. Sweet, sweet dreams. The administration countered that a lower court that ordered the full SNAP was out of line, requiring the U.S. Department of Agriculture to transfer $4 billion out of one fund into another, and that the Justice Department warned the lower court's order on food aid inject the federal courts into political branches, closing efforts to end this shutdown. You've got $0 in food stamps since ever. Under a separate order that was not before the court, the administration relied on contingency funds to pay partial food stamp benefits for November. The question before the Supreme Court then was whether the administration could be required to pay full benefits. Yeah, I personally think they should have challenged the contingency thing too and got that all straightened out. Amid multiple and varied USDA guidance memos to states, a number of states sent either full or partial November payments to their residents. At least 16 states have provided beneficiaries with their full allotments for the next month, and another 5 states have sent partial payments. The food stamp program has been in legal limbo since last month, when officials said recipients would not receive their payments for November due to a lapse in government funding. See, technically, I don't think there's been any appropriation for food stamps in over 5 years. I think 2018 was the last time the money, it was actually a budget thing, that it's been just continuing resolution after continuing resolution after continuing resolution. Yeah. The decision prompted 2 lawsuits, with 2 federal judges ruling that the agency would at least tap into the contingency funds or at its discretion use other revenue. The USDA opted to fund partial benefits, but warned it could take weeks or months for some states to recalculate the allotments. The nonprofit groups challenged President Trump, raced back to court last week to argue that the court should require USDA to fully fund the benefits to get the money out the door quickly. KPT says, I was 9 to 11 when we received food stamps. Divorces take too long sometimes. Yes. Yeah, my divorce took 6 years. 6 years. And hundreds of thousands of dollars. It was brutal. Brutal. The last official budget, I think, was under Clinton. Was it that long ago? Wow. Maybe then I was wrong. McConnell obliged. He ruled the administration had not worked fast enough to ensure at least partial benefits reached millions, and that they'd acted arbitrarily and capriciously when it decided against providing full benefits. It says, well, we don't have the money. Well, that's arbitrary and capricious. The administration quickly appealed to the Boston First Circuit and then the Supreme Court. And Jackson, who handles emergency appeals from the First Circuit, issued what's known as an administrative stay, effectively putting McConnell's orders on hold for a few days so the lower courts could review the case. Jackson's emergency order was set to expire a few minutes before midnight on Tuesday. The justice did not explain her decision to dissent from the court's extension. Yeah, she just dissented because people yelled at her. Child support with 4 kids and went on the way, delayed while the divorce was pending. $97. Wow, 97. That's a long time. Was that the last time it was balanced budget too? And that balanced budget was just a bunch of, accounting trickery because it was balanced for 20 minutes. And then AP has the same story basically. Supreme Court extends its order. Same thing from ABC, NBC. Trump administration gets longer Supreme Court pause on the full food stamps benefits. All right. Then we got this. The Senate passes legislation to reopen the government on a 60-40 vote on Wednesday. Oh, it's going to go to the House vote on Wednesday. House vote on Wednesday. Yeah, kick the can down the road, balanced budget. Yeah. The Senate has advanced its bill to fund the government by a 60-40 vote. The House is expected to vote on the bill Wednesday. Rand Paul voted with the Democrats. Of course, Rand Paul voted with the Democrats. KPT says, my sister had 3 young kids. Her hubby was injured. And in Texas, she was told, you're the wrong color for assistance. No joke. The Northern Lights are spectacular tonight. Is it really? They won't get away with it? Where are you at? How far south? They're supposedly going to be visible all the way to Alabama. That's what they said. All the way to Alabama. You can see them if you go outside. And I'll tell you a little trick. If you go outside and you can't see anything with the naked eye, as they say, take your phone. If you have a newer phone, that has like the multiple cameras like this on the back. If you're in Minnesota, you should be able to see them great there. If you take your phone and put the camera on and look at the sky, the camera will pick up a lot of infrared light stuff that you can't see, and you'll see it on the camera. It'll pick it up, and so you might try that, and you can see some really, really good stuff. Really, really good stuff if you do that. See what this is. New picture. The one night I could see it overcast. Well, it's going to be tonight and tomorrow, Gundam Zig. Tomorrow is supposed to actually be more stuff happening tomorrow. Sunshine Residential Homes bribed Governor Katie Hobbs and Arizona Democrats with $400,000 and in return got millions more in state money. Send them all to jail. John Fetterman voted with Republicans. Several Democrats joined Republicans to pass the vote. I saw somewhere, do I have it here? That I might have it I might have it here. Hold on, let me look and see if I got it. See if I got it here. Maybe it's in my bookmarks. Let me look. I had a bookmark of where is it? 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 There it is. I got it here. All right. I knew I had it. Sorry. The Senate is now taking a final vote on its funding package, and we're open to government app for House approval. You read that Fort Myers would see them? I hope so. I'll go look, but 30 years ago, your husband proposed to you. We worked hard to keep us together, so our 3 kids never do an empty pantry. That's awesome. That's awesome. The Northern Lights are better seen with an iPhone video. Yeah, that's what I was, that's what I was saying. Like the your camera, whatever, can pick up more stuff than your eyes can. So voting now, so their final passage, and hopefully they'll open by Wednesday. And the Senate overwhelmingly rejected Rand Paul's hemp amendment. What was the hemp amendment? The Senate's expected to vote this evening on passing a government funding bill. What is the hemp amendment? What the fuck is that talking about? Vote expected to include an amendment on provision for the hemp industry from Rand Paul. Earlier reported Paul delayed a vote on the final package to reopen the government. And Republican and Democrat leaders say they need to resolve an objection from Rand Paul about a provision in a government funding deal before they can accelerate consideration. There's one objector referring to Paul who wants to strip a provision from the package that will prevent unregulated sale of intoxicating hemp-based product. Ooh. So wait, I thought this was a clean. See, look at this fucking shit they did. It was supposed to be a clean CR, and then the Democrats. No, it's not some crap. Here, this is not some crap that Rand threw in for attention. This is actually Rand Paul was actually doing the right thing here. Because read what this says. Paul wants to strip out language from the bill funding the Department of Agriculture that would ban the unregulated sale of intoxicating hemp-based or hemp-derived products such as Delta 8 from being sold online or at gas stations and corner stores. So they put something in the bill to make hemp illegal. These motherfuckers snuck making hemp illegal into this fucking bill. He surprised me last week with a trip to New England for the Patriots games. Well, that's awesome. That's awesome. And Mark Wayne Mullen trades stocks like Nancy. Oh, yeah, he's doing really good. So, yeah, a full year of funding for military, construction, veteran affairs, Department of Agriculture, and the legislative branch. Well, of course, they got to pay themselves, the legislative branch. The spokesman for Paul says the Kentucky Center wants to reopen the government right away, but he has a major problem with the provision of the bill that unfairly targets Kentucky's hemp industry. So did they purposely put this in the bill to fuck with? Where was Mitch McConnell? Did he not vote? Rand Paul responded this afternoon denying that he's responsible for delay, pointing to the fixed timing under Senate rules. There's no extraneous language in this package that has nothing to do with reopening the government would harm. But there is extraneous language in this package that has nothing to do with reopening the government would harm Kentucky's hemp farmers and small businesses, he said. Hemp can save trees, yeah. Why the fuck would they jam something in this bill about hemp? They always jam shit in there. When they have these have to be passed bills, they're always sticking shit in there that they know people will be pissed off about. And what the fuck is Republicans thinking? I mean, these rhino GOP cocksuckers, what are they thinking? Hemp is a superior source of ethanol. Hemp is great to make rope. Hemp is great for all types of stuff. As the Gateway Pundit reported during a rare weekend session, 8 Senate Democrats crossed the aisle to invoke cloture on the continuing resolution. But that hemp thing could be the thing that kills it in the House. I don't know why they would do that. They need to fill up the for-profit jails. I'm starting to wonder what the fuck they're thinking. I really am. We just finished funding college for our 3 kids in May. This is our victory trip. Awesome. However, the package including concessions from Republicans, including undoing federal layoffs with back pay for federal employees who were fired. What? Back pay for fired people? Yeah, 3 weeks and Trump will do something about weed. 3 months later and now this. Yeah, what the fuck, man? THC is a detriment to Big Pharma. I'm starting to wonder what's going on. Like they're purposely fucking with Trump. Patriots, boo. Just kidding. That's awesome. I took my bride to Egypt in March. Took her to pack for a week and not to forget her passport for ID purposes and surprised her. That's awesome. Still, it ignited a civil war inside the Democrat Party with some Democrats turning their frustration toward Minority Leader Chuck Schumer. And who were fired during the shutdown extending it says, and extending Affordable Care tax credits. What? They put that in the bill? What? It also advanced looks to reopen the government, and recurrent Democrats who voted for the package secured inclusion of language that prevents the Trump administration from conducting mass layoffs of federal workers through January 30th and guarantees back pay for federal employees fired since the beginning of the shutdown. Additionally, they secured a standalone vote on the tax credit subsidies to be considered later this year, although the vote remains likely to fail without needed Republican support. To some Democrats, a failure to secure an extension or even a partial extension of the Obamacare subsidies was unacceptable. The bill now moves forward to a final vote. Wow. Alcohol sales are down as well because of the marijuana. Wow. Senate Majority Leader Don Chun on Sunday said that he hopes for a vote to be held within hours and called for his colleagues not to pointlessly drag out the bill. I'm pissed about this hemp thing. I really am. I think it's in anybody's best interest to drag this out. What the fuck are they thinking? The fuck are they thinking? No. But this is what like this is the people who backed it. This is what Fetterman's getting. John Fetterman refused to be talked down to by the few Sonny Hostin after he voted to reopen the government. Hostin, your Pennsylvania healthcare was skyrocket. He said, I don't need a lecture. They're representing deep blue populations and the extreme. This is a big win involving my state and many other states. And why have we arrived here? We want to forget that what cost us in 2024? The shutdown is not a political game. 42 million Americans are not sure where the next meal is going to come from. People not paid for 5 weeks because we voted like that. Back pay for the fired people, you heard that right. Also, we rehire all that were fired. And of course, now if Trump doesn't sign, he looks like shit and we'll keep him from government shut. Yeah, I don't like that. That's what I'm saying. I don't like that. Why would we have to rehire anybody back? And why would we have to give people fucking back pay that haven't worked in 2 months? People that got fired October 1st. The government shut down on October 1st, remember? It's been over a month. So people are going to get over, so we're basically going to give these people like 2 months paid vacation? What? Fuck that. Now I'm pissed. This is exactly the kind of thing Paul complains about all the other senators doing. Yeah. No, I give him credit. He was right about this, but this is, I don't know. I wonder if they stuck this hemp thing in there to fuck him because of him voting no. If it was like a poke in his eye. Even a 25% tax on MJ is cheaper than going to a pharmacy. Yeah. You had a heck of a run with one of a bunch of kids. I think the Brady kid is named Tom. Those baskets that were fired, they should not get their back pay. No, they shouldn't. Not at all.
It was a horrific mistake. Governor Gavin Newsom called it pathetic and a surrender. Poll after poll found more Americans on both sides of the aisle blaming Republicans. Even Marjorie Taylor Greene blamed the GOP.
Well,
as you mentioned, Democrats had big wins last week, so you had momentum. Why give in now? Why bring a butter knife to a gunfight? Are you willing to gamble that the GOP will negotiate on health care in good faith once the government reopens? Because if that gamble is wrong, 500,000 Pennsylvanians that you represent, their health care costs will skyrocket if you are wrong. And I believe you are wrong.
Well, first of all, MTG is quite literally the last person in America that I'm going to take advice or to get their kinds of my leadership and values from. And now if Democrats are celebrating crazy pants like that, then that's on them. And now I don't need a lecture. I don't need a lecture from whether it's Bernie or the governor in California, because they are representing very deep blue kinds of populations. And a lot of those things were part of the extreme. And now remember, what really needs to win, the big win is involving my state and other states and those things. And why have we arrived here after the election a year ago? We got to forget some of the things that cost us that election. Or now, for me, it's like, that's why I'm trying to remind people that kinds of the extremism, we can't return to those kind of things and realize we need to find a way forward. And I would like to, rather than cite MTG, I'm going to cite one of the new governor-elects saying that my election is not a green light to continue the shutdown, because I promise you, this isn't a political game. It is viewed by many of us, but the reality is 42 million Americans now not sure where their next meal is going to come from, and because we vote like that, or people that haven't been paid for 5 weeks now, and that kinds of chaos. Those workers have to borrow more than $500 million, from their credit union just to pay their bills now. So for me, we're in the middle of this.
Senator, I got to ask you to hold up a
Senator, hold up. You're saying things that we don't want people to understand. You're saying things, you're making too much sense. And it, we want to talk about people that, aren't going to get subsidies for health insurance that, it sucks anyway, but you're talking about people starving. And what's more important, people starving or people not being able to pay for insurance? And the House returns to Washington for a vote to end the shutdown. Oh my God, I'm going to die. The highest high for the time I'm in New England is 48, and the lowest is 27. Members of the House of Representatives returned to Washington on Tuesday, braving the nation's tangled airports for a vote that could bring the longest shutdown in history to a close. People take advice from Whoopi Goldberg. It is, man. It's crazy. With thousands of flights canceled in recent days due to the shutdown, some lawmakers opted for other modes of transportation. Republican Rep. Derek Von Order said he was making a 16-hour drive from his Wisconsin district because air travel was too unreliable. I'll be going. It's going to be a little chilly, but I'll do my duty. I'm getting back to D.C. The Republican-held House is due to vote on Wednesday on a compromise that would restore funding. The Republican-controlled Senate approved the deal on Monday night, and House Speaker Johnson said he expects to pass his chamber as well. Trump called the deal very good. It's not very good if they're making you hire the people back, and if they're making you if they're outlawing hemp. Gross fact, Whoopi pays his xylophone while on to come out. Oh my God, that's gross. Within days, the government could be fully functional again, bringing relief to federal workers with missed paychecks and low-income families who depend on food subsidies. However, it could take several days for the nation's air travel system to return to normal. The deal has divided demon rats who have sought to extend the healthcare subsidies for 24 million Americans past the end of the year when they are due to expire, because that's when the Democrats set them to expire, because they were supposed to be temporary for COVID. It was temporary subsidies because of COVID. And just like every other government program is supposed to be temporary, like the income tax, which was supposed to be temporary, never goes away. There's no such thing as a temporary government program. It's funny, Jim didn't ask me how I know. I don't want to know. Senate Republicans have agreed to hold a separate vote on those subsidies in December, but there's no guarantee it will pass the chamber, and Johnson has yet to say whether the House will even hold a vote. Okay, Johnson had held the House out of session for an entirety of the shutdown in a bid to pressure Democrats to reopen the government. At any point in time, the Senate Republicans could have went, in recess, and then Trump could have did recess appointments, and he could have cleared everybody and had all these people appointed to everything. There would have been no requirement for a blue slip because it would have been a recess appointment. But they didn't. So why? Why didn't they do that? The deal would extend funding through January 30th, leaving the federal government for now on a path to keep adding about $1.8 trillion a year to its $38 trillion debt. Trump has unilaterally canceled billions of dollars in spending and trimmed federal payrolls by hundreds of thousands of workers, intruding on Congress's constitutional authority over fiscal matters. You never said when the temporary need for the income tax was, and the end of it is coming soon. Just wait. Yeah. Well, the temporary need for the income tax, if I'm not mistaken, was World War I, wasn't it? The deal would also ensure the SNAP food aid program for the poor, which has been disrupted during the shutdown. Oh, look. Also buried inside the deal to reopen the government is a provision that would give senators a private right to sue for millions in damages over their phone records being analyzed by Jack Smith's team. That's right. Yeah, deal to end the U.S. shutdown would allow some Republican senators to seek $500,000 for the January 6th probe. So they outlawed hemp and they stuck a thing in there so that they can each get paid $500K from the federal government more. Legislation moving through Congress would end the longest shutdown, would also allow 8 Republican senators to seek hundreds of thousands of dollars in damages for the privacy violations stemming from the Biden administration's spying on them over the January 6th protest. The bill, which passed the Senate on Monday, includes a clause that would allow lawmakers whose phone records were subpoenaed to sue the Justice Department for damages. The legislation retroactively makes it illegal in most cases to obtain a senator's phone data without disclosure and allows those records were obtained to sue the Justice Department, along with attorney's fees and costs. We will not rest until justice is served on those who are involved in this weaponization of government are held accountable, says Marsha Blackburn. Blackburn and other 7 senators, Lindsey Graham, Haggerty, Hawley, Sullivan, Tuberville, Johnson, Loomis, all voted for the bill. Democrats said the bill allows certain Republicans to get hefty payouts. Yeah. Not a cent for health care, but Republicans wrote a corrupt cash bonus at $500K each. The records were part of Jack Smith's illegal, improper investigation. Trump was charged in the case, but the charge didn't go to trial, and he's been delayed, and having been delayed and buffeted by a series of legal challenges. Yeah. Smith dropped the entire case after Trump won the 2024 election, citing a longstanding policy against prosecuting a sitting president. He issued a report saying the evidence he gathered would have been enough to convict Trump at trial. That, in and of itself, is a violation of the DOJ rules. You're not supposed to say shit like that. Because basically, he's saying he's guilty and he was never convicted. You can't do that. Deal to end the shutdown will allow senators to seek $500K. Deal to end the shutdown will allow senators to seek $500K. Yes. Shutdown deal would let senators sue Jack Smith for searches. Oh, so they're going to sue Jack Smith. Very interesting. Yes. Same thing from Reuters. And then we got this story out of Nigeria. It's Nigeria will work with the U.S. and U.K. to investigate cocaine cartel, an anti-narcotics agency said. By Ope Adetoyo. Lagos, Nigeria. Nigeria's anti-narcotics enforcement agency said on Tuesday it's working with the U.S. and British counterparts to unravel the cartel behind the importation of 1,000 kilograms of cocaine discovered at the port in Lagos. That's right, 1,000 kilograms. So that's 2,200 pounds of booger sugar. Peruvian marching powder. Bolivian snow. The National Drug Law Enforcement Agency said the cocaine was found in an empty container last weekend. How would it be empty if it has 2,200 pounds of cocaine in it? It's said to be worth over 338 billion naira. Wow, that's a lot of naira, or $235 million. Representing one of the largest drug seizures in the country's history. In a swift response to the agency's request, officers of the U.S. DEA and UK NCA have already joined the ongoing investigation of the largest single seizure of cocaine at the Tican Port Lagos. Femi Babafefi says, spokesman for the agency. Yes. Booger sugar, I love it. Yeah. For Zelensky. Yeah, they were probably, because isn't Zelensky going to Africa? Maybe they were getting it there for him ahead of time. Him and Hunter Biden and Zelensky are having a party. Critter Sitter says, howdy, I'm lurking. Hit the thumbs up, please, and thanks. Definitely. Nothing there, nothing there. Ooh, wow. The seizure was formally transferred to Nadila on Tuesday after its initial discovery by port operators. Nigeria is considered a significant regional transport hub of narcotics in West Africa and has also gradually become considered a key producer, according to UN Office on Drugs and Crime. The essence of collaborating with our international partners on this case is to ensure no stone is left unturned and every gap is sufficiently covered so that ultimately we can get all the masterminds of this huge consignment brought to book wherever they are located across the globe, said Brigadier General Mohammed Bubamara, the Nedlia chairman. So Opi Aidatoya says it. I'm just going to look at this real quick to see if there's anything different here. Nigeria teams up with U.S. and U.K. to investigate cocaine haul. Drugs found in a container at the port in Lagos is one of the largest seizures in Nigerian's history. So, cocaine, how much you need? They might have just been going like they said it's working with the U.S. and counterparts to investigate the origins of one of the. Well, it came from Colombia or somewhere in South America. That's where cocaine comes from. So they said it's going to work with the U.S. and U.K. to find the people. Let's see. Oh, those are scorpions. You got black scorpions, red scorpions. Yes. Oh, those yellow ones look nice too. They look nice. So that's the same story, basically. Coke and shipping containers. Say it's not so. Yeah, right. Colombian gold. Peruvian flake. Colombian gold. Mother of pearl. Oh, this is a very interesting story here. All right. You guys ready? You guys ready for Bisque?
A 2-hour police chase in Southern California ended Monday after the driver of a stolen minivan crossed the border into Mexico. The pursuit started in Ventura County, just northwest of Los Angeles. The suspect, as you can see, they're reaching speeds of up to 90 miles an hour as the minivan raced down several freeways, swerving in and out of lanes. In all, police chased the suspect for 173 miles before that driver managed to cross the border south of San Diego. At this point, it's still not clear whether Mexican authorities took the suspect into custody.
What is she doing? Why is she doing that? What is she shaking? Is she running in her sleep? Very weird, isn't it? So a police chase that went through 4 counties in California, and the guy escaped into Mexico. I thought we have like a border or something that could stop people from getting into.
The first 3 of 30 Bob Ross.
Oh. Yeah, so that was the Today Show, and then we're going to read about it. Or read about the story. Suspect chased by police for 170 miles through 4 California counties before escaping into Mexico. You can just drive out of the U.S., and why is it hard for illegals to leave? It's crazy, right? I thought there was like things to stop people from just leaving. Crazy lady. She's chasing rabbits. She's running. In Southern California, where police pursuits are common, this was one for the books. A suspect in a stolen minivan on Monday led authorities on a 2-hour, 170-mile chase through 4 counties that ended with her escaping into Mexico. This was a woman driver. Oh, my God. It began at 11 a.m. when deputies responded to reports of a Toyota Sienna taken from outside a sober living home in Thousand Oaks, about 40 miles northwest of Los Angeles. According to the Ventura County Sheriff's Office, the deputies chased the vehicle at speeds reaching 90 miles per hour. The California Highway Patrol took over pursuit as the minivan headed down Interstate 405 into Los Angeles County. Mm-hmm. Uh-huh. Yeah, a Blackhawk or Apache could end the chase in seconds. You only need a loader to pick up the debris. That's right. Nothing like a Venmo pass. Bella's on her way to Mexico. Yeah. I just want to point out, too, we've been going for almost 2.5 hours now. 173 miles, miss. Fucking hell, Cali cops suck for Carter than Linda Lovelace. Yes, that's true. I can't believe it. I can't believe they let her get away. And I like that the Democrats admitted they were keeping the government shut down, that they're gaslighting saying it was Republicans. Yeah, isn't that funny that they did that? And then we got the welfare stops you from leaving. It's too heavy to carry back. Yes, California needs those grappling hooks like some states have. Yeah, they used to stop you in California. They used to do pit maneuvers and all that stuff. But yeah, so anyway, so we've been going for 2.5 hours, and unfortunately, I'm gonna do a couple more stories because, well, because because I want to, but I don't want to end early. I don't want to end like that tonight. So I figured I'd go for a little while. But just to say, like, at any point in time, if we hit the other $40 that we need, or even get close, I'll extend the show because, especially if it comes in on Cash App and PayPal. So if we get 30 on Cash App and PayPal, I'll definitely extend the show. Mm-hmm. So, TV news: helicopters followed as a minivan swerved to avoid spike strips. Minivans usually aren't that agile. She came back today and turned herself in. Well, that's retarded. Why would you do that? A second spike strip also failed, and by noon, the suspect has sped into Orange County. After the chase reached San Diego County, CHP notified U.S. Customs and Border just after 1 that the vehicle was nearing the border. 30 quatlus. I don't know what that means. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Immigration process divides family as farm worker forced back into Mexico. Father of Marine arrested at Camp Pendleton has criminal record. That's right. CHP units were called off the pursuit on State Route 905 at 120 because of public safety concerns, a common practice for chases near the border to protect officers and motorists. Maybe because Mexico is not so nice near the border. She was like, fuck that, I got to get out of here. We don't want this car forcing its way through the entry, hurting other people. Shortly before 1:30, CHP were notified that the minivan had made it through the San Ysidro crossing into Mexico. Yeah, you would think the Mexico, crazy lady, definitely. Crazy lady. You would think Mexico would have definitely stopped her, got her. Officials at Customs and Border Patrol did not immediately respond to questions or comments. Arresting a criminal in the U.S. separates families all the time. Just spike strips are made out of crayons. A suspect was identified as a 29-year-old woman who lived at the sober living facility in Ventura County. I wonder if she wasn't so sober. It's hard to believe they couldn't do anything to stop the van. It's nutso, badutso. Isn't it? I'm using an ad blocker. Ad blocker off. I guess I have to shut the ad blocker off. Just use this one. Look at this. Tell me ad blocker. You're using an ad blocker. Look at that. You notice you're using an ad blocker. Well, here, I'll shut it off and let's see if you'll let me use it now. Chased by police, driver covers 173 miles on California freeways before escaping into Mexico. Sunshine says, I'm very far behind in the chat. I found it. And hey, everyone, I've been lurking. Well, Sunshine, if you've been lurking, just so you know, I don't know how much longer the show's going to go. Salvador Hernandez, Los Angeles, whatever, annals of car chase lore. There were but a few ways for drivers to escape, especially one being broadcast live. A few have escaped in the parking lots and abandoned their cars. One case earlier this year, a carjacking suspect managed to flee with help from an accomplice. But this woman just went to Mexico. But driving from Ventura into Mexico with police on your tail, what happened Monday? Yeah, that was what OJ was trying to do. Attempts to stop the vehicle failed. A spokesman said they didn't respond for requests for comments. So, is what it is. All right, let's keep it going. Let's keep it going. Let's keep it moving. Let's keep it moving because we're in a hurry. Give me a minute. I think I can find $30. Okay. All right, I can do that. 13 current or ex-Mississippi law enforcement officers pled not guilty in a drug trafficking scheme. Mm-hmm. 2 people, including 20 people. I'm sorry, 20 people. OJ went north on the 405. Did he really? I guess they say he was going to Mexico. The indictment, 20 people, including 14 current or former Mississippi law enforcement officers, have pled not guilty to federal charges alleging from a widespread drug trafficking conspiracy. The indictment accuses officers from multiple law enforcement agencies in Mississippi of taking bribes to provide safe transport to people they believed were drug traffickers. 6 other people, 3 in Mississippi and 3 in Tennessee, were also arrested. The officers are alleged to have understood they were helping to transport 25 kilograms of cocaine through Mississippi counties and into Memphis. That's not even that much. I mean, to be paying cops off, that's not that much. Where are we for another hour? Well, now we're $5 closer. I want to play the white, not white game tonight. I got it covered. Okay. All right. Ooh, check again. Okay. There we go. All right.
Tactical assessment. Red Chinese victory. Impossible. America will never fall to communist invasion. Communism is the very definition of failure.
Cocaine is a hell of a drug.
Okay, with that, we hit the first extra hour. So we're going to take this down, do this, correct this, and we are $70 away from a second additional hour with the $5 from. Because thank you very much, KPT, for the $30 on PayPal. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Very, very much. PayPal action. Do this real quick. With that, yes. I won't be able to contribute for the next 5 days, so I figured I'd do it all now. Well, thank you very much. Thank you, KPT, and thank you, Sunshine. So right there. So we are, we are 70 away from the second additional hour. Let me go here and correct this and start another goal for 1 hour. 15 super chats. It's probably going to be screwed up though, because it's not going to. Oh, come on. I don't know why YouTube does. YouTube's been acting super screwy lately. Won't let me start the goal on YouTube. All right, there we go. Started. All right. We got an hour from now. That's cool. I won't be able to contribute. Yeah, that's cool. Thank you. Thank you, KBT. And sunshine. Yes. California has lack of law. It's diabolical. I was sending you a story about the crappy senators that made me so angry. They cash in, but we keep on being spied on. Yeah, I had that. That was we talked about that. We talked about that. So 2 Mississippi sheriffs from Washington County and Humphreys County were among those arrested. Oh, so 2 sheriffs got arrested. Both Gaston and Williams were accused of accepting thousands in bribes from someone they believed to be a member of a Mexican cartel in return for sheriffs allegedly giving their cartel's blessing to operate in their counties. Michael Carr, an attorney representing Williams, said his client maintains his innocence. Yeah. Let me just get to the merits of it and get in front of a jury so these officers and my sheriff can have their name cleared, can be publicly vindicated, and get back to work. Did I miss the special sound effect with the donation? Yeah, I played it. You know, and then we went.
Tactical assessment. Red Chinese victory. Impossible.
We went through all those. So I'm not going to do them all again. But a lawyer for Gaston did not immediately respond for messages seeking comments. All law enforcement officers charged in the case were offered a $10,000 bond. Hey, beautiful cat. KBT said she heard it. Beautiful cat says hello, all. Yes. The Mississippi Board of Law Enforcement, so they're all offered a $10,000 bond with the condition that bars them from continuing or seeking employment as law enforcement officers. So they basically got fired for that. So the Mississippi Board of Law Enforcement Standards and Training has also suspended their law enforcement certificates pending a full hearing. Don't tell Joe I'm kind of cheap there. I don't tell Joe nothing. I tell Joe nothing. I see Joe nothing. Nothing for Joe. Nothings for Joe's. Hold on. Okay. In addition to the 2 sheriffs, those charged include Brandon Addison, Javery Howard, Truron Grayson, Sean Williams, Dexter Franklin, Wendell Johnson, Marcus Nolan, Ashashin Roach, Jeremy Salas, Torio Chaz Wiseman, Pierre Lakes, Derek Wallace, Markevius Bankhead, Chaka Gaines, and Martavis Moore, Jarmario Sanford, Marvin Flowers, and DeQuarion Smith. Jim's a Mexican. Yes. Yes. I stepped away for a moment. Glad you replayed it for me. At least the clacky keyboard kept let me know my earpod didn't cut out. Sorry. What is this list? This is the list of all the law enforcement officers that were charged with basically being bodyguards or transportation for drug dealers, for cartels that were basically moving drugs through Mississippi. Sounds like a football team. I was going to say some of them names. I mean, if we were going to play the game white, not white, I think we might have a problem. Yes, hit the holy F, yeah, hit the repost to help the channel grow. Yeah, the 20 people that worked for different sheriff's departments, 2 sheriffs, and 8 and other people, and some guards at some prisons were all charged with trafficking drugs, working with a cartel to help them move drugs through Mississippi to Memphis, Tennessee. Okay, the Associated Press spoke with several lawyers representing those charged who emphasize their clients are innocent until proven guilty. He's absolutely innocent of any wrongdoing, and everybody knows it, says attorney Thomas Leviditis of his client DeQuarion Smith. I see for 2 nights you've gotten better control of your whites. Well, we'll see. It's I don't think so. Later on, a little while when we get there, it's going to be not good. Anyway, the indictments are a blow to already shaky public trust in law enforcement, said Robert Eichhoff, special agent in charge of the FBI's Jackson field office. We're going to Jackson Town. Dexter. Husselin. During the same press conference, U.S. Attorney Clay Joyner called the alleged scheme a monumental betrayal of public trust. Yes, that would be it. Yes. Got this. Deputies charged with drug trafficking and jail contraband.
Detention deputies in Etowah County are facing felony charges after investigators say they brought contraband into the county jail. Sheriff Jonathan Horton says that Robert Phillips and Maya Dudley, both of Gadsden, were arrested after an internal investigation uncovered illegal items inside of the Etowah County Detention Center. Phillips admitted to smuggling contraband for cash, while Dudley also faces drug trafficking charges. Sheriff Horton says that this behavior will not be tolerated and the investigation could lead to more arrests.
Now I want to point out too that contraband could simply be, like people bringing food and stuff they're not supposed to have, So two Etowah County detention deputies accused of promoting prison contraband found themselves behind bars. Tips about contraband in Etowah County detention led to an investigation that called the sheriff calls a shakedown inside. Contraband was found and evidence pointed to involvement of detention deputies. Since you know the city, our son is in Southeast Chicago. Tell me he's nowhere near these ICE issues. Southeast Chicago, as far as I know, Southeast Chicago hasn't been it depends on if you're talking about down in the hundreds, on the far east side. I don't think they've been over that way at all. It's been in the south side and northwest areas, but that's when you get to Southeast Chicago, that's that's close to Indiana. That's close to what's it called? Dalton and Calumet City, places like that. In the hundreds, yeah. Down in the hundreds, yeah. 170th and Avenue E, Avenue A, stuff like that, out that way. It's Hyde Park. Hyde Park is not, I guess Hyde Park is southeast. I guess Hyde Park is 55th. So, or 65th. Hyde Park is where the Museum of Science and Industry is. And I think that might have been where there was one raid there. Actually, that one raid that they did with the Tren de Araguas in the apartment, that was in Hyde Park. So they said they smuggled contraband into the jail in exchange for cash. University of Chicago area? Yeah. Another deputy, Maya Dudley Gadsden, also charged with promoting prison contraband. She was being held on a $202,000 bond. So Gadsden must have been bringing drugs in, and the other guy was probably bringing in a cell phone or bringing in food. A $60 phone can sell for $1,000 to $2,000 in jail. Yeah, they probably. Sounds like the guy was probably bringing in you could get these guards could bring in food from outside, bring in some Kentucky Fried Chicken or some McDonald's or something for a guy, and you could get paid a couple $100 get $100 for a Big Mac. Yeah, a butt phone. Yeah, they put it in their butt. We will not tolerate this type of behavior from anybody. And the investigation remains ongoing, and the contraband recovered is expected to result in additional charges against other individuals. Well, look at that, 40 degrees. Woof, in Birmingham. Over the fence phone. Yeah. Woman and teen sister killed another teen in a Tuscaloosa shooting. That's terrible. Oval-shaped phones. Butt dialing. That's definitely butt dialing. They keister it. Oh, this is a story. A lawsuit challenges TSA's ban on transgender officers conducting pat downs. That's right. TSA had a policy that trans people couldn't do pat downs because, what is it like? If it's a man pretending to be a woman, who are they patting down again? Women, and it's men, and you know what I mean. So it's kind of like, See, I never thought there was a problem. Like, I never cared when going through TSA if a woman was going to pat me down. I wouldn't give a shit. But I understand women wouldn't want a man touching them, especially if it's a man pretending to be a woman who's already a little goofy. You don't want that. Yeah. Oh my God, no. Yeah. So the legal battle comes amid mounting reports of workplace discrimination against transgender federal employees during Trump's second administration. Climate trails available now on Amazon. Just saying. Transmission, transmechanic, transformer. If TSA has junk, they're not touching my stuff. I don't know if anybody remembers the movie Stripes. Does anyone remember Stripes? With Bill Murray or Harold Ramis with Sergeant Hulka and Francis. And he said he wanted to be called Psycho. And he said, any of you touch my stuff and I'll kill you. Remember that? That's how I feel. Government sanctioned molestation. Hey, J.B. Kirby's here too. Settle down, Francis. That's right. Yes. Lighten up, Francis. Yeah, lighten up, Francis. Yeah, assuming gender and occupation is so 2020. Virginia Transportation Security Officer is accusing the U.S. Department of Homeland Security of sex discrimination over a policy that bars transgender officers from performing security screening pat-downs, according to a federal lawsuit. So this man, pretending to be a woman, is so upset that he's not able to fondle women that he's suing over it. TSA, which operates under DHS, enacted a policy in February to comply with Donald Trump's executive order declaring two unchangeable sex, male and female. According to internal documents explaining the policy change that the Office of the Associated Press obtained from 4 independent sources, including 1 current and 2 former TSA workers, transgender officers will no longer engage in pat-down duties, which are conducted based on both the traveler's and the officer's biological sex. In addition, transgender officers will no longer serve as TSA-required witness when a traveler elects to have a pat-down conducted in a private screening area. Makes sense to me. Yeah. I just got over a sweat fest. Back online. Well, thank you. You had to cover up. Sounds about right. Yeah, this makes sense. This all makes sense to me. Troublemaker says, I don't want a gay man to shake me down. Well, it is what it is. You guys aren't ready for the gay robots. Did you guys see what fucking Elon Musk said about robots and about criminals, about how we wouldn't have to have prisons anymore because we can just assign one of these Optimus robots to criminals and they will just follow them everywhere they go and prevent them from committing crime? It will stop them if it tries to commit a crime. Like, what is the robot going to do? Grab the person and hold them so they can't commit the crime? Like, basically just grab them, like, you cannot commit the crime. You cannot commit the crime. I mean, it kind of seems like, what happens if the person says no? Is the robot going to just snap their neck or grab them and give them a bear hug? Are the robots armed? I don't know. No, but Elon Musk said this. We might be able to get rid of prisons. We'll just have a robot. We'll assign a robot to follow criminals around every day. Sometimes Elon says stuff for effect. Yeah, they're heavily armed. Definitely. Shot first, AJ questions later. Okay. Assaultatrons are gay. Is TSA as efficient as we think it is? No, TSA sucks. They don't get any. Yes, please bear hug and detain. Elon spouts 8 BS sometimes, actually quite often. Okay. Until February, TSA assigned work consistent with officers' gender identity. The agency told the AP it rescinded that directive to comply with Trump's order. So prior to Trump, they were letting trans women or trans men do searches on women? Or I don't know. What? Although transgender officers shall continue to be eligible to perform all other security screening functions consistent with their certifications and must attend all required training, they will not be allowed to demonstrate how to conduct pat-downs as part of their training or while training others according to internal documents. Soon we will have a robot police, yes. And just reprogram if the robot goes rogue. They'll correct them, yes. The Protectrons are the funniest, though. Yeah. If a Democrat wins, Elon loses government contracts day one. Yeah. Swipe text doesn't work properly. Sometimes I meant to say the robot will shoot first, ask questions later. Oh, that's good. Whenever did Trump's family have to go through TSA? I don't know. I mean, if they fly, you don't have to go through TSA if you fly private, if you have a private plane, so probably not. But I don't think I think his kids fly commercial all the time, actually. You know, like Don Jr. and Eric, I don't think they fly on private jets all the time. Solely because she's transgender, TSA now solely because he thinks he's a woman, TSA now prohibits plaintiff from conducting core functions of his job, impedes his advancement to higher level positions and specialized certifications, excludes him from TSA controlled facilities. Oh, so he wants to go into the women's restroom, and they're like, no. And subjects his identity to unwanted and undue scrutiny each workday. No, he subjects himself to unwanted scrutiny just because of he's pretending to be a different sex. So they declined to speak with the AP, but her lawyer, Jonathan Mitterdetter, says it's terribly demeaning and 100% illegal. No, it's not. TSA spokesperson Russell Reed declined to comment, citing pending litigation, but said his new policy directed that male transportation security officers will conduct pat-down procedures on male passengers, and female transportation security officers will conduct pat-down searches on female passengers. The legal battle comes amid mounting reports of workplace discrimination against transgender federal employees during Trump's Trump administration. It's not discrimination. It's not. It also happens at a time because basically you're discriminating against everybody else. Just because they have a delusion in their head does not mean anything else is anything else. The facts are the facts. Slay bitches, says the T-1000. Fallout has more than enough robot voices. Go F yourself, trans TSA. Other transgender officers described similar challenges to Mitterderer. Kaya Regan worked for 6 years at Harry Reid Airport in Vegas, but retired in July largely because of the new policy. Reagan, who is not involved in a Virginia case, transitioned from female to male in 2021, but said she conducted pat-downs on men without issue until the policy changed. Men don't care. Do you understand? Most men don't care. It doesn't bother me if I would rather a woman search me than a man, to tell you the truth. I don't want some guy fondling my nuts. It made me feel inadequate at my job, not because I can't physically do it, but because they put that on me. Said the 61-year-old who worried that she would soon be fired for her gender identity, so she retired earlier than planned, than waiting for the bomb to drop. HR Big says, yeah, I thought that was funny. I'll see myself out. Thanks. No, that was funny. This person got a neck tattoo because they can't grow a beard. That's very interesting. Yeah, 61-year-old trans. What that means is that's a person that just says they're trans. Kind of looks like Alex Jones, doesn't it? Sky Perryman, president and CEO of Democracy Forward, a legal organization that has repeatedly sued Trump, and I believe Democracy Forward is Mark Elias's group, called the policy arbitrary and discriminatory. No, it's actually the fucking policy, and it's always been that way. And there's no evidence or data where it suggests a person can't perform their duties satisfactorily based on their gender identity. No one is saying that. They're saying that they have to perform their duty according to their biological sex, because it has to do with the people they're searching, not just them. It's not all about them in their head. It's about the people they're searching. The DSS pushed back on the assertions that the policy is discriminatory. Does the AP want female travelers to be subject to pat-down by male TSA officers? What a useless and fundamentally dangerous idea to prioritize mental delusion over comfort and safety of American travelers. Airport security expert. Here's the thing, too. Imagine the fucking lawsuits that you could get because a woman, a girl, let's say a 17 or 18-year-old girl, gets fondled by a man pretending to be a woman. Big time lawsuits. And they should be happening. Like anytime that happens, sue the fuck out of them. Who researched, this airport security expert at the University of Illinois Urbana-Champaign, Sheldon Jacobson, whose research contributed to the design of the TSA pre-check. So this guy who fucked us over with all this stuff said the practice of matching the officer's sex to passengers is aimed at minimizing passenger discomfort during screening. Travelers can generally request another officer if they prefer. He said in 1975, Gary would put on a dress for a date, hair and curlers, and look totally feminine. And then he was Tracy. I get that. He would pass as a woman. He was totally gay. But this BS now. Who's Billy Cooper? Who is Billy Cooper? Deciding where transgender officers fit into this practice creates a bit of uncertainty because transgender officers likely make up a small percentage of the workforce. He said the new policy is unlikely to cause major delays. Maybe Wolfgang Haldbug. I could be a bit of an inconvenience, but it would not inhibit the operation. TSA's policy for passengers that they be screened based on physical appearance as judged by an officer, according to internal documents. If a passenger corrects an officer's assumption, the traveler should be patted down based on his or her declared sex. For passengers who tell an officer that they are neither male or female, the policy says officers must advise that pat-down screenings must be conducted by an officer of the same sex and to contact a supervisor if the concern persists. You are aware that any monetary award as a TSA lawsuit comes from our tax money. They don't care if they lose. It's like cops. They never pay. We do. I do understand, but maybe, the lawsuits would cause a ruling to come down from like the Supreme Court or something to say like, yeah, this shit has to stop. Something. The documents also say transgender officers will not be adversely effective in pay, promotions, or awards. The TSA is committed to providing a work environment free from unlawful discrimination and retaliation. But the lawsuit argues otherwise, saying the policy impedes Mitterdelder's career prospects because all paths toward advancement require that he be able to perform pat-downs and trains others to do so. It just causes policy changes. Well, that's what we want to happen, right? Stratospheric aerosol injections. Oh, you're talking about chemtrails. According to the lawsuit, Mitterdelder started in her role in June of 24 and never received complaints. Oh. Supervisors awarded the highest available performance rating and appraised. Part of that was probably because they were afraid because it was a tranny and they didn't want to get a problem, so they had to do that. So if you're non-binary, you just slide on through? No, that's what they're saying. If you say you're non-binary, then they're like, well, you have to pick a sex. Because if you don't pick a sex, you can't go through. Because you have to be patted down by the same sex. And we don't play this game. Yes. Let loose. Start the shite cannons. Let loose the dogs of war. Let slip the dogs of war. This is somebody who is really dedicated to his job and wants to make a career. And while his gender identity was never an issue, all of a sudden it's something that has to be confronted. Yeah, non-binary gets to choose their molester, yes. All abuse by TSA or any law enforcement stops when individuals are made to pay out of pockets or go to jail. That's right. Non-binary choose your molester. American Federation of Government Employees president urged TSA leadership to reconsider the policy for the good of its workforce and flying public. Do you really fucking think the flying public wants to be manhandled and molested by somebody, delusional person with mental illness? No. This policy does nothing to improve airport security. Bullshit, it doesn't. And in fact, could lead to delays. And that's bullshit because it means there'll be fewer officers. Nope. Okay, fine, then we don't hire any trans. Problem solved. No more trans TSA agents. They can't be TSA agents. Sorry. We don't have people with mental problems. That would be easy enough. No, you suffer from mental delusions. You can't be inside airport security. What if you snap and, plant a bomb in a plane or something? We can't have that. So no more trannies. That's it. I solved it. Problem solved. They're excluded. The Associated Press's Women in the Workforce and State Government coverage receives financial support from Pivotal Ventures. Just make sure you can discern real from fake. At least I have the robot voices. Well, thank you for the robot voices. Where am I at here? Oh, here we are. Basically, same story. Here's lawsuit challenges TSA's ban on transgender officers doing pat downs. I have no problem with this. So, did you say ban trans? From being TSA, a day's worth. From being TSA agents, if this is a problem and it's going to cause all these issues, then, just say, okay, sorry, you can't be a TSA. No, we can't have people that are suffering from mental delusions inside airport security roaming around. How's that? There's a TSA agent at MCO Orlando that I wouldn't mind if she, put her hands all over me. Your ear is shaped differently. Okay. Okay. Same thing from Associated Press. Okay, now this was some good news for some people that are invested in the stock market. Just ban it. Yeah, that's right. Just ban it. They say, no, can't do it. The Dow Jones Industrial Average soars 559 points, not just the record highest close ever. Look at a trader on the New York Stock Exchange. Look at his face. He's like, oh, shit, look at how high that is. You can't see my ears? My ears are right here, see? The average Dow Industrial Average notched its highest record close Tuesday, lifted by progress towards ending the longest shutdown. Just censoring people's speech and shit? I'm not censoring anybody's shit. What are you talking about? Why? What's going on? What is happening? Am I losing my mind? NVIDIA and other artificial intelligence-related companies fell on renewed concerns about elevated valuations, fueling gains in the Dow and S&P. Members of the U.S. House of Representatives headed back to Washington. Speech Shiza. I don't know. The Polymarket being a betting platform fully pricing the resolution this week. People get back to work, adding to the jitters about the AI-related stocks that have fueled the market's rally in recent years. Japanese technology investor SoftBank Group disclosed its sale of NVIDIA shares for $5.8 billion, and the chipmaker lost ground in Tuesday's trading. NVIDIA-backed CoreWeave's shares slumped after the cloud computing firm trimmed its annual revenue forecast due to data center hiccups. Sentiment was dampened by a weekly update from ADP's preliminary payroll figures that showed private employers shed an average of 11,000 jobs a week for weeks ending in October. And President Trump warned of an economic and national security disaster if the Supreme Court ruled against his use of tariffs. According to preliminary data, the S&P gained 14.69 points, or 0.22%, to end at 6,847 points, while the NASDAQ composite lost 54 points, or 0.25%, to 23,468. Wow. I remember when the NASDAQ was like 4,000, 3,000. And I remember when the Dow was under 10,000, like way under 10,000. I remember when the S&P was like 900 to 1,000. So on Tuesday's advance, the Dow was up about 13% in 2025. Occidental Petroleum gained for much of the session after the shale producer beat third quarter profit expectations. Paramount Skydance surged after the newly merged media firm announced more cost cuts and plans to invest $1.5 billion in its streaming and studio divisions. You remember 26,000? Okay. On what? Nothing's ever been 26,000. There's pictures on X of auroras as far south as Mississippi and Florida. I can't see anything here in Texas but a red haze. Well, red haze, that would be it. Did you try? Jim, I asked myself, that isn't a good sign. Generally speaking, what goes up must come down, right, Steve? That's what they say. What goes up must come down. How's Bella been since her overtreatment? She's better. The 2600 Dow. Oh God, 2600 Dow. Wow. Yeah, that's. Oof. My dad used to tell me that when he was in college, that the economics professor told him that the Dow would never hit 1,000. Dow in like the early 60s, the Dow was like never going to hit 1,000. Never hit 1,000. It was like 700-800 or something, 600-700. I don't know what it was, but never hit 1,000. It was 1981. Go back in the 60s though, it was below 1,000. The Dow. The Voyager never came back down. Oh, okay, you got me. But if you're in Texas, you want to January 20th, 1990. It was 2,600. Okay. If you go outside, use your phone. Take your phone and record a video of the sky with your phone, and then look at it. The Dow soars more than 550 as Wall Street embraces optimism. We got this. We got the Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent just embarrassed MSDNC for thinking they know more about economics than he does. MSDNC says, how does a $20 billion bailout of Argentina help Americans? Do you know what a swap line is? A currency swap? Yes. But what is that? Why would you call it a bailout? In most bailouts, you don't make money. The U.S. government made money. That's right.
Amid this discussion of costs and prices and affordability, how does a $20 billion bailout of Argentina help Americans? You're the president's point person on that. Can you explain to those here who are feeling the pinch, including America's farmers, why the United States is helping out Argentina?
Well, do you know what a swap line is?
It's currency swap, yes.
Yes, but what is that?
You're the Treasury Secretary.
Yes, but why would you call it a bailout?
That is how.
In most bailouts, you don't make money. The U.S. government made money. We used our financial balance sheet to stabilize the government. One of our great allies in Latin America, during an election, the president there won in a landslide. The government's going to make money, and I would rather use peace through economic strength than have to be shooting at narco boats coming offshore if the government collapsed. We have a generational opportunity in Latin America to create allies. We just saw an election in Bolivia. We're probably going to see an election in Colombia. We've seen them in Ecuador. We're going to see them in Chile. So by stabilizing the economy there and making a profit, then that's a very good deal for the American people. And there's a lot we could have been doing for American farmers, but Democrats closed the government.
Yeah. Well, banks make money in bailouts. Yeah, but no. The banks bail money because the government gave them the money, but the U.S. government made 15% on the deal because of what happened, because it went the right way. They could have lost money too, but it worked out and they made 15% and they were able to get out of it. So it's not like they still are sitting on it. They made a profit. They turned it around and got out. They stabilized the peso or whatever it is in Argentina. I don't know what their naval base, and we have naval bases in Argentina. Yeah. Sounds good to me. We should. Yes. Do you know, surprisingly, it's an odd thing, but Argentina has the highest IQs of South America. They're actually on par. The IQ, the average IQ in Argentina is actually the same as it is in the U.S. and it is in like Europe and everything. It's a very weird thing. Like, I don't know if it's because of all the beef that they eat, because that's where the gauchos are from, for Argentine beef and all that stuff. Is that why? Or is it because of the massive influx of Europeans into Argentina in the 1930s and 40s, if you know where I'm going with that? D-Madness. What's that? D-Madness. I don't know. Let's see. Haven't been checking this lately. See where we're at here. Oh, wow. We peaked at look at that. We peaked at 100-something viewers and it dropped down because everyone going to go watch Joe. That was crazy. 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 Okay. All right. Oh, sorry, Argentina. I was in the wrong country. Still not a fan of giving money to another country not called the USA. We didn't give any money to them. That's the thing, Dan. We did not give any money to Argentina. We did a credit default, like a cash credit swap, where we bought money. Like, we didn't give them money. We traded U.S. dollars for their money, and then their money improved. So then we were able to get our money back at a profit. We didn't just give them money. We did a currency swap. Argentina has the smartest people, followed by Chile. Argentina looks like a mix of Italy and Germany, circa 1945. Yes. It was a good investment. It was. Trying to keep the ghetto chat alive. I appreciate it. I don't know. And the bratwurst. They got a lot of bratwurst. It's very strange that they got this stuff. Yeah, I don't know why ghetto is not really liking me today. It's not very many people. It says 25 people watching though. So I mean that's good. That's a number. We backed their money. Yeah, we backed their money, but we got their money basically. So it's like so if you think of it this way, if you took $1,000 US that you had and you exchanged it for 1,000 euros, and then the euro gained strength against the dollar, you would then get more dollars back when you exchange back out again. Like exchange rates, think of it that way. That's all that we did, was we took money and bought. That's all that happened. It wasn't a bailout per se. It was just a currency swap, which people do all the time when you exchange rates and stuff. Lest we forget who the real enemy is: the bankers. See how the leftists treat our gays? Glad he asked if he knew what a swap was, followed by, did you call it a bailout? I mean, just be called their bullshit all the time. Yeah. I don't feel in no way tired. Get the Saudis back on the petrodollar. I don't know. Yes, the U.S. profited from the Argentina currency swap deal. That's it says. The U.S. government made money by giving support to Argentine central bank ahead of last month's midterm election. We used our financial balance sheet to stabilize the government, one of our great allies in Latin America. The Treasury Department did not immediately respond for requests of clarification. President was asked about the $20 billion swap line the Trump administration readied in support of the Argentine President Javier Milei ahead of the election, and Milei's party widely outperformed expectations. Officials have stopped short of calling it a bailout, referring to its support via the Treasury's Exchange Stabilization Fund. Oh my God, Hillary's accents, shameful. Yes. I don't feel in no ways tired. I keeps the hot sauce in my purse. In most bailouts, you don't make money. The U.S. government made money. And he said there's a generational opportunity to create allies in Latin America by stabilizing the economy there in Argentina. Don't cry for me, Argentina. And make a profit. And that's a very good deal for the American people. Reporting by Rodrigo Campos in New York. Basically, same thing here with the Reuters, but they want me to subscribe, and I'm not going to subscribe to Reuters. So, here we go. This is I'm going to talk about this briefly. I don't know. I know Joe pretty much. This was Joe's entire show tonight. Was this? Dear Elon Musk, he once said he would pay the legal fees of anyone sued for their free speech on posts on X. Please look at how ridiculous this case is. Of the same people covering the Epstein files. Are you willing to help me fight against the government bullying me like this? I'm going to Argentina. I'm going back to Argentina. I was just sued for $5 million over my ex-post criticizing Israel by FBI Director Kash Patel's inner circle. I've never engaged in defamation or illegal activity. Gross lawfare. We're going to listen to a little bit of this. I'm not going to listen to the whole 15 minutes. We're going to listen to just a little bit. Just a little bit.
Over the weekend, I received concerning news that I was being sued for $5 million by Kash Patel's girlfriend, Alexis Wilkins. And the reason why might actually shock you. About a couple months ago, I posted this photo on the public social media platform X. I posted it with no caption, no suggestions of any malintent or any slander, defamation or criticisms of character. I did so attached to an X post shared by another account that I'm not connected to that talked about government agents being compromised. Now Alexis Wilkins is saying that I owe her $5 million for damages, the exact evaluation of my company, and if I cannot come up with that money, that I'm going to have to shut down my business, give up all of my digital assets and my entire voice online in order to pay her back. So why does Kash Patel's girlfriend want to silence me? Well, it comes down to the lawsuit itself. Before anyone jumps to conclusions and says, well, don't say that she's a honeypot, I'd like to say, I never did. I never would. I never felt like suggesting that, never even suggested that in my own head. So why am I being sued for something I never did? To give proof of that, in section 14 of the lawsuit, it states, while the defendant may not have included any caption to spell out the meaning of his post, he didn't have to.
So yeah, so he didn't even say anything. He just reposted something, and they said, "How's the government related? It's a private citizen suing you. Public figures in lawsuits about Kash Patel using his legal resources." See, I don't know. He's making a thing like this. The woman suing him is a country singer, and she has money. So I don't know. Maybe Kash Patel's got nothing to do with it. Yeah, that's right, KPT. That's too cold. 50 is kind of cold. Make it let it get a little warmer in there, but I don't know. I would say 50. You finally getting it back above 50 is good. And then Viva Frey says Alexa Wilkins' lawsuit against Elijah Schaffer is so bad it defies words. In fact, it defies words because according to the allegations of the lawsuit itself, no defamatory words were spoken or written. While the defendant may not have included any caption to spell out what the meaning of his post, he didn't have to. I didn't make that up. That's actually the allegation. I appreciate the concept of defamation through implication, but I do not think this comes close to that exceptional form of defamation. I also think even if he called Alexis a honeypot or Mossad agent, false as that may be, it is still obviously a statement of opinion. This lawsuit looks ridiculous, it looks desperate, and reflects poorly on an administration that prides itself on free speech. Respectfully and humbly submit it. That's right. So yeah, so we got this. They're trying to sue over this, and then there she is. I mean, she is very attractive woman, and she's several decades younger than Kash Patel, from what I understand. And so people have made, comments and questions, and there's a link to the lawsuit. And then my friend Nick Ricada says, not your lawyer, ask your boyfriend about the wisdom of making public statements to defendants in your lawsuit. She's using Patel's law firm? Oh my God. Well, that's not, well, Patel can't have a law firm. He's FBI. The lawsuit is a pile of donkey shit. Yes, it is. It's not good. It's not a good lawsuit. Said this, you lost some monetization and all of a sudden you want to seek righteousness. Maybe don't be a horrible person with unsubstantiated claims for clicks. You won't have an issue. I might sleep at what? I mean, I was going to say, like, she's very attractive. Now, here's a complaint. We're not going to go through it. Why is Kash not telling her something about the lawsuit? Bring attention to Kash. Yeah, he should be telling her to knock it off. She's hot. Yeah, she's very hot. And I don't know. I mean, maybe Kash is just a great conversationalist. Maybe he's got a great sense of humor. I don't know. Help me understand, please. She's suing. She looks like a spy to me. Yeah. She's suing because he called her a honeypot or Mossad, whatever. She's suing him and some other person. But like Elijah, I don't know. I mean, it's a bullshit lawsuit trying to silence him. And it's not what she's a beard. Maybe I don't know if she's a beard or not. I mean, it's possible she's a honeypot. It's possible. All these things are possible. Women like prestige too. Yeah, it's libel. Yeah, it's he's not active but still owner. Okay, could be a spy whore. Could be, sure. She looks like something out of a James Bond movie. Yeah, And I will say that she's in the music industry, and it's not like the music industry isn't known to have certain groups of people that control certain aspects of the music industry. I'm just, going to put that out there, so I'm not going to talk about this a lot because it's not really my forte. And Newsweek, it's everywhere. No, Newsweek says Elijah Schaffer responds to Kash Patel's girlfriend's defamation lawsuit. Okay, conservative influencer Elijah Schaffer called the defamation lawsuit filed against him by FBI Director Kash Patel's girlfriend totally delusional and paranoid legal behavior. Mm-hmm. Yeah, Kash must have a good booger sugar connection. The best. He gets it straight out of the DEA's lockup, probably. Schaefer is one of numerous prominent social media personalities sued by Wilkins over what she says are damaging and false claims that she's an agent of Israeli intelligence working as a honeypot to compromise Patel. Newsweek has contacted Schaefer via social media and a legal and media representative for Wilkins outside of regular working hours. Email for comment. Wilkins has filed 3 defamation lawsuits against Schaefer, former U.S. Senate candidate Sam Parker, and Kyle Seraphin, a former FBI agent, over what she says are false claims she is an agent of a foreign government. I mean, it's not defamation. Is it defamation? I don't know what Joe said. Is it defamation per se to accuse somebody of being an agent of a foreign government? He has damaged her image. FBI position makes him a target. Definitely. Yeah. Damaged her image. Yeah, but what if it's true? It says the lawsuit says Schaefer perpetuated a malicious lie about Wilkins and is using a fabricated narrative as a self-enriching clickbait. She's only 26, and I believe Patel's in his 40s, like 45, 47. Is a country music singer, podcast host, writer, and political commentator. Does anybody know? Does she have contracts is she a model? She looks like a model. Mm-hmm. She and Patel reportedly started dating in early 2023. While their relationship has been public knowledge for some time, Wilkins' name has been pushed into conversation following conspiracy theories circulating online about her, and Patel issued a statement where he slammed baseless attacks against her. What's her worth? I don't know. Every time on video, Kash is sniffing up maybe he has allergies. Maybe. Wilkins is demanding $5 million. Court filings against Parker and Seraphin include the same wording about malicious lies, and she's seeking $5 million from them too. Kash is 45. I mean, she could win. Who knows if she gets a favorable jury? Kash is 45, and Carolyn Levitt is 27, 28, and her husband is way past 40. Yeah. Okay. Damn it. Kyle Seraphin is an FBI whistleblower that Kash refuses to hire back. Yes. Yes, that's true. Responding to the lawsuit, Schaefer called it the legal equivalent of your romantic partner getting mad at you for cheating on her in her dreams. If you drop her in South Beach, will people even look her way? She's well, I mean, I don't know. For Kash Patel, she's a catch. But I mean, South Beach, I haven't seen her in a string bikini, so I don't know. But she does, I definitely wouldn't kick her out of bed for eating peanuts. In a separate post, Schaefer pleaded with billionaire Elon Musk for help, saying Musk once said he would cover the legal fees for anyone sued over their free speech on the platform. And Wilkins addressed the allegations during an appearance on the Megyn Kelly show back in July when she said she was shocked when she had first heard them. She was concerned that she's being accused of manipulating the person that I'm with, that I love, That's a horrible accusation. Yeah, but they're not accusing her of a crime. So it's not like defamation per se. So she'd actually have to prove some kind of damages. You'd have to show some kind of damages from the statements. Mossad is a slur? Why? Why would it be a slur to be called Mossad? That's like the greatest spy agency around. Did you ever see the movie Munich with Eric Bana? That's a great movie. That's awesome. Mossad's awesome what they do. What's with Kash's bug eyes? I don't know. He's got some kind of thing. And then peanuts out of your shit. That's from Full Metal Jacket from Joker. Right? Joker? I think so. What's up, Joker? This is a firm no on that front. Definitely not. And Kelly pressed her on whether she's an operative of a foreign government. Which she laughed and said, definitely not. Why is Cash still single? Seems weird. I don't know. Maybe he was waiting for an arranged marriage. That's very big in the Indian families, an arranged marriage. Parker is yet to comment on the lawsuit, but has continued to post about Patel and Wilkins. Seraphin had previously made comments online about legal filings when sharing a post of Parker's. In a post on November 30, he wrote on X, I'll take how to catch a lawsuit from FBI director's girlfriend for $500, Alex. The legal filings have drawn some criticism, including from conservative influencer Candace Owens, who wrote a post on X viewed 1.3 million times, saying Cash Patel has to step down. This is excruciatingly embarrassing. He's a teenager in love representing the federal government. I don't know. Joker to animal. Yeah. Sorry, Jim. South Beach messed up my eye for women looks. Yeah, it does. It's I'm gonna tell you, the most beautiful girl I ever seen in my life was a Costa Rican girl with green eyes. She was good looking. Man, a man. Mm-hmm. What people are saying, Schaefer in a post on X said, I'll never engage in defamation or illegal activity. This is gross lawfare. This is an attack on free speech. Cash Patel, director of FBI, in an expo said, the disgustingly baseless attacks against Alexis, a true patriot, and the woman I'm proud to call my partner in life, are beyond pathetic. She's a rock-solid conservative and country music sensation who's done more for this nation than most will do in 10 lifetimes. That's pushing it a little bit. Like, what do you mean? What has she done? What the fuck has she done for this nation? Did she raise her hand and swear an oath to defend the Constitution of this nation, defend the people, defend the government, to defend everyone from all enemies, foreign and domestic? Did she do that? I don't think so. She sang some fucking songs, and she's got a tight little butt and cute in a dress. So just because she does, maybe what? Because she does what you want in the bedroom, so that makes you think she's, come on. Dude, you're making me question this whole thing. By the way, you're defending her with the phrasing like she's a fucking, like, is she a spy for the FBI? Because that's what you're making it sound like. She does all this stuff. Oh, may I recommend a trip to Medellin? Quality eye candy. Talking about the conspiracy theories in an interview with Megyn Kelly, said these posts got millions of views, and I could list all the ways in which it hurt me and my family. And some examples are the way people start harassing you. People start doxing your family. People are accusing you. Okay, but how the fuck did you lose $5 million that you're suing for $5 million? That's how defamation and all this shit works, is you sue for the damages that you incurred. It's a horrible accusation. Jury trials have been demanded. Who believes anything Cash says? I don't know. I'm starting to question this, really. Thank you to all the veterans for your service and sacrifice. Yes. It's a dumb lawsuit. However, Elijah can be abrasive. She is a dual citizen? She is. You hope Cash is not another Swalwell. What country is she a dual citizen with? Eye candy doesn't clean your house, raise your kids, cook your meals, sleep naked beside you at night. That's right. It doesn't. And then this is from Resist the Mainstream. Says Patel's girlfriend files family lawsuits against podcaster for alleged spy implication. Inquisitor says the same thing. Cash Patel's girlfriend Alexis sues podcaster. Yeah, I know. I got it. Cash Patel went from barely being confirmed to this. At least he thwarted a terror attack in Dearborn. Did he, though? No. Seriously? She is a dual citizen from Israel? Now I'm starting to question what the fuck's going on here. Because, here it is. Here's the thing. It's because Mossad did send female operatives deep into Iran to seduce top officials and infiltrate the government. We know the Chinese did it. Because, here they are. They would send these people in. Just like this, you see? Then we got this case right here. We got this An activist Utah judge hands the Democrats a win, tosses out the GOP-drawn congressional maps, and imposes a plaintiff's version ahead of the 2026 election. So yes, that's true. So what happened in Utah, this crazy fucking lady, they said that, oh no, this group that is not the legislature who is in charge of congressional maps according to the fucking Constitution, some other group, the Women's League of Voters, drew maps, and she goes, I like those maps. That's what we're going to use. You know, Democrats successfully implemented a Gavin Newsom-funded independent redistricting initiative in Utah while scrapping the Independent Redistricting Commission in California. Both efforts are designed to elect more Democrats. We defeated a Republican effort to steal a congressional seat in Utah. It wasn't any steal in Utah. Utah was always all Republicans. Judicial activism blatantly designed to help Democrats. Statement on Judge Gibson from the Utah GOP's activist map decision. Judge Gibson has once again exceeded the constitutional authority granted to Utah's judiciary. After stretching the law to justify taking control of redistricting, she's now rejected Map C, the only option that respected the legislature's constitutional role, and imposed a map of activists who are not accountable to Utahns. This is not interpretation. It's arrogance of the judge playing king from the bench. Prop 4 empowered elected activists to overrule Utah voters and their elected representatives. This ruling given in the dead of night, believes judicial power is superior to the ballot box, and one judge now claims authority to dictate Utah's future. This is bigger than maps. It's a direct threat to our constitutional order. Prop 4 created confusion. This ruling escalated into a constitutional crisis. Judge Gibson's dismissal of constitutional limits and separation of powers proves why Prop 4 must be fully repealed. Utahns deserve maps drawn by those they elect, not judges or activist plaintiffs who never faced voters. We will boldly, lawfully, and relentlessly work to restore constitutional government and protect Utahns' right to self-govern. We invite Judge Gibson to leave the bench and run for the legislature to pursue her policy preferences. FBI director's thankless job when bureaucrats run the FBI. ChatGPT doesn't know of Patel's dual citizenship. No, they're saying that Patel's girlfriend, Alexis Wilkinson, has dual citizenship in Israel. I don't know if that's true. I mean, I can look real quick. There is no public information that Alexis Wilkins holds dual citizenship. She was grown up partly in Arkansas and Europe, but her citizenship status has not been detailed. She identifies as a Christian, has never traveled to Israel. Okay, so everything I'm seeing says that she's not a dual citizen. Here's the Utah lieutenant governor saying that I will comply with Judge Gibson's order and immediately begin the process of implementing the plaintiff's maps. So these groups that sued and created their own maps, this judge is saying you have to use I like their maps. Use their maps. I apologize. I've been hanging with Law Boss Joe. Well, that's cool. Is he over? Did he end? Did he not get my message about? He must not have got my. He didn't get my message. Oh well. Oh, I guess he didn't get my message. No, he didn't get my message about redirect, reach around direct. I think you should have to denounce your dual citizenship prior to becoming an American citizen. Definitely. So the plaintiff's motion for a preliminary injunction alleging that SB violates the people's fundamental right to alter or reform the government under Utah's Constitution is granted. Because the court orders a motion for preliminary injunction, the court declines the plaintiff's motions. The court approves the plaintiff's map as a judicial remedy to meet the lieutenant governor's deadline to have a congressional plan that complies with both federal and Utah law. Court orders the lieutenant governor as Utah's chief elections officer to implement and administer all future congressional elections in Utah in accordance with Map 1. I told him, but Joe, no, Joe doesn't look at the chat. I told him too. I sent him a message. So, but yeah. No, and I don't know. Was prepping PVC for Thursday. Okay, they covered some things on. He's not Mossad. She's KGB. Oh, Joe said she's KGB. Oh, maybe. So this is crazy. This map thing, And so, but then Governor Cox says the Utah Constitution clearly states it's the responsibility of the legislature to divide the state into congressional districts. While I respect the court's role in our system, no judge and certainly no advocacy group can usurp the constitutional authority. For this reason, I fully support the legislature appealing this court's decision. No, I did, allegedly. Okay. Why did your old boss, Gary Herbert, nominate Deanna Gibson in 2018? And why did Weiler in the GOP-controlled Senate support her confirmation? Yeah. Why did they put her in? Oh. Why is everyone named Cox a Rick? Tuckweed says, Joe should have rerouted us here. I think he was ready to bail. Oh. Well, I'm sorry. Well, I don't know why he didn't reroute you guys here. Should have. He should have dids it. It would have been nice if he would have dids it. So, let's see where we going from here. So, yeah, so that's what's happening. So they're trying to do all this stuff. Senate judicial confirmation. Yep. Utah activist judge hands Democrats a win, tosses GOP drawn congressional map, and imposes plaintiff's version ahead of 2026 elections. So, yeah, so this judge is just telling them, does anyone remember Good Logic Pisco debate on Muhammad Khalil? I don't know, maybe. Are we going to do white, not white? I'll try to get to it right now. Referring to the Boston Commish Vox. So, yeah, tosses, projected to give Dems a +1 seat. So they're projected just to give Dems a seat in Utah. This judge. Utah 3rd District Court has struck down a congressional map crafted by Republicans, labeling an unconstitutional gerrymander and replacing it with a map drawn by left-wing plaintiffs. What Constitution says you can't gerrymander? The good ones came anyway, Jim. Well, thank you. Thank you for the $2. Thank you. With that $2, that puts us $2 closer to an extra hour. We're $68 away now. And I just want everyone to remember that this is Member November. If you want to give some memberships to help your brothers out in the chat, it would be nice. The smart ones, yes. The new map, which the court claims better complies with the state's anti-gerrymandering initiative, is projected to give Democrats an additional seat. At the heart of the controversy is the court's decision to affirm a lower court injunction blocking the legislature's maps, claiming they violated Prop 4, a 2018 initiative designed to curb partisan gerrymandering. The court, led by Diana M. Gibson, has thrown out the legislature's map, both approved earlier this year by the state's duly elected representatives. It instead adopts Map 1, drawn by the plaintiffs themselves, declaring the legislature's map unduly favored Republicans. Map C was drawn by partisan political data on display. Map C does not abide by Prop 4's traditional redistricting criteria to the general extent practicable. The court finds that Map C was drawn with the purpose of favor Republicans, a conclusion that follows from even SB 111's metric for partisan intent. My internet is down, so I can only use data on my phone. I want to watch the show. At least I can hang out here for a while. Well, thank you. Thanks for being here. I appreciate it. Make sure you hit the like. Please subscribe. Like and scribe, and we'll try to keep the show going a little longer. We did not hit the goal, but we'll We'll see what happens. Because the lieutenant governor's deadline for a map to be finalized is upon us, the court bears the unwelcome obligation to ensure that a lawful map is in place. So she waited until the day of the deadline and said, nope, use that map, so they can't do anything. That's what happened. Gibbs's opinion dismissed the legislature's chosen criteria as biased while elevating the plaintiff's computer-generated maps as a new standard for neutrality. Under the only reliable ensemble of computer-simulated maps that comply with Prop 4's requirements. I need everyone else to hit the like so that you can hit the likes. You should like Jim so the likes to do the like thing. Yes, it is. So, yeah. So, we've been going for 3 hours and 40 minutes, and we haven't hit the goal for a second additional hour. So I would kindly ask that if you want a second additional hour, you guys, step up to the plate with some Mo-member Novembers or something. The court thereby finds Map C as an extreme statistical outlier. Oh. Okay, under the court's imposed Map 1, Utah's longstanding 4-0 Republican advantage had to be broken for the first time in decades. So it's Utah has voted for just Republicans since 1968. Oh, wow. Yeah. Can Carmit Dillon do something? Well, they need to file it. They should have brought it to federal court already. If I hit the like, there's no like. Thank you, Tactico, for the $2. I really appreciate it. And so that's $66 away from an extra hour. And I'd like to remind everybody to check out Cash App and PayPal and, memberships and all that stuff. And I'm going to jump ahead in the show because I promised the white or not white. So I got to find where that is. Oh. Okay. We'll do this real quick. Warning, geomagnetic K index of 7 or greater expected, valid from 2025, November 12th to November 09, November 12th. The warning condition is on set. Yes. Come on, people. $75 an hour. That's cheaper than a mid-grade hooker. It's cheap. That's like a low-cost hooker, really. I like ice winds with all this shit. I need them. Okay. So, NOAA scale G3 or greater. So be careful. It's coming. What's KP? KP7 is auroras can reach mid-latitudes. G form is KP8 is why is the sky purple and my GPS drunk? And KP9 is the sky is a literal rave. The magnetic reality. Yes, it is. It says, you can see the disturbance from the recent X5 solar flare covering half the sun. It produced a fast, full halo CME with a high, dense core. With 2 preceding CMEs already on their way, this event will further intensify the geomagnetic activity on the already weakened magnetic field. The earlier CME is already arriving, but this one from the X5 has not reached the Earth yet. Yes, this is amazing video here. This is the sun. Watch the sun. The sun. Boom. You see that? That's what's coming at us. That's what's flying at us. That's crazy. Wow. It's a sea out there. Obviously, someone hasn't bought a Hoover in a while. Yeah. Yeah, there are several $100s from what I've been told, like, $300-400 an hour, what I've been hearing. Good luck at Mars. Yeah. So that's what's coming. That's coming. And then here's Ben Davidson. Says, sick. Impacts beginning now. Wow. This guy said, did you see this? Oh, look at this spike down here, this negative 50, 51. If an extreme negative BZ reading well beyond the negative NT threshold for G3 storms intensifies magnetic reconnection, driving enhanced world activity, visible at low latitudes and risks to satellite operations and power grids. They're saying, what? Negative 61, negative 62. That's bad. And This guy says, I've never seen a BZ negative 60 before. This is one of the lowest recorded values in the last 20 years. G45 summing is entirely possible if these conditions can sustain. The Aurora will now quickly react to the pressure pulse. Get ready. Webcams will be crucial for the following event. The Northern Light Show. Yep, that's what's going on. I don't even need psychedelics. It's so pretty. Well, it's going to be 48 after the rest of the Best High in Boston. It looks like one of the drug boats explosions. See, even the sun agrees. That's right. Tunnels. Get into the tunnels. Underground. Grid needed. That's right. That's what's needed. And Ben says, a negative 60 BZ will send us into the Stone Age if this doesn't break in the next hour or two. Fingers crossed. No time for anything but praying. The red line gets smaller. Red line must go down now. Huh. Is still powerful, but luckily off the high peaks a good bit. Outstanding auroral displays coming tonight. And then we got this story. It was very interesting. California light rail train driver with huge false eyelashes falls asleep at the controls. Women allegedly fell asleep while piloting a crowded train through Sunset Tunnel. Surveillance video showed her head tipping back, eyes drooping, and struggling to stay awake. The train reached 50 miles an hour in the tunnel while passengers were unaware. As it exited into daylight, it jolted violently, throwing riders and driver against the walls. Yes. So I think she woke up and hit the brakes or something. You guys ready for this? Bisk, ready? She's sleeping. Watch her. She's asleep. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Brake, brake. She had her thing. Brake, brake. Oh, shit, brake. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. That's some crazy shits there, man. So that's crazy. Oh, hang on. Female illegal aliens are running a child sex trafficking rings across Palm Beach County, Florida, after allegedly crossing the border under the disastrous Biden-Harris administration. Darwinian, yeah, but they wanted to be on time. Yeah, women drivers, DEI is the best. Yes, $8 billion to feed. It will hit Southern Africa. Okay. Please tell me that was her last ride. Makes me think of the movie Speed. Even Bella Sturt at that. DEI driver. Nothing out there but retards, son. Everywhere you look, retards. Makes me think of the movie Speed. Yeah. Too bad you weren't on that train, right? So children as young as 10 are being sold for sex. This is who the Democrat Party fight for. This is crazy. This is nuts, man. This is nuts right here.
31-year-old Cynthia Saucedo Torres is charged with human trafficking, deriving support from prostitution, money laundering, child neglect, and keeping a house of ill fame. PBSO says multiple brothels in Palm Beach County and one in Fort Myers were run by Torres and some of her family members. And PBSO says minors were being exploited in those brothels. Our sources say Cynthia was an underling of Brenda Brito, one of the most notorious leaders in this organization. PBSO says as investigators were closing in on Brenda Brito, Cynthia fled to Mexico, leaving 3 minor children, ages 10, 12, and 17, unattended for approximately 4 months. If you've seen the I-Team's coverage of the brothel next door, you know that CBS 12 News and Espanol anchor Carlos Maecha and I have been trying to shine a light on the dark world of sex for sale in migrant communities. Business cards that advertise food are code for prostitution, and hardworking families are living in fear because their kids are playing mere steps away from sex den. And deadly shootings are commonplace.
Yeah, at least they weren't tearing families apart, though. I'm so sick of these accounts screaming Epstein constantly, but never expose these illegal pedos. Yeah. The Mexico government is now actively warning illegals in America of the location of Arizona law enforcement is participating with ICE. They even have the phone number illegals can call for updates for help. Mexico must be held accountable. The Mexican consulate in Phoenix is warning the Mexican community that Pinal County Sheriff's is working with ICE. The consulate posted a warning on Facebook, writing that it's been tipped off that deputies are working with ICE agents in Queen Creek and Santran Valley. They recommend avoid traveling those areas unless absolutely necessary, and the consulate also listed its phone numbers for anyone who needs help.
The Mexican consulate in Phoenix is warning the Mexican community that the Pinal County Sheriff's Office is working with ICE. The consulate posted the warning on Facebook, writing that it's been tipped off. The deputies are working with ICE agents in Queen Creek and Santan Valley. They recommend people keep a valid ID with them at all times, avoid traveling to those areas unless absolutely necessary. And the consulate also listed its phone numbers for anyone who needs help. The Mexican consulate in Phoenix is warning the Mexican community that the Pinal.
Chuka, my confessed friends, while Pritzker couldn't get through his short-minute speech in Little Village without being heckled in an American Legion building, CBP and allied law enforcement agencies will continue removing illegal aliens from the streets of Chicago. Donald Trump throws in the towel as plans leak for border. The agents are going to retreat from Chicago. No, we're not retreating. They're not retreating from Chicago. Hook them and book them, Dano. Get them all. Send them back. Breaking massive fake news story just busted after media claimed Bavino and illegal alien roundups are closing up shop in Chicago. Because it's getting cold in Chicago. We're not going anywhere. We're here to stay. Chicago people demand it. We will continue to bring security and safety to men and women on the ground here. Bavino and every federal agent in the region is crushing it, and they are full steam ahead.
To add to your response to this reporting out of the Chicago Tribune, Bavino's not going anywhere. The agents aren't going anywhere. They're also saying that the FBI and the assistant U.S. attorneys, the on-call task force, they make it up. They are also expected to close up shop in the coming days, per the report. Your response to that?
We're not going anywhere. We are here to stay. The Chicago people demand it, and we will continue to bring safety and security to the men and women on the ground there.
All right. We appreciate you joining us. We had to add to your response to this report.
I think she's very pretty, too. These are not firefighters. These are criminal illegals. Once again, The Guardian is debasing itself by peddling sob stories from criminal illegal aliens. Jose Bertrand Cruz Estrada, a criminal legal alien from Mexico, has charges for delivery and selling methamphetamine. Border Patrol previously encountered this criminal legal alien 15 times. The two illegal aliens apprehended were not firefighters, as your outlet continues to claim, nor were they responding to any active emergency. The two contracted work crews questioned on the day of their arrest were not assigned to actively fight the fire. They were in a support role cutting logs into firewood. The firefighting response remained uninterrupted the entire time. Stop publishing criminal legal aliens' testimonies as truth. U.S. firefighter detained on job speaks out after deportation. I feel betrayed. Why The Guardian is no longer posting on X? Huh. That's weird. They're on X. Huh. Here we go. 79-year-old Vietnam vet ends the violent rampage of a naked intruder rambling in Spanish who attacked his neighbor, his wife, and himself, shooting the suspect dead. That's what it's like in Gavin Newsom's sanctuary city of Los Angeles, a dystopian hell. Hey, happy Veterans Day, and all the vets on here, thank you. Well, thank you. You're very welcome. You should make sure you thank your dad and give him a hug.
"79 years old with shattered bones in both legs, George Carco says he remembers every second, every motion of the violent attack.
I'll never forget it.
Just before 7 a.m. Friday, security cameras near Carcos's Studio City home on Tahunga captured this bare-naked man meandering down the sidewalk, rambling in Spanish, flailing a sign in the air, and trying to get in through a neighbor's gate. As Carcos alerted 911 of the bizarre behavior.
Ran into the
you regret asking for it, Jerry.
My neighbor's apartment there, and she started screaming. It was just horrendous.
At the sound of her cries for help, the Vietnam veteran fetched his gun. As the woman made an escape, Carcos's son says,
The guy came out after her, and he tried to talk him off the ledge, like, hey, stop, please stop, please stop. He was speaking Spanish, so my dad was like, started speaking Spanish to him, por favor, please stop.
Jumped on me, wrapped. I don't know what he did, but he intertwined himself.
Pinned on the ground and writhing in pain with his wife, who has Parkinson's, standing nearby, Carcos says he somehow maneuvered just enough.
I pressed a gun against him and I fired 3 times. And the last shot, I made sure I was going to kill him.
I'm fine. My stomach's better now. The naked man was saying, "Mira mis pelotas, des problema aquí, en mis cojones." Let's never stand down. Bless them all. Yes. Why not 5 or 7? I don't know. 3, 5, 7. Oh, old man said, "Te dulce es mi voluntad." Okay. And we got this. Pulaski County, Arkansas, right? Last month, Marvin Popchuk was arrested for DWI, no driver's license, endangering the welfare of a minor, contributing to the delinquency of a minor. He's an immigration hold. Wait a minute. That's a man? That's a man. White male. Look at that. Look at that, Frankie. The fucking agent in there. That's a white male. Huh. Little Rock, Arkansas. Huh. What do you know? You've seen it all. He deport them all. Skewing the crime reporting numbers by labeling them as white, and male. What do you know? Finally, white, not white. Yeah. I don't speak Spanish. What did he say? I don't know. I don't either. I speak it. I don't understand it. Yes. Yeah, that's that we filed that under what the fuck? Elkhart County, Indiana, last week. Montiel was arrested for child solicitation. He has a immigration detainer hold. So here he is. Are we going to play white, not white? All right. I want everybody in the chat. I want you to put a 1 if it's going to list him as white, and I want you to put a 2 if it's going to list him as anything besides white. The way Jim was saying it, I thought he knew. Nah, I'm just, I don't know what it is. I could speak it. I don't understand it. One, but should be a 2. We're just talking about what it's going to classify him as. So I think the chat knows. The chat might have seen it already. Maybe I exposed it. Okay. So let's see here. What does it say here? Oh, race, white. Ethnicity, Hispanic. See, it's a tricky one. That's a tricky one. It tricked you, see? It says he's white, but he's Hispanic. So he's a white Hispanic. He's like George Zimmerman, another white Hispanic, evildoer. I can read and understand Spanish, but I can't speak it. Another white, yeah. Jew means 1. Jew, I mean 2. Joe, yes. Goshen, Indiana. Is that a Hispanic white? Yes, he's a Hispanic white. And this is white is like you or I, Jim. We walked into a dark room and you can see and probably read a book just from our natural white aura. We glow. We're so white we glow. Mother, I'm a white Hispanic. This dude is brown, or my name isn't Isaac Castillo. Hispanic just means descended from Spaniards. Yes. Shifting the goalposts again. Yes, yes. No pronouns, though. No pronouns. Senor. We got Mecklenburg County, North Carolina last week. Eswin Pardamo was arrested for statutory sex offenses and indecent liberties with a child. He's on immigration detainer hold. Okay. And what are we going to do? What are we going to do? What's it going to say? What's it going to say? Anybody? Is it going to say 1 for white, or is it going to say something else? 2 for something else? Your feet definitely do. I thought I had some white feet till I saw yours the other night. Hey, 04 Lightning fan. Great seeing you here. 1 but 2. .8. Yeah. 1 mandate given. Let's see if we can find the elusive Asian Hispanic. Yes, they're very hard to find. Let's see here. We got alias is non-state inmate. Oh, race H for Hispanic male. Hispanic male. So once again, you guys were wrong. The Al Pacino effect. Joe, you got to claim this one, Joe. This one's yours. You got to take him with you, Joe. He doesn't have to go home, but he can't stay here. I am white all winter and very tan in the summer. Native American blood tans well. Yes, it does. Yes, it does. I never mind. I was going to make a joke, but I'm not going to make that joke. Snarf, which family is that? My dad's mom had 11 kids and 70 plus grandkids and great grandkids. 7 generations. We would have the state of Arizona. No, Asian white is Tim Pool. Yes. Oh, look at Bella. She's scratching. Look at her there. She's like, oh, I'm going to scratch and scratch and scratch. That's right. Another one for you, Joe. Another one for you. Okay. All right. We got this. What's this say? Man on immigration detainer accused of sexual assault of 2 minors. Now, by minors, I don't think they mean people that were working in a coal mine or anything like that. So let's hear.
And we begin our crime alert here in Bowling Green, where a man is behind bars after an investigation in sexual abuse claims. Detectives with the Bowling Green Police Department investigated allegations made by 2 juveniles. The juveniles claimed that 45-year-old Sergio Enrique Cruz Ramos admitted sexual acts against them over the last 2 years. Detectives later determined he did. Ramos was arrested and charged with rape, sodomy, and sexual abuse. This investigation remains open and additional charges are possible.
Bowling Green is in Kentucky. Bowling Green is in Kentucky. It's actually used to be a very, that dude is definitely white. Okay. Yep. Did you hear Tim Pool took out directly after his post on AI is indirectly wild? Remember, whiners were working in the mines and they wouldn't keep getting caught up into trouble. Yes. Corvette. Bowling Green used to be a very nice place. It used to be like back in the day, years, long time ago. There used to be a great bunker there for really good fireworks in Bowling Green. It says, holy hell, I'm in Texas. I grew up in New Hampshire. I had no idea Kentucky was invaded too. Yeah, so let's see here. We're going to go through now. Let's see. Let's see. I don't know if it's going to show what he is, but everyone put it in the chat what you think, and we'll see. Bowling Green was an iconic place. Yeah. I used to live near Hopkinsville and Sherwood Forest on Robin Hood Drive. Saw 2 carjackers today were shot in an attempt at Belltown, Seattle suburb. SP described the victim of the attempted carjacking, a 20-year-old man in a purpose, one as 16 male on second shooting. One today, one tomorrow, one forever. Oh, we got a 2 mandate given. Victim as a 20-year-old male. So right here he says, Sergio Enrique Cruz Ramos, victims under 12. So we got, here he is. And it says, detectives with the Bowling Green Department have arrested Sergio Enrique Ramos, victims under 12 years of age, 2 of them, sodomy and sexual abuse. And it says, Cruz Ramos, aliases, nothing, 45, booking date, first degree rape. Oh, it doesn't say. It doesn't say. It doesn't say. Media coverage, we saw that. Oh yeah, it's a pedophile treatment center. Yes, one way in, one way out. So we didn't get that one. There was nothing. There was no information on that one. Indian, yes, definitely. It's technical. Oh, you should see Wisconsin. I was shocked to see how many Latinos live outside of Milwaukee. My grandfather was from Ireland. 2 other grandparents were French, and one was American Indian. White Hispanic. Okay, wood chipper. One, all in for America. We're protecting the American story, even when we face obstruction and interference at every turn. One subject here during operations in a little village was arrested for impeding and obstructing federal agents. Turns out he definitely isn't one for law and order, with a conviction and a 12-year sentence for involuntary manslaughter. I think the amount of last names says it. Yeah, I mean, if there's more than like 2 last names, then it's definitely, a problem. Like people with 3 and 4 last names, and it's like, Kilmar, Abrego, Garcia, Hernandez, Ventuelas. It's like, oh, okay. Let's see what we got here. We got some stuff happening in Chicago.
If you don't protect what belongs to you, then sooner or later it belongs to someone else. That goes for your home.
I don't know if that's music or what that is. There's Bavino.
God damn.
He's not fucking around. Oh, we got Karen is back for another illegal alien detention in Palatine. She's having an epic meltdown because she won't have anyone to do her lawn. What's it say? Que verga.
And a woman too? Shame on you. Shame on you. Oh, God, what is wrong with you? Have you no humanity? Have you no humanity? Do you need the money this bad? This is how you want to spend your days? Terrorizing people? God, fuck all of you. This is how you want to spend your lives? Terrorizing communities?
Ma'am, you need to back up.
I'm backed up.
You need to back all the way up. Back up.
Fuck all of you guys.
Yeah, fuck you. We're not playing these fucking games. Back up. Back up.
What do you think I'm doing?
Back up.
I'm backing up. What do you... Please? I'm backing up. What the fuck do you want me to do? I'm trying.
What you don't understand is we're trying to keep you safe.
Oh, are you?
Yes.
You're trying to keep me safe?
Yeah.
I've never felt less safe in my own neighborhood than I do right at this minute.
Oh.
Shame on all of you.
Shame on all of you.
Oh, they're right here. The police don't care. They don't care.
Did we hear from her last night, or did they begin to run out? No, she was in a different video last night. That's what we're saying. She was back again today out there. Because they've got these groups and they're notifying people, and so they go running out there. And then we got this is crazy. This is craziness. We got a federal judge is preparing to order potentially thousands of illegal aliens detained by ICE during Operation Midway Blitz to be released. Attorneys arguing there's been thousands of people arrested in violation of a consent decree in the Chicago area. As we are digging into it, we're very concerned that many, if not most, are violations of our consent decree. The numbers are now estimated more than 3,000 people, and the list continues to grow. Any videos of them arresting cartel? I wish they showed as much as those as these. The vast majority of the people they're arresting are, unless it's people that are, that just get randomly picked up because they run into something. But they're only targeting people that have been previously deported, people that have criminal histories, that have crimes and stuff like that, violent people, stuff like that. That's who they're targeting and going to get. And then they come across other people and they grab them too.
A federal judge is weighing whether he can grant relief to hundreds of immigrants who attorneys argue were unlawfully detained by ICE and Border Patrol, this during Operation Midway Blitz. Our investigative reporter Mark Rivera joining us now. He's got all the details on this. Mark?
Ravi, U.S. District Judge Jeffrey Cummings is considering the release of hundreds of immigrants from federal custody. Attorneys arguing there have been thousands of people arrested in violation of a federal consent decree in the Chicago area. One of those arrests, attorneys argue, was just last week at a daycare on the north side. It happened November 5th at the Reito del Sol daycare on Chicago's north.
I just want to cut to the chase and tell you, the consent decree they're talking about is against the Chicago Police Department. Not against the federal government. The federal government had a consent decree barring the Chicago police from holding people for a certain amount of time without being charged, because they used to have these like black sites in Chicago, they called them, where they would take people and hide them there and then not process them and not charge them with crimes. So they're trying to use that consent decree against the Chicago Police Department for immigration stuff, which it doesn't do. So, she ran into the daycare. Yes, she was a violent felon who they were wanted person, and she ran into the daycare to try and hide.
North side. Witness video reviewed by the ABC 7i team showed Diana Santiana Galeano, a teacher at the school, violently dragged from the building as she tells agents in Spanish that she has papers, then placed into a vehicle while surrounded by federal agents. Her arrest sparking community outrage.
We had masked ICE agents following a daycare educator.
Daycare educator.
Where there were parents, there were children.
DHS claims she fled a traffic stop and ran into the daycare. Galeano's attorney claiming in court those agents arrested her, quote, without a warrant in violation of the Castellano-Nava consent decree. National Immigrant Justice Center attorney Mark Fleming, lead attorney on the Castellano-Nava case, says this is just one of potentially thousands of people who could have been arrested unlawfully.
As we're digging into it, are very concerned that many, if not most, are violations of our consent decree.
Fleming said those numbers are now estimated at more than 3,000 people, and the list continues to grow.
We've started to dig in to the case files that they produce to us, and the vast majority are violations. If they did not have a prior order of removal, in almost all circumstances, they've been uniformly violating the consent decree.
Last month, Judge Cummings ruled federal agents had violated the 2022 Castellano-Nava consent decree, and that's what triggered this review of people potentially deserving relief, including release into electronic monitoring programs.
The bargain was, if you violate this, the individual be eligible for release.
There's not an obvious answer here.
ABC 7 chief legal analyst Gil Sofer says it may not be that simple.
In the plaintiff's favor, they have the language in the consent decree, which empowers the court to exercise really almost any equitable power. On the other side, there's a statute that makes it very difficult for the district court, federal district court, to require the government to take or not take any action in the immigration space. So there's really a conflict of provisions here.
Now, DHS attorneys argue that Congress stripped federal courts of their authority to grant parole to large groups of immigrants in ICE custody. That conflict, of course, is sure to be playing out in court arguments. Attorneys expect Judge Cummings to indicate what relief, if any, will be on the table at a court hearing this Wednesday.
All right, lots to sort out in 2 days.
There is a lot from both sides.
Thanks, Mark.
Yeah, if this federal judge thinks he's going to be able to order him to release all the illegals that they have arrested, he's I sat here wondering, how does this pertain to federal agents operating under federal authority? To hit me, asking expert. The Chicago consent decree applies only to the Chicago Police Department and 2 city oversight bodies it directly governs, the Civilian Office of Police Accountability and the Chicago Police Board. It does not apply to federal agents, the FBI, DEA, ATF, U.S. Marshals, the Secret Service, because the jurisdiction is limited to the city of Chicago and the CPD. It was a decree negotiated between the city of Chicago and the Illinois Attorney General on behalf of the U.S. DOJ. The court order explicitly binds only the Chicago Police and its agencies. Oh, and KPT said Hey, all, if you can donate the 40, she'll get us to the rest of it. So she'll put up the she'll put up 26 if you guys put up a 40 to get us to an extra hour. It's up to you guys what you want to do. I'm going to go a little bit longer. Send in the Marines and tell them every 5 males you catch, you can. Oh no, I can't read that. Why is Belle on the floor and not on her bed? No, she's on her bed. She's on her bed tonight. Look. She's on her bed, see? I show you. See? She's on her bed, see? See? Hornet's angry. Holy crap, it's been exposed that 14 days into the federal government shutdown, Democrat moderates were about to reopen everything, but Chuck Schumer ordered them in the back room and said, no, hold out. A group of moderates came to Schumer 2 weeks in and said, we're ready to reopen the government. He said, hold out. He said, if anyone tried to reopen the government, he'd stand against them. He caused the pain. He pushed the pain. Despicable.
A group of moderates came to Chuck Schumer 2 weeks into the shutdown, 2 weeks in, and said, we're ready to reopen the government. And he said, no, hold out. Wow. No, hold out. Mid-October, he said to his entire caucus that if anyone tried to reopen the government, he would stand against them. That's according to sources that told Axios. So shame on Chuck Schumer. I know he's gotten the rap as the moderate, being beholden to the far left. No, he caused the pain. He pushed the pain through, along with Hakeem Jeffries. And it's quite sad to see the radical left take over that. A group of moderates came to Chuck Schumer 2 weeks into the shutdown, 2 weeks in, and said,
somebody
reopen the government. And he said, no.
Somebody sent 10 on Cash App. So that takes us to $56. So we're partially there. Schumer is a shit stain. AOC is going to slam him. I don't know if AOC is going to be able to beat him though. Very, very much. I'm pretty sure this is I think that was pretty sure that was tactic, if I'm not mistaken. I think that was tactic. I think that was tactic. Jeffries is an F-tard at best. Yeah, I think that was I'm not sure who that was. I think it was tactic O, but I'm not sure. And then right just in, JB Prickster is being slammed as a disgrace after raging that air traffic controllers, the troops, and federal employees will get paid soon. We had an opportunity, for whatever reason, they voted to open it. I'm disappointed. So JB Prickster is disappointed that the government's open and that people will get paid and that people won't starve.
Senator Durbin's vote on Sunday. Can you give us your first reaction on camera to that vote, and what should we make of the fact that the 7 Democrats and 1 independent are either not running imminently or retiring from office?
I have enormous respect and always have for Senator Durbin. I disagree with his vote. I do not think that the 8 members of the Senate that voted the way that they did should have done that. I think that we had an opportunity to make sure that we were protecting people's health care across the nation. But for whatever reason, those members decided to vote the way that they did. I'm disappointed. I think that more could have been done here. But there is another opportunity in January, and we'll see what happens.
Governor, to follow up with that, would you want Senator Durbin to endorse your Senate candidate, Lieutenant Governor Juliana Stratton, or is this endorsement tainted?
I'm not going to speak to that here. I'll just say that I have worked with Senator Durbin over the years. He's a good person. He tries to do the right thing. I don't agree with what he did last Friday, or a couple of days ago, I guess. I don't agree with what he did, but I respect him, and I'm also, as many of you know, I believe that Juliana Stratton is the right person to replace him in the United States Senate, and she has stood foursquare for restoring health care and restoring SNAP benefits to the people of the state of Illinois.
Oh, okay. Oh, we got 5 gifted memberships from Mr. Anthony, Soldier of Providence, and those gifted memberships went to Nikki G received a gifted membership. R&M received a gifted membership. X Scarlet X received a gifted membership from Anthony Soldier of Providence. Rocky received a gifted membership, and Shelly Ward received a gifted membership. And we also got a $10 super chat from Dick Parker. Thank you very much, Dick. And then you have an enormous respect and chins. And then Jim tells you, add those 2 and I will cover what's left. Okay, let's do this. So we got this. So do this. So that's 26. So that means we are $16 away from adding a second additional hour to the show. Prickster is not a good person. That's right, Lady Bama. Thank you, Anthony. I would put I don't want to dox Anthony's name because my YouTube's fucked up. So shouldn't this guy be under indictment soon, like all the other previous prominent Illinois politicians? Yes. He can't protect anything because he's a tool bag. That's what he is. The membership man keeps me down. Yes, he does. And it's Mo Member November, people. Just remember, Mo Member November. That's what it is. Mo Member November. Oh, I just received $16 from PayPal from KPT. So with that, that puts us at the
Tactical assessment. Red Chinese victory. Impossible. America will never fall to communist invasion. Communism is the very definition of failure.
That's right. We got another hour of show. Thank you very much, KPT. So with that, we are now $75 away from a third hour. Thoughts on Ian Carroll? I don't know. I mean, I like some of it. He seems like he's I don't watch enough of his stuff. Just all right, I have to do my nightlies, but we'll be listening. Okay, KPT. Thank you very much. So let me do this. Let me come over here. Let me fix this. Go top chat, live chat. Okay. And then we'll do another goal. We'll start another goal for another hour. 15 super chats, $5 for 1 hour. Do this. Paste. Okay. Third. Additional hour for $75. Just in case, and do this and go boom, boom, boom. All right, so we got another hour going, and if we hit the 75, we'll add another hour. We got this from Scott Jennings. Says, do you believe as a member of Congress, a judge can compel the executive to spend money that you haven't appropriated? And then you got Clyburn, the guy who single-handedly, what time do you quit, Jim, if you don't get a third hour? Let's see. Well, I mean, it's going to be, I'm probably going to, it'll probably end up getting like 5.5 hours into the show. So it'll be like 3:30-ish. Somewhere around there, a.m. Eastern time, somewhere around there. Lady Obama, I have that issue I can't resolve. I get any gift memberships. I'll purchase once. Again, the paychecks start coming in. So I don't know. I mean, we actually already got like we're pretty much like 4.5 hours in. So technically I already did do 2 extra hours, but the way I worked it is the money came in, I do it when the money comes in. So I extended it out. So, It's how it works, is how it is. Mm-hmm. Do you believe, as I remember Congress, really? Yes. I thought we didn't want kings. Nobody wants kings. And you don't want a king for a day. I mean, it's literally a king spending money that's not appropriated. The judge is not a king. No, you're turning the president into one if you can spend it on appropriation. They don't even understand it. They don't even get it. They don't figure it out. Nothing.
When two courts said to Trump, feed these children.
Oh, that's what he said. Feed these children.
Feel that.
Oh.
Why can't those
Why
two
won't he
judges
feed the children?
Why won't Democrats feed the children? Why don't we have Why don't we have two judges say to Democrats, you must vote to open the government because kids are hungry?
here's the thing.
Do two unelected judges have that authority?
Just
I don't
answer
think
the
so.
question. You can answer the question with your question all you want to, but the fact of the matter is,
An unelected judge probably does not have the authority to tell the exexecutive branch what to do.
Different races in government. This is my question.
They can and they did. And SNAPs
judge
can work without.
Do you believe as a member of Congress, a judge can compel the executive to spend money that you haven't appropriated?
yes, I do.
Oh.
Yes, I do.
Really?
Yeah.
I thought we didn't want kings.
Nobody
Maybe we
wants
need
kings.
king for a day.
Hold
What do we need? I mean, that is literally a king spending money that is not
Judge
appropriated.
is not a king.
No, you're turning the president into one if he
I don't
can
know.
spend without appropriation.
Well, now, if you got a rainy day fund, it was appropriated at
Correct.
one time. The fund didn't come out
YouTube
of
kicked
there.
you out.
The
What?
money is sitting there. Now, they didn't appropriate it yesterday or...
No,
the
this
day
ain't the
before,
idiot that thinks
but
the
money
islands will flip
was
over. That's
appropriated last year
Johnson, I think.
sometime,
Johnson.
And the rainy day fund was there.
The rainy day fund. It's not a rainy day fund. It's an emergency fund that was for like disasters and everything. But the other money is not there that they're talking about. So that's the problem, is that they're telling them to spend money that they don't have. You know. They're both dumb. Yes, they are. So this says Illinois Governor Hyena Prickster just got torched as a total disgrace, throwing a tantrum because air traffic controllers are going to get paid. I don't know if this is the same thing we just watched. Let me see. If this is the same thing we just watched, I'll stop it. I don't know.
I may, on Senator Durbin's vote on Sunday, can you give us your first reaction on camera to that vote, and what should we make of the fact that the 7 Democrats and 1 independent are either not running imminently or in retirement?
We saw this. This is the same thing we saw it already. All right, never mind. Okay, this is the same thing too. Last night, somewhat startled to hear a member of Congress say a judge can compel the executive to spend money that hasn't been appropriated. I think maybe they do want kings after all. King for a day, anyone? Oh yeah, we did watch this. So, and then, this is a story. Look at this. So, a TikToker who allegedly killed a pedestrian while live streaming has asked for mental leave donations. Yes, this person who killed this victim, ran him over while they were live streaming, has asked stop with the nickel and dime shit. Jin's done like 4 hours already. No, I could tell I've gone 4 hours and 26 minutes already, but that's all right. Don't worry about it. You wish you could text stupid? Yes. Every day, Charlton Heston's words from Planet of the Apes is true. It's a madhouse. Let me get the popcorn. Man called Plush. What's up, buddy? Nice to see you. Let make Trump a king and let him rule with an iron fist. Jim is more than fair. No, I'm not. I try to be as fair as possible. You know what I mean? And be like straight. Gives me your money, I'd be sad. Well, no, she said she needs money because she can't go. So let's read the story here. Did I not open them? Okay, so here we go. Okay, so TikToker who went viral after allegedly killing a pedestrian while live streaming asked for mental leave donations. a TikToker who mowed down a 59-year-old pedestrian while broadcasting live on the platform in suburban Chicago, is asking for donations, setting social media users ablaze with outrage. Content creator Tea Time, real name Tanisha, was addressing viewers on the app while driving in Zion, Illinois, about 65 miles north of the Windy City. Zion, that's right by the border of Wisconsin. And when all of a sudden a sickening thud is heard, prompting her to scream, fuck, I just hit somebody. A child apparently riding in the vehicle with the 43-year-old can be heard repeatedly asking, what was that, before the stream abruptly ended.
I don't know. It was weird. Like, so. Fuck! Let me call you right now. Oh, fuck. What was that? Fuck. I'm gonna take somebody. You okay?
Darren Lucas, 59, was struck in a crosswalk by the woman driving a 2015 Ford Edge who police say called 911 and remained at the scene to speak to investigators. Well, at least she didn't do a hit and run, you know? I mean, if she takes off all the fake stuff, it would be like having a new girlfriend, yeah. There's a Zionsville in northern Indiana. Well, no, Zion, Illinois, I think is right on the border with Wisconsin. I'm pretty sure. Tanisha, why is every other day in the simulation like a Boondocks episode? It's crazy, isn't it? It's getting weird. Bill de Blasio's girlfriend outed as South Tucson Mayor Mama 2. Wait a minute. Wasn't he married to that black lesbian woman? And then remember the 2 black kids? What's going on? Did they get divorced? After she stole all the money? After Bill de Blasio's wife stole all the money? Zion is fun to stay. Yeah. Lucas, who worked at a grocery store across the street, was rushed to Vista East Medical Center where he was pronounced dead of blunt force injuries. Drugs and alcohol were not suspected as factors in the cash. But I think, if I'm not mistaken, it is against the law in Illinois to drive and use your phone like that, to be using a phone. Pretty sure. Pretty sure. Let's see here. Let me do this if I can. Let's see. Oh, look at that. See how Bella just jumped over to the other side. Now she jumped back. There she is. Miss Bell America. There we go. Perfect. Only if you're white. Shanquita should be put under the jail. Cops believe Anisha's video is relevant to the investigation of Lucas's death, but Curley declined to comment to the outlet of how it was brought to the department's attention. Peace and love. How'd that work out? Lucas's son-in-law, Chris King, told The Guardian that he was a great friend and the nicest guy I've known, and added he played a great role in finding humor when humor's needed, but the man's devastated family tries to pick up the pieces. Nisha reemerged on social media to heartlessly solicit donations. You have to go hands-free in Illinois on your phone. My Cash App is up there if y'all want to support me while I'm on mental leave. She suddenly disappeared from the screen. I just hit somebody. I don't like asking y'all for shit, but, if you find it y'all's heart, y'all want to support, my Cash App is right there. She said on TikTok 3 days after the crash. If y'all want to pour something in, you're welcome to do that. She added, addressing a restricted audience that's limited to who could see the post. I'll be okay. I'm taking things one day at a time. I'm good, you guys. Before telling viewers she's been writing before launching into an utterly shameless self-promotion since she's got a new album series coming out. She's always been on mental leave. And this says, you keep telling blacks in America is systemically racist and you'll never succeed and they'll continue to get worse towards society. She hit reality. Yes. I mean, them fingers and hands look fat as shit. She asked her followers for donations. But once the post was shared widely, furious commentators ripped her to shreds for her callousness. Cash App, after mowing somebody's grandpa? Wow, despicable. She has no remorse. Mm-hmm. The audacity. Demons have to be real because this is insane. Can we get there and take money out of her? Can we go there and take money out of her account? I don't know, man. TikTok prohibits live streaming while driving, the reported, but added that users can get around the safety measure by using the app's green screen feature, which Nisha was using in the video taken during the crash. TikTok did not respond for a comment. She did not immediately reply to message sent by the post to an email addressing the publicized on her LinkedIn page, which she self-describes as a rising entrepreneur with copious capabilities in the writing industry. What? That's it? That's all we got? What happened to Maya Bielek? What are they talking about? Oh, the wildest fact about Andre the Giant we learned after he died. Kimberly Guilfoyle has become totally unrecognizable. I don't know. It still looks like Kimberly. It just looks like she lost a bunch of weight. Wow. Crazy story. Oh, we got this story. This is another crazy story. So California Sheriff Jim Cooper is sounding the alarm on Gavin Newsom's mental health diversion law that's letting violent offenders, from child abusers to armed robbers, dodge prison time, even in cases where babies were tortured or killed, have qualified for diversion. She'll be charged with driving while operating an electronic device, do a few months in jail, some community hours, go home, license suspended for 6 months. However, the guy will continue to be dead. Linktree, not LinkedIn. Did I say Linktree? LinkedIn? Oh, I don't know. So here's a sheriff. There's a new sheriff in town. His name is
to get diversion.
Reggie Hammond.
You can do anxiety, depression, caffeine addiction, caffeine withdrawal, marijuana addiction, marijuana withdrawal, alcohol, same thing. It's crazy. Anyone pretty much can find a condition that will suffice to get you diversion. And I know you have photos of the baby. Father got blackout drunk, drank a pint of vodka and some beers, and basically beat his 1-year-old to death. My deputies investigated that case. Horrific. And he got diversion. And here's where it rubs me the wrong way. When he got diversion, it erased his record. So think about this. His entire record is erased. That arrest, those charges, everything. And here in California, we do background checks. For schools do for everybody. You get fingerprinted on those background checks. So right now, when this person gets fingerprinted, the arrest record's not there. He can be a teacher. He can be a coach. He could be a Boy Scout, troop leader, all those things, because the record is not there. And that's scary. And I'm going to say, if you beat your kid to death, you should not be around kids. I don't want you around my kid. And that's what troubles me. And even a bigger issue, you could be diagnosed after the fact. So you think if someone got diagnosed with a condition, it would be beforehand, but they're being diagnosed after the fact. And I think when someone's accused of something horrific, I would expect that the diagnosis would come from a psychiatrist who's a medical doctor, okay? Not a psychologist, even a licensed marriage family therapist can diagnose you after the fact. I'm not sure the rest of the country, but in California, if you want to volunteer and be a coach or work in schools, you do a fingerprint background check, and we make sure you're clear. Now, this individual is clear. We had a bank robber recently in a neighboring jurisdiction, convicted of bank robbery. He got mental health diversion. We have a new case of bank robbery for him here in Sacramento. Somebody burglarized somebody's house, took tens of thousands of dollars in jewelry, and got mental health diversion. So it's really being abused by these criminals. They talk about it in our jails. The phone calls are recorded. They know it. We've got them on record talking about mental health diversion, how to exploit it, and really get out of their cases.
Wow. That's some craziness, man. That is some crazy stuff right there. Crazy. Yeah. Newscomb belongs in a padded cell. Yes, he's extra greasy. Okay. Got this one here. Harris County, the Democrat stronghold of Texas, champions the Black Lives Matter criminal justice system. Given Gabriel Menifee break after break with mugshot after mugshot. Now Menifee's committed cold-blooded murder. That dude trying to turn white while the top of his head. New guy is another black guy with the same ideas. Reggie Hammond. Yeah. The new sheriff in town, and his name is Reggie Hammond. Yeah, that's from 48 Hours. Remember when he takes the thing and he goes in there? Gavin Newsom's body language in interviews is weird. It was like a sassy high school Queen Bee energy. Yeah, it's really weird. Great movie. Great movie, definitely. Launched the nuke. I see a man there, not a black man. A man, definitely. Yeah. Isn't fleeing traffic stop a crime? It is. No-go zone, 110%. It's abused. No shit, Sherlock. Imagine criminals doing crime. Let's check this out. All right.
He's only 23, and Gabriel Menifee has already posed for 8 mugshots.
Every single offense that Gabriel Menifee was involved with had one common denominator: gun.
March 2020, Menifee is charged with robbery and aggravated assault with serious bodily injury.
Gets a break, man. He gets a PR bond.
A year later, Menifee is charged with aggravated assault with a deadly weapon.
Gets another break. Out on bond on that.
In October of 2022, Menifee is sentenced to 4 years probation. How did he do on probation?
From people that I've talked to, he didn't do anything. Bottom line was he broke every probation condition you can name of. He had positive drug cases, failed to report, failure to pay fees.
In October of last year, Menifee is charged with aggravated assault.
Gabriel Menifee is an active member in a gang called the PNG Gang, which is Play No Games. He and another one of his gang members basically were just shooting into a crowd at a park. You know, luckily nobody was hit.
According to court documents, people were in fear of their lives.
They were running, bullets were scattered all over.
Menifee is not arrested for the aggravated assault last year. He goes on the run and his probation revoked. On November 2nd, police say Menifee shot and killed 25-year-old Jalen Ward during an argument inside a hotel room at 2451 Hayes Road.
Mr. Menifee, you've been charged with the first-degree felony offense of murder.
If his probation would have been revoked based on all the violations, this young man would be alive today.
No ifs, ands, or buts.
That's right. No ifs, ands, or buts about it if they would have done their frickin' job. That's your hometown. What a shit show today, thanks to the Democrat. Demon rats. Demon rats, I call them. Demon rats, I say. Oh. Wait, we had some, I did skip some stuff. Hold on. So let me do this. Where are we at here? So let me go and try to fix this. Okay. This is the one we're watching. I'm going to go back, 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 back. I watched these. Okay. Watched that one. I believe we watched this one. Yes, we watched it. Okay. All right. So we'll do this. We'll go back. Okay. Because I had skipped a bunch of stuff to make sure I covered the white not white thing. And so I want to go back and make sure I get those and open these up. So here we go. The left of South Korean President Lee Jae-myung has ordered officials to swiftly punish hate speech and online disinformation, calling them crimes against free expression. That's right. South Korea, I wonder if the Trump administration will issue student visas to 600,000 South Koreans to get them to stop. I hope not. South Korean president tells police and civil officials that hate speech and misinformation spread on social media must be considered a crime that goes beyond the limits of freedom of expression. It must be severely punished as a threat to democracy. A threat to democracy. Wow. Let's hear what he says.
일부에서
인종,
출신, 국가 이런 것들을 가지고 정말로 시대착오적인 차별, 혐오가 횡행하고 있습니다. 이 사회가 점차 양극화되고 있는 와중에 이렇게 극단적 표현들이 사회 불안을 계속 확대시키고 있습니다. 특히 SNS 등에서 이 특정 대상을 향한 혐오 표현이 무차별적으로 유포되고 허위 정보 또는 조작 정보가 범람하고 있습니다. 더 이상 이를 묵과해서는 안 됩니다. 이는 표현의 자유의 한계를 넘어서는 명백한 범죄 행위입니다. 혐오 표현에 대한 처벌 장치를 속히 마련하고 또 허위 조작 정보 유포 행위를 근본적으로 차단하고 엄정하게 처벌하는 데 총력을 기울여야 합니다. 특히 이 경찰의 역할이 중요합니다. 잘 챙겨봐 주시기 바랍니다. 인종 혐오나 차별, 사실관계를 왜곡, 조작하는 이런 잘못된 정보의 유통은 민주주의를 위협하는 행위입니다. 사람들의 일상을 위협하는 행위이기 때문에
threatens to democracy. So that's why this guy is like a far left-wing guy, and he's like connections to the speak English. Yes.
English, motherfucker, do you speak it?
Strange how the whole world all of a sudden is worried about online safety and lockstep. The hidden hand of world governance makes a move once again. Who are the people that control the hidden hand? They are the same that wanted to build back better during COVID. That's right. Look at this. Can you imagine the power it requires to get dozens of world leaders to say the exact same thing? Who puts the pressure on them? From where it all controlled? These are the questions should be asked. Build back better, 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 build back better. Then we got some stuff out of Berkeley. There was a lot of shit that happened in Berkeley. I almost skipped over this stuff because I jumped over it to get to that other things. But UC Berkeley, November 10th, a far-left extremist stole a conservative man's necklace and then punched him repeatedly in the face when he tried to take it back outside of the Turning Point USA event. The victim was bloodied, and the leftists racially mocked him for being white. That's right. There's a whole thing. We're going to go through it all. Ready? We're going to go through all this stuff, and you're going to see it. See it, see it, see it. See? These are surveillance videos showing it. So you can see him getting attacked. You can see what they did. They covered the stuff with, and this guy's getting attacked and beat, and they blocked it with blankets so people couldn't see, so the cops couldn't see. Look at him. This is crazy.
Say what again? Say what again? I dare you. I double dare you, motherfucker. Say what one more goddamn time.
Thank you for the $2, Mr. Parker. And with that, that puts us $73 away from a third additional hour. No-go zones in Berkeley. That's right. It's crazy. And then I think this guy got all beat up, all right? And then I think the cops arrested him. Because you're bleeding, white boy, UC Berkeley, see? So and here's the cops arresting this guy that got beat up. Here's the guy, and the cops arrested him. Break it up, break it up, break it up.
Police, break it up. Hey, white boy, break it up. You're bleeding, bitch. Hey, white boy, you're bleeding, white boy. Hey, white boy, you're bleeding. Break it up. What happened? What happened, white boy? Relax. Take a deep breath. Relax. Relax. What happened, white boy? Hey, white boy, what the fuck happened?
Guy. You guys tried to rob me? Okay. You guys step back, please. You guys can film, but just... 12 an hour.
Hey, you got cracked up. You got cracked.
I find it very comforting when I see her still alive, Jim.
Do you want to tell us what happened?
Yeah, you should be arresting the people that beat him up, not the guy that got beat up and robbed. What's that supposed to mean, lol? What you got? Why are you bleeding, white boy? I don't know. It's just whatever. People wearing masks are the instigators. Yeah, they blocked it. They lifted up like there's a signal. Like we're gonna go through it. There's a whole bunch of stuff you're gonna see what happened here. The victim was bloodied and the leftists cheered. Got a picture of one of the men who was involved in a fight. Yeah, so this guy, he was involved in a fight. He got robbed. He had a gold chain on with a cross. He stole the cross, the chain off of him, and beat him in the face with it. The attacker has been identified. They let me know Jihadi Dipazopoulos and his victim were arrested for battery. A Muslim far-left extremist who severely beat a Turning Point USA attendee in the face after robbing him has been identified as Jihad Dipazopoulos, whatever his name is. He attends the Lighthouse Mosque in Oakland, California. He works for the Department of Public Health in California. This guy. Huh. And this is the guy he beat. A far-left stole the conservative man's necklace and then punched him repeatedly in the face when he tried to take it back. So I think we saw this. You can see the terrorist hitting him with the necklace he stole from him right here. You can see he stole his necklace and he's hitting him in the face with it. The legacy media is calling, this is a siege. Yes, it is. Time to ban Alibaba BS. Yes, it is. Jim, now we can leave the union and let those people have their utopia. Yes, we should. Low Watermark. Nice handle, man. Yeah, Low Watermark's a good friend of mine. Iranian Muslims have got to go. Legacy media is calling it violent riots outside of TPUSA's Berkeley last night. Mostly peaceful. Antifa was setting fires, assaulting patriots and police officers, and attempting to hold attendees hostage in the building. Legacy media is trash. Look at this. Tactic says, so when a group like the Proud Boys jump in and help law enforcement, the left will call them terrorists. Yes, and the cops will arrest them. Yes, that's what will happen. And with that, we are now $58 away from another additional hour, a third additional hour of the show. Thank you very much.
Here in the Bay Area, it comes just 2 months after the killing of Turning Point's founder, Charlie Kirk, who was supposed to headline tonight's event. Our Amanda Harry is live on the scene there where protesters also showed up. We've already actually seen at least one fight break out. Amanda.
Yeah, things have been lively here. While that Turning Point USA event is still happening inside, protesters have been out here for hours. You can see them still here behind me. They have been chanting. Just a very, very lively scene out here. While things have been mostly peaceful, there have been some tense moments. Earlier this evening, there was a scuffle that broke out. Where two men started fighting. UC Berkeley police had to break up that interaction. Later, someone was throwing smoke bombs and a car backfired, leading some of the people who were protesting to run away. The protest was put together by students organizing for liberation. Some students say they don't believe UC Berkeley should host a large Turning Point USA event like this one. But other people are happy to be here for the event.
Turning Point USA should not be here, and they are like a fascist organization. And nobody here agrees with what they are saying. And obviously, Charlie Kirk has been a big issue with like a lot of college campuses and people on college campuses. So we just think, like, I mean, obviously, I didn't really follow him a lot, but knowing what he did and knowing the things that he was saying, it's just like vile and disgusting. So
vile and disgusting.
His organization, and I don't think that the Berkeley
You're
Chamber
vile and
should have
disgusting.
let them come here.
I love being involved in politics. Something that's always interested me. Very conservative, and Charlie was a great influence on my life. Just how to live as a man and a godly man. So when I heard that they were bringing TPU here, I was like, heck yeah.
CBS Bay Area did confirm that 4 students were arrested earlier today on suspicion of felony vandalism. We do have a lot of police officers still out here watching this event, keeping a close eye on everything that is happening here. We'll have the latest for you at 11.
All right, Amanda Harry, live at UC Berkeley. Amanda, thank you. Let's get to some breaking news now.
Oh, okay, that's interesting. This is Antifa has turned. That's right. How dare you show your face after we killed one of you already? That's right. They're like hyenas. Let them go. Intense moments that never stopped. Yes. Crazy nose ring thing. They're like a fascist organization. Get the fuck out of here with your nose ring. Oh, obviously. Anus ring. Definitely. They lost me at the nose ring. And I don't know why I said to people before. People are saying the best people. He's like a fascist like never before seen. Crazy. No more money, no incentive. Jane, you ignorant slut. Knowing what he did, but I don't follow what he did, make it make sense. Yeah. Soros will go broke. Yeah. They've turned a turning point event at UC Berkeley in California an absolute war zone. Munitions are being lit on fire by Antifa, whose attendees are rushed into the venue. Enough. Antifa reign of terror must end. Yes, nothing says you're against fascism like wanting to ban whom you disagree with and using authority figures to do it. Yes. Ready? Ooh. And this says, breaking rioter gets swift justice from police in Berkeley. Let's see. I don't know if they're going to get swift justice. Let's see what happens here. Hey, what the fuck? You can't arrest us for committing crimes. That's racist. So grab them. Just kicking over the things. Grab them. Come on. Start hitting them in the head with the batons. That's what you need to do. Just go clunk, clunk, clunk. Wood shampoo, wood shampoo, wood shampoo. Good for you. Wood shampoo, good for you. Wood shampoo, good for you. Yes, but yes. Yeah, fascists out of Berkeley. Riot police keep pushing back the far left extremists as they surround and violently attack more attendees. Let's see. Okay. This is from George Ventura Media. breaking, the DOJ has formally notified UC Berkeley that they're launching a full investigation into the university after they failed to protect conservatives attending the TPUSA event last night. Pure AAG Dillon, mob assaults and thuggish intimidation of attendees exercising their First Amendment rights are unacceptable. That's right, see? Dear presidents, we want all communications from board members and Berkeley administration, whether written or electronic, about the event. They want notice and all these people. Yes, there's an investigation. It's a Title 6 and Title 7 based on other events. They're launching a civil rights investigation from Harmeet K. Dillon. Yes, any tort notices or other preservation letters in connection with the Turning Point event and any related protests, any complaints received in connection with the employee's conduct. All documentation produced by UC employees. Yes. Assistant AG Harmeet Dillon says federal criminal charges are being looked at after Antifa waged war on Turning Point USA at UC Berkeley. And both the university and local police are now being investigated. It's not a both sides problem. When a violent mob like Antifa comes in and attacks like this, it's what we call a heckler's veto. In First Amendment jurisprudence, and given the facts that there has been a terrorist designation here, the Joint Terrorism Task Force is now looking into this together with the DOJ. It could be 18, 241, 242. We also have hate crime statutes that could apply, and it's the sort of epithets that were hurled that some of the members of the crowd make reference to their race and protected characteristics under the law. That's right. When that guy was saying, "How do you feel, white boy? You're bleeding, white boy," all that stuff. That makes it a racial hate crime. Ding, ding, ding. You guys win a prize called 10 years in federal prison. I hope you enjoy it. We'll be obviously looking at a deep dive into all this potential criminal activity. In 10 years, half of those idiots are going to be sitting on their bridge outside their tents thinking, what was I thinking? I hope you're right, Joe. Interesting that they think they own the campus and yet will default their student loans because they should be expelled from school. Yes, they should be. How many years of this? This has been going on since 2016. And again, the other half will be doing the same dumb bullshit. Yeah. I also have concerns about Berkeley's history of not protecting conservative speakers on campus, and also concerns about the top civil rights lawyer in the United States about whether Berkeley police are doing their job under the law to protect citizens equally. That's an equal protection concern. It's the type of thing that we're due to in the Civil Rights Division. We're going to be looking at a very serious here in this case. Preserve your documents. Oh, I didn't know she was going to talk. I wouldn't have read that.
Laura, thanks for having me so much. It's a pleasure to be here. This feels to me like deja vu all over again. I think it was like 8 years ago that I came on your show and talked about suing UC Berkeley for exactly this type of violent chaos that happened on the campus. And at that time, Berkeley was
skipped mine, Jim?
conservative groups
Did I?
from having conservative speakers and then exposing them, if anyone ever came, to this type of violence. I sued them. I won a settlement, and Berkeley agreed to protect the guests of conservative speakers. And yet here we are. They seem, as Savannah mentioned, to be completely unprepared. The Berkeley, local police as well seem to be unprepared, undermanned. They treat it as if it's a both sides problem. It is not a both sides problem. When a violent mob like Antifa comes and attacks like this, it's what we call a heckler's veto.
I don't see any chat from you, Dick. The only thing I see, the last thing you chatted that I see is the last thing you chatted that I see is when you said something, the low watermark about nice handle. That is the last chat I see of yours. Yeah, this is it. This is the last tweet I see. The last thing I see. So it must have got blocked by YouTube. Sue them out of existence. So I didn't skip it, Dick. It got blocked by YouTube. It's not in the chat. Whatever it was blocked for some reason by YouTube, not me. Here we go again.
In First Amendment jurisprudence. And given the fact that there has now been a terrorist designation here, the Joint Terrorism Task Force is going to be looking into this together with
I long for the good old days. Okay.
And the FBI. and understand what happened here. How did it come to be the case that when Berkeley has noticed that this type of violence occurs on the campus when conservative speakers come to speak, and by Rob Schneider had been scheduled to speak, it was a sold-out crowd of 2,000 people, and less than 1,000 people were there in the stadium because people were intimidated by this violence. So this is not a consequence-free situation. Berkeley has announced, oh, we're so happy that 1,000 people came to hear this. That is not the whole story. The story is that when Sonia Sotomayor comes to speak, when the Dalai Lama comes to speak, the Berkeley campus somehow is able to protect the speaker and all of the people who attend. And when it's a conservative speaker, it isn't. So we have some serious questions and concerns about this, and there'll be a full federal investigation. We've already sent 2 letters to Berkeley and to the police to preserve their documents so we understand how we came to this horrific situation to make sure it never happens again at UC
So
Berkeley.
what particular statutes are potentially triggered here? The terrorist designation for Antifa, but is it this? So this would be a civil rights, could be a civil rights conspiracy action? Conspiracy to violate civil rights?
Absolutely. It could be 18241, 242. We also have hate crime statutes that apply. I believe that some of the epithets that were hurled at some of the members of the crowd made reference to their race and to other protected characteristics under the law. You know, the comments about Charlie and so forth. So we will be obviously looking at, you know, a deep dive into
water hoses and German shepherds.
Civil aspects of this, but you know, the obvious version here is, oh my gosh, it's Antifa attacking people. But I also have concerns about UC Berkeley's history of not protecting conservative speakers on the campus. And I also have concerns, as the top civil rights lawyer in the United States, about whether the Berkeley police are doing their job under the law to protect citizens equally. That's an equal protection concern, Laura. It's the type of thing that we do bring in the Civil Rights Division. And we are going to be looking at that very seriously here in this case.
She has questions about what, honey? The universities only protect the leftists. Next questions. Yeah, sick the dogs on them. They can beat them with the billy clubs. Yeah, definitely. The 90s were good for a decade for me. The 80s, it was the worst, but the best decade, so I'm going with the 90s. I don't know. I had the 80s were good for me. The 90s were good. The 2000s were good. Rico, shut it all down. Rico, suave. Shut it all down. Let's see. I don't know. There was something else here. Let me look. What else I had here? So let's see. So I had all bookmarks. So that was that one from our meet. And then Lawrence Southern says the intelligence agents showed up at her door and told them to leave. And they proceeded to call me from anonymous numbers. They wanted her to be a spy for them. There's a breaking story out of the UK. It says the Labour Party UK government has been telling the public that they must release violent criminals, including those with sex crimes, because the prisons are full. New investigation shows 3 of these overflowing prisons are half empty. Bombshell expose is their deliberate attempt to create chaos and raise crime in Britain by deep state socialist groups like the Fabians, because you've been told prisons are full. You've been told that we must endure this early release of dangerous rapists and criminals on our streets. You've been told this Labour government has no other choice. Well, an explosive exclusive by the Daily Express has revealed 3 of our so-called overflowing prisons are apparently sitting half empty with hundreds of cells gathering dust.
And now for a bombshell expose. Is there a deliberate attempt to create chaos and raise crime in Britain by deep state socialist groups like the Fabians? Because you've been told prisons are full. You've been told that we must endure the early release of dangerous rapists and criminals on our streets. You've been told this Labour government had no other choice. Well. An explosive exclusive by the Daily Express has revealed 3 of our so-called overflowing prisons are apparently sitting there half empty with hundreds of cells gathering dust. HMP Cookham Wood, meant for the young tearaways who terrorise our communities, is barely a third full. 83 scumbags, in my opinion, in a total of 180 spots. Well, that's almost 100 free spaces just in that prison alone. Then there's HMP Millsike, Britain's shiny new £250 million prison with 1,500 beds. And guess what? It's sitting at under 54% capacity with over 700 empty bunks. What on earth is going on here? David Lammy's disastrous Ministry of Justice claims that all male prisoners are over 80% packed, yet 2 facilities are allegedly under half full, with 7 more than a quarter empty. Meanwhile, so-called petty criminals who have unleashed hell on our high streets, domestic abusers who make women's lives a living hell, and prolific druggies are among those that are being fast-tracked out of the system early. And who are these lucky winners of the early release lottery? Well, it's not just petty shoplifters. We're talking about knife-wielding maniacs, sex predators, and domestic batterers who've been handed a get-out-of-jail-free card on sentences under 4 years.
Whoa.
A man released early from jail by the Labour government was just charged with murder just a few weeks ago on the early release programme. And that's not just an isolated case, by the way. Liam Matthews, who hours after his early release, then hunted down and killed a 26-year-old man called Lewis Bell.
I don't know how they put up with it.
The number of accidental releases has been steadily increasing over the years. But get this, it has more than doubled to 262 since Labour took office. In England and Wales, a whopping 80% of all crime is committed by these same repeat offenders. It's totally nuts, isn't it? Well, the head of the National Police Chiefs Council, Gavin Stevens, has said things will only get worse as thousands more criminals will soon be, again, released on the streets, leaving taxpayers footing an extra 400.
I think it's the same socialist, communist groups. It's the communist parties and stuff doing this, and they're trying to take over everywhere, and they're trying to cause these problems to say, like, oh, look, you need us to get in here and do this stuff. That way, the normal things won't work. And they want the prisons empty so when we fight back, they can fill them up. That's a possibility. They have no problem locking us up. They want a docile, brainwashed, passive population. That's true. That's what they want. That is what they want. What they always want. That's what they always want. Bastards.
£1 million bill in police costs next year. And who's in charge of fixing this utter mess? Well, it's no other than mastermind, champion himself, David Lammy.
Chemistry, what French word is used for a tube for transferring measured amounts of liquids?
Pass. Wow. Yes, that's the same Lammy who refused to tell the House of Commons if more illegal migrant criminals had been accidentally released early and instead started getting defensive and just shouting.
That's why I'm at the dispatch box, also as Deputy Prime Minister. We know that. We've deported more in the last year than they deported in the last 5 years. Please, I'm not going to take any lecture from the Honourable Gentleman. 13,000 more bobbies we are putting on the streets, kicking out 5,000 foreign criminal offenders. I've got to say to the Honourable Gentleman, he should do better.
Yeah, well, moments after that, of course, it was exposed that there was illegal migrants out of early release by accident. I mean, you can't make it up, can you? Yet you're shouting at the Tories. With all of this in mind, some of you might begin to ask if there's a political agenda here. Well, I did some digging. The Fabian Society, a group that influences our top Labour brass, the one that's got the logo with the wolf in sheep's clothing in it, well, I found out what they think about all of this. A damning admission which was published in September 2024 on the Fabian Society website, with the author of the opinion piece claiming that the government should, quote, reduce the size of the prison population. And to achieve this, quote, suspending short sentences is a start. Now, this was published a couple of months after Labour took office and then began mass releasing of criminals. You can make up your minds as to whether or not you think there is a socialist agenda at play here, but regardless, it doesn't take away from that bombshell alleged claim that there are, well, hundreds at least, of empty prison cells across the country. Meanwhile, I think you're being gaslit by the government to believe that every prison is overflowing. And there you have it.
That's right. Being gaslit. Okay. All right. New charges. Florida thug raped an underage girl, then hired his gangbanger cousin to gun down the teen in her own home so she couldn't testify in court. Now under arrest. We're all safer with these animals behind bars.
17-year-old Isabella Scavelli had her entire life ahead of her. She was a member of the Hernando High School tennis team and student council, but her bright future was cut tragically short on the night of February 7th, 2023.
We have every reason to believe that she was not engaged in any high-risk activity. She was a good kid with a very bright future, and to see her life cut short is heart-wrenching, to say the least.
According to the sheriff, on February 6th, the day before, Scavelli went to the sheriff's office with her mom to report that she'd been sexually assaulted by 36-year-old Leonard White, a person she knew. In an effort to save
His name is Leonard White. He's not white, but his name is Leonard White. Let's not get confused, Joe.
himself, investigators say White offered 21-year-old Sheldon Robinson $10,000 to kill Scavelli. Robinson, they say, used this photo on social media to offer cocaine and $5,000 for help in the hit. 22-year-old Keyshawn Woods, a gang member, allegedly signed on.
The next day at approximately 11:29 p.m., Sheldon Robinson and Keyshawn Woods arrived at the child's home. They knocked at the door, and when the door was opened, a barrage of gunshots were fired.
Scavelli was shot 4 times, including in the back as she tried to run. Her mother was also hit but survived. The shooters, according to investigators, then began an elaborate scheme to cover up the crime, including getting Robinson's mother, Janet Williams, to allegedly lie to investigators. Now Williams, Woods, Robinson, and White are all facing a litany of serious state and federal crimes, including murder for hire.
Damn it, Joe. White is white. He's yours. Damn it, Joe. You've got me. It's a technicality. It's worth a rewatch. A lot of lies are being played out in the news. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. He was in Torchwood, Children of Men. Yes. Welcome back, Rebecca. MLK Boulevard. Nothing good ever happens on MLK Boulevard. Why is it always the worst part in town is MLK Boulevard? Any town you go to, MLK Boulevard is always like, ooh, scary. You're going to hang a while longer. Thank you. Rebecca, what's up? Sanglant, yo, what's up? Not watching a Coon's Age. How'd she know him? That's a good question. How did she know him? Welcome back. And this is 15-year-old Amy Chance decided it was a good idea to just start smashing a shovel into a Port St. Lucie police car after officers arrived outside her home for a domestic disturbance call. The call was about her being violent. MLK is a very famous communist and weird. Slow-ass typist. Technicality counts. Yes, I know. It's on the corner of MLK and Malcolm X Boulevard. What's the common denominator? They'll probably mark him as white, mistaking his name for his race. Yes, I've been watching on my phone and never left. Well, thank you. The common denominator. We're about to see what the common denominator is. She's been charged with a felony due to the dollar value of the damage inflicted on the vehicle. Honestly, she's lucky it didn't go a lot worse for her. Yes, let's see here. Ready? Oh, look, it's a shovel. That's considered a deadly weapon, actually. Look at this.
You kidding me? Put it down. Get on the ground. Get on the ground. Get on the ground. You heard me.
Wow. Fascinating behavior. It really is. It's fascinating behavior. And then you got this, is I know you wouldn't talk like this if I was on the street and I wasn't wearing this uniform. Officer refuses to back down after being confronted and harassed and threatened by a masked Antifa rioter outside of the ICE building. Cooperation not expected. Yeah, it was shocking. This is from the Black Conservative Preacher.
Are you from Portland?
But you definitely.
Are you from Portland? That's funny. Are you from Portland?
Don't touch your dress. Yeah, did you
Stop playing in my face. Why is she from Portland and she from Portland?
Oh my God.
But we aren't. What makes us different?
I think you know.
Now I fucking know.
I think you know.
I don't fucking know. Why don't you tell me?
Everybody's back. This is gay.
You're a petty bitch, you know that?
That's the gayest shit I've ever
Are you from
Is that all you can do is try to get these little insults?
Are you from Portland?
To be honest, I know you wouldn't talk like that to me if we was ever on the street and I wasn't wearing your shoes.
I bet you the fuck I would.
I guarantee you wouldn't.
I bet you the fuck I would.
I get you wouldn't there, 110-pound fucking weakling.
All right.
Your heart pumps.
Where are you from?
I think we already.
Are you from Portland? You did not answer. No, you did not answer. We've been asking you for fucking minutes now.
Minutes
Are you
now.
from Portland?
Okay, so the answer is no.
Are you from the suburbs?
You are.
Are you from the
Are you
suburbs?
from the east side or west side?
Are you from the east side or west side? Here we go. Louisville, a Louisiana man robs a bank wearing a neck brace, faking a limp, and using a cane. The man appeared to be handcuffed or injured as he walked with a fake limp, and also used a cane and wore a neck brace. He demanded money, and once he received the undisclosed amount, he fled the scene without a limp. Oh, he's a good actor, this guy.
Entered the bank and appeared to be handicapped and or injured as he walked with a fake limp.
Who done
had
do
a
that?
cane and a
People
neck
seem
brace.
to love to be angry all the
The
time.
suspect passed a note to the teller while shouting that it was a robbery and started demanding money. He then fled the scene without a limp with an undisclosed amount of cash. The suspect was seen running down Choctaw Drive into a nearby neighborhood, entered the bank, and appeared
Choctaw Drive. That's crazy. We got this. Man eliminates 3 kids breaking into his home, and the mother claims this was excessive use of force. Were his actions justified? So let's see here.
My son only tried to rob you, and you took his life. That was an abuse of force, Channing. You must pay for this.
A military veteran has been charged with
Wait a
murder
minute.
after shooting and killing 3 teenagers who broke into his home. The parents of the teens are now demanding that the court sentence the veteran to death. According to police in Georgia, the 3 masked teens showed up at the veteran's house around 3 p.m. They kicked in the front door and entered the home to rob it, unaware that the homeowner was a former soldier. The veteran opened fire as soon as they entered. One of the teens fired back, triggering a violent shootout. A neighbor, startled by the gunfire, immediately called 911. When officers arrived, they found all 3 teens shot multiple times in the head and chest. Paramedics pronounced all 3 dead at the scene. Later, family members confirmed that among the dead were 2 brothers, ages 15 and 16. After the autopsy report revealed that a total of 28 bullets had been recovered from the teens' bodies, their parents were furious, calling the homeowner's actions beyond excessive. They insisted the shooting was brutal and demanded that prosecutors charge the veteran with murder and seek the death penalty. The homeowner, however, maintains that he acted in self-defense and that his life was in immediate danger. Under Georgia's self-defense and stand your ground laws, authorities determined that his actions fell within the bounds of lawful self-defense.
That's
This
right.
veteran once fought to defend his country. Now alone in his own home, he fought to defend himself. Do you think
Armed people breaking into your house, they forfeit their right to live. In Florida, you break into someone's house, it's assumed you're there to do them harm, and you're going away for the dirt nap.
this was justified self-defense, or did he go too far? Share your thoughts in the comments.
No, it was justified self-defense. I don't even have to. Yeah, here it is right here. Dude posting the facts. Homeowner kills 3 masked teens and declared stand your ground case. The homeowner encountered shot 3 masked teenage boys after they approached his home in the early morning, attempted to rob 3 people in the front yard, and they reportedly brandished a handgun and opened fire. The homeowner returned fire. 2 weapons were recovered at the scene, although it remained unclear who fired first. Authorities say no charges are expected against the homeowner, and the case is being reviewed under Georgia's stand your ground law. That's right. Oh, look at so Isaiah Reed, Jamie Hernandez, and Brandon Gresham. I guess don't go kicking in dudes' doors and trying to rob people. If you kill a burglar, it means you value your things more than the burglar's life. If you break into my home, it means you value my things more than your life. Yeah. He just went to rob you. You didn't have to kill him. Came to rob me. He gonna get killed. Oh, this is very interesting right here. Chuck the crowbar. Yeah. Mm-hmm. A 15-year-old, 16-year-old brandishing weapons are sturdy enough to kick the door down. Boys, yeah. Does she get SNAP benefits? Probably. Or he did not go far enough. Yeah. In my home, an intruder can select a round to be used by me. We have a variety. Yeah. So it has been revealed that Linda Sun, the former aide to Kathy Huckle, a Chinese spy, received $18.1 million from the CCP, which she used to buy a mansion for $3.6 million and a $1.9 million condo, a 2024 Ferrari, in exchange for influencing New York State policy in China's favor.
I think, when people say diversity and inclusion, I think everybody agrees, or most people generally agree that it's a good thing, right?
It's not.
But I think right now we also need to bring in the word equity, right? Diversity is when you say that there's, many different types of people with different backgrounds and they're all, invited to the table. Inclusion is when, we include all of their ideas. But equity is when we make sure that all of the people who are at the table have equal access to making sure that their ideas and their thoughts are heard. And unfortunately, I think some of the statistics that you quoted is that we don't have that much leadership or I think, when people say diversity.
Yeah, this is the woman talking about diversity. Yeah, the CCP has infiltrated every level of government in the U.S., including Mayor Wu in Boston and Mayor Bass. Own a mansion, a Ferrari on a $144,000 salary. Now prosecutors make terrifying claim about where the cash came from. That's right. This lady, former aide. And she was talking about diversity and inclusion. Yeah, paid for by the CCP. I can't believe I'm saying this, but CNN actually did some, honestly, that East Coast Fang Fang. Yes, it is. You've been watching Jasmine Crockett too much. Yeah. If you do a crime, it doesn't make you a criminal. Yeah, that's what Jasmine Slavey Crockett said. And Vince says, I have a sign that you can buy online. Is due to the rising cost of ammunition entering my house. I cannot afford to fire a warning shot anymore. I only use one here. CNN used Internet Archives to find a top Democrat running for Senate in Michigan, scrubbed from his social media of thousands of posts showing his intentions to defund the police. Muslim Democrat candidate Abdul El-Sayed deleted thousands of tweets before launching his campaign. Among them were ones from 2020 in which he fully backed the defund the police movement, calling police standing armies and saying the city should shift funding from law enforcement to social services. The interviews at the time, he regularly said things like, when we talk about the question of quote unquote defunding the police, the question is asking, how do we do the right size government and away from racist ideologies that have led us to investing in war materials for policing rather than public health for children? Now those posts are gone. His website doesn't mention police at all. It's a big shift from his old rhetoric. In July, 82% of Michigan registered voters had a favorable view of their local police. CNN literally caught another Democrat hiding their true intentions. Muslim Democrat Abdul El-Sayed's religion has been a notable aspect of his public profile, including during his 2018 bid to become the first Muslim governor in U.S. history. He lost the Democrat primary, and now his 26th Senate campaign. This is a Muslim takeover, and they're lying to get in positions of power. Yes, it's called Taqiyya. I thought Berkeley was where all the smart kids went to school. Not anymore. And it's weird because Berkeley used to be the bastion of free speech. And what is this about? Refractorial CD shops, screen hat. What is that screenshot? What is this? What is this? What is this? Is something I should be looking at? Oh, yes. Like Gunham says, sometimes answer he see constant violence. Violence is the answer. Yeah, sometimes it is. Sometimes it is. Sometimes it is. So yeah, here he is. CNN did some actual reporting.
Has defund the police become one of the most toxic phrases in politics? Even shortly after the height of the 2020 racial justice protests, the slogan remained deeply unpopular with most voters. Just 27% of Americans supported the idea. And now, Democrats who once embraced the phrase have spent years trying to walk it back, and some are even scrubbing any trace of their past support, including a top Michigan Democrat running for Senate.
I'm Dr. Abdul El-Sayed, and I'm running for U.S. Senate.
Abdul El-Sayed, former Detroit health director and a progressive star, he's now in a three-way battle to secure the Democratic nomination for Michigan's open U.S. Senate seat.
And I'm running for U.S. Senate because
He's raised millions of dollars, got a Bernie Sanders endorsement, and has built a huge online following.
And yeah, I'm a bro with a podcast.
But along the way, he scrubbed his online comments. Using the Internet Archive's Wayback Machine, CNN's K-File found that he deleted thousands of tweets before launching his campaign. Among them were ones from 2020, in which he fully backed the controversial defund the police movement, calling police standing armies, and saying that cities should shift funding from law enforcement to social services. In interviews at the time, he regularly said things like this.
And when we talk about the question of quote-unquote defunding the police, it's a question of asking, how do we right-size government away from the racist ideologies that have led us to investing in war materiel for policing rather than public health for children?
Now, those posts are gone. His website doesn't mention police at all. It's a big shift from his old rhetoric, and it's not hard to see why. A Fox News poll from July 2020 showed 82% of Michigan registered voters had a favorable view of their local police. And a 2021 Axios poll found that just 27% of respondents supported the defund the police movement, with 70% opposed to it. El-Sayed's deleted posts highlight a big question for progressives. Can candidates who once said defund the police ever win over swing voters? We reached out to El-Sayed's campaign, and a campaign spokesperson told us this. Rather than defund police, Dr. El-Sayed is challenging government choices that defund food, healthcare, and social services while militarizing agencies like ICE, in sharp contrast to Donald Trump's presidency, because real safety comes from investing in people, not in tanks and tear gas.
Okay. Okay. U.S. District Court Judge Jamel Semper, a Biden appointee, has indefinitely delayed Rep. LaMonica McIver's assault trial and is considering tossing the case entirely. Yes. A grand jury indicted McIver in June for alleged role in the clash, and the congressman was charged with 3 counts of forcibly impeding and interfering with law enforcement. It's unbelievable. This is nuts. This is nuts. This person who was throwing elbows and threw punches
has indefinitely delayed New Jersey Congresswoman LaMonica McIver's assault trial and is now debating tossing the charges entirely. A grand jury indicted McIver in June for her alleged role in a clash with law enforcement outside of an ICE detention facility in Newark back in May. The Congresswoman was charged with 3 counts of forcibly impeding and interfering with federal law enforcement officers. She has since pleaded not guilty. No new court date has been set.
Yes, no new court date has been set. Okay. Yeah. Like this guy says, don't expect me to care about the rule of law and constitutional order when it doesn't apply to my enemies. That's right. Where's the brainwash the chosen ones to help perpetrate the narrative? Uneducated sheep will follow on their own path. That's they will. Never forget the Muslim Ilhan Omar said at 9/11, some people did some things. Yeah, saying bro with a podcast is cringe. Medical doctor or doctor of public health. Who knows? And then you look at this judge. This is the judge, Jamel K. Semper, American lawyer. Google says he works in Sharia courts. Look at this is the person. Okay. He's an American lawyer from New Jersey who served the United States District Judge for New Jersey since 2023. Quick facts. He was born in Brooklyn, New York, and his professions is a judge, a lawyer, and a Qadi, Q-A-D-I, which means he sits on Sharia courts. Sharia courts. And that's the judge that wants to kick McIver's case. It says it shouldn't be, it shouldn't be going to throw it out. For what reason? I don't know. I mean, she's on video doing all this stuff. So it's kind of nuts. Look at this. We got this. New charges. A felon whose prison sentence was commuted by Biden saw in a pen hours before eating the White House, is under arrest for shooting a man at point-blank range in Omaha. This thug should have never been released from prison and belongs in a cage forever, period. Man who received clemency charged with murder.
Details into the case of a man charged in a shooting in Omaha. This happened months after former President Joe Biden gave the man clemency. The U.S. Attorney's Office in Omaha says they are now charging 31-year-old Kyrie Holbert for being a felon in possession of a gun.
Oh, felon.
Officers booked Holbert after police allege he shot a man near 13th and Howard this month.
Now, an unsealed complaint alleges the same gun used in that shooting is a match for the gun used in multiple other violent gun offenses. The complaint goes on to allege Holbert tried to dispose of that gun only to have law enforcement recover it. Holbert was previously sentenced to 20 years in federal prison. He only served 7 of those years after getting out this past January when President Biden commuted his sentence. In a statement, U.S. Attorney Leslie Wood says in part that Holbert should never have been prematurely released from federal prison, and Omaha is safer with him back in custody.
Details into the case.
Wow. Well, everybody, I tried. Joe says that's it for me. Catch you tomorrow. Good night. Well, that's it for me, too. I gave it an extra hour, and we went, so we went 5.5 hours. So even with the 2 extra hours, it should have only been 4.5 hours. But you got an extra hour because that's how Jim rolls. But we did not hit the extra money for the 3rd extra hour. So I'm going to say that that's it for us tonight. And I want you all to remember to please hit the like button. Please subscribe if you haven't subscribed. Please leave a comment. That's great. If you do, come back Wednesday night, Thursday night, Friday night for some more shows. We're going to do these, just keep doing them every night to everybody. Keep the news going. And I want to tell you all, I'm going to send you over to see this guy, Pat Dixon. He's talking about some stuff over there, and he plays the piano and does some stuff. So say hi to him and tell him I said hi. And other than that, I really appreciate you guys. I enjoy talking to you, and it's been a wonderful night. And I'll see you all again later tonight. Peace. Make sure you come back for Jim to tell you the news.